Welcome to the Adirondacks in upstate New York as we get set to kick off the Thursday card on First Responders Day from the premier meet in the country. Next has arrived. He looks to solidify his position as the Marathon Dirt Division leader with a win in today's Birdstone. He likes to run on the front end, but he could have company. Lone Rock used to rule this division, putting a dominant win in this race 2 summers ago. Can the 8-year-old get his first win since May of last year? And 2-year-old Champ Forte, is he the new improved version with blinkers on? We'll preview his Travers audition in Saturday's Jim Dandy. All that and more coming up on this Thursday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great to have you with us on a day that we honor those who take care of us, our first responders. Emerald Society from the FDNY Pipes and Drums here with us as well. And always expect a great crowd when we have weather like this here at the most competitive meet there is in this game. Welcome to Saratoga Live here on our FS2 coverage. I'm Greg Wolf, and today's feature, that Marathon Dirt Division, the Birdstone, who of course ended Smarty Jones' Triple Crown bid many years ago, would back that up with a Travers victory. 1 3/4 in that Birdstone today, and Next has been dominant in this older horse division going long, but maybe could be compromised with some others who want to show some speed in this race, like Seafoam on the inside. Here's a look at the field that will line up. He's 4 to 5 on the morning line for our feature race. With me, champion jockey Richard Migliore, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see both of you. Next, what do you think about him in that feature today?
Well, I think he's well posted. You have Seafoam down on the rail, so there's separation between them. And Next has laid second before assuming the lead midway through a race.
He has, and I think that's very important to note. He did win an off-the-turf race when he was able to sit second, but he did run well when he sat second. But I also feel like this pace could be a little bit stronger than some of the paces he's dealt with. And this is obviously a very talented horse, but a horse who's also had things go absolutely his own way in a couple of his recent starts. And I do think the presence of Seafoam, you guys are talking about, and even some others, make this a little more contentious towards the front end, and it makes much the horse to be a little bit vulnerable.
Well, they like to be aggressive out of the gate with this horse. That's going to be a big part of this sort of race within the race. How much heat he takes, but drawn outside, that could help him, certainly. He's trying to win for a 3rd straight graded stakes race he'll have been in to try and sweep them all and win 3 in a row. Meanwhile, Lone Rock, he used to rule this division, that dominant win in this race a couple of summers ago. He's not as good as he used to be, but if things shape up for him and it works out pace-wise for him, can he still win a race like this?
And he's going to have to show it. I mean, he's 8 years old. His Isaac Murphy marathon was terrible. I mean, he just really showed nothing, and this is a horse that we've come to depend on showing up, Andy.
Well, I picked him in here, and I'm with not a lot of confidence, because I think the question, and you pointed out, Richie, correctly, and Greg alluded to as well, he's tough to trust off the Isaac Murphy. But he ran well enough at Oaklawn to be competitive in this race, and if the pace gets a little bit hot, he's the likeliest other winner in the race. But I do think trust is an important issue, and I think for a player, you have to ask yourself, what's a fair enough price for me to take on this horse, knowing he's tough to trust?
Adds a little star power here. I mean, he was a big name. He was the horse in this division 2 summers ago. As you look at that historic grandstand here at Saratoga. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll bring you the entire card today and get set for this first just 6 minutes away from this early pick 5. We're fast and firm to begin today's card. Pick 6 begins in the 5th, the Birdstone, which we just previewed there. That'll be the 8th on today's card. You can play it all by getting signed up started with Naira Bets. Play all summer long and beyond. That's the offer for new customers, that $200 deposit match bonus. When new members punch in that code right there, spot 200 at sign up, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. The card will begin on the turf. 5.5 furlong sprinting. New York breds, maiden special weight, and a horse we've heard a lot about, including from his trainer, Danny Gargan, Instamatic. Supposed to be pretty good. Joel Rosario will be aboard. Danny Gargan loaded with 2-year-olds. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
And Instamatic is the one that has been working with that full brother to Mage. If you watch that work 2 breezes ago on XBTV, he was setting the pace for Dornoch that day. Wasn't quite going as well as him on the gallop out. But again, we see this son of More Than Ready entered for the turf, and he looks like he should be A-OK on this surface. I didn't mind his workout last time with Joel Rosario aboard, blinkers on, out of the gate. He broke just a half a step slow, but quickly found his stride over his workmate and was always going better than him. Granted, it was a slower work. The concern I have about him, while there might be a lot of talent here, he doesn't strike me as an out-and-out sprinter. He might take a start to get going and want more ground, to be fair. Like I said, those blinkers on here, and just a big scopy horse. We'll check in with number 6. That is Price is Truth. Now, Union Rag's not the greatest influence, and there isn't a ton of turf on the bottom side, but looks as though he should be okay on this surface. Does have more of a turf hoof to him. Was fairly coltish when he came in here, and also looks like one that would benefit from a start here, Greg. The shorter price firsters, I'm wondering if they need a start.
We will find out coming up. We talked about it earlier in this meet before it even began. Danny Gargan felt like, you talk about 2-year-olds at Saratoga, you think Pletcher, you think Chad Brown, you think Steve Asmussen, he feels for the first time ever he has the kind of firepower to compete with those big barns with his 2-year-olds.
It's nice when you get a nice crop of 2-year-olds. He got up to Saratoga here early, so he had a lot of time to work with them and kind of sort out who would rise to the top.
Here is Bali Amor at a big price, 53-1.
Yeah, understandable, given the efforts on both dirt and turf.
Amira Shishakli with a second-time starter, first on turf. Charlie Tuff.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of turf pedigree here. Horse would have to improve dramatically.
First-time starter for Gary Contessa, Senegal.
The dam produced a horse that won on the turf, but with a low buyer.
With a first-time starter in the Grade 3 Schuylerville to kick off this meet. Here's Instamatic. A lot of talk about this horse for Danny Gargan.
Yeah, by More Than Ready, a good turf sire. Very strong works on the turf, but very strong works on the dirt as well. This horse just seems to work well on either surface.
Here's the Tom Albertrani, first-time starter, Savage Spirit.
Dam produced 5 horses to try the turf. One of them was successful on the surface. The dam won on the turf.
Christophe Clement, debuter, Price is Truth.
Yeah, the mare was 2 for 4 in the turf. She has produced 2 turf winners.
Meets leading trainer. She had, Mike Maker, Jimmy the Tooth, the 7.
I always think of Jimmy the Tulip from the whole 9 yards when this horse runs. His is the horse to beat. This horse ran very well last time out.
Yeah, 2 starts already on the turf. This will be the 3rd time, maybe the charm. Amadada Moon, Jose Camejo.
Yeah, I thought this horse was interesting from a pedigree standpoint. The mare's produced 2 turf winners, including Discreet Treat, who is a very good turf sprinter.
Hard Par, Ray Handel debuter.
Dam won 6 times the turf in 25 starts, produced 1 runner, didn't do any running, but Ray can be dangerous the first or taking no money.
And anytime you see an Oscar performance on the grass, you got to take extra notice. Mark Cassie with his first timer.
Yeah, a stakes place mare on the turf, albeit going much longer. She has produced 2 turf winners. Will this horse be comfortable with the 5.5 furlongs and need more ground?
I'm trying the 8. I am Dada Moon in this race.
All right, we'll get back to that in a moment. That's the horse with experience, 5-2. Jimmy the Tooth, 2 turf sprints already under his belt. You can follow along all the action with free Equibase past performances. Get the stats on the trainers, jockeys, and horses. Go to NARA.com/TV schedule and play along. So Tyler Gaffleone on board for Mike Maker here, start number 3. We know experience can matter unless you have really talented first-timers, and we might have some in here.
A little green last time, but much less green than the debut, and improved off the first start. Lost to a horse trained by George Weaver that had been a very hard-luck loser in its debut. So this second effort was no disgrace, a good improvement. And listen, with the experience and with the efforts, I don't think there's any denying he's the horse to beat. I am surprised that he's not favored.
He is a horse that has a propensity to lug in. He was trying to lug in first time worse than second time, but he was still doing it. And I don't like the little skip and bobble he does. I understand he's a main contender's run 2 good races. I'm looking elsewhere.
Well, that's the kind of talk there's been about Instamatic, who is still your favorite, as we get a look at, Andy, your selection here, 12-1. What'd you like?
The dam has produced 4 horses to try the turf. 2 of them won. They were very solid runners. I know there's not a ton of pedigree. It's not exactly high class, but Jose Camejo is a guy who's dangerous with first-time stars and turf sprints. Luis Saez comes aboard, and the horse a big price. I took a bit of a flyer with him. Has the good work in Monmouth. I'm taking a shot. I don't have any information or anything, and I just feel like Richie said, the 7's the horse to beat, but I don't mind taking a shot against him. And I've been around Saratoga too long to just fall on the hot horses and 2-year-old races, especially in the turf sprints. It feels like it's a little more reliable in the dirt races, especially in the names. These races can produce the most random of results sometimes.
And that horse with a speedy, albeit on dirt, 3-furlong gate drill coming in. That was at Monmouth. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Uh-oh, this horse has no shot. No, I'm kidding. Andy, of the first-time starters, I think number 8, Amadada Moon, is by far the most fit, the sharpest in here. And I know you're only seeing 4 listed workouts, but so many of these horses are prepared on smaller training centers or farms. And there's no way that this horse only has 4 breezes going into here. And furthermore, he sold at the OBS April sale, so he was fit coming in here. He was a little bit obstreperous back in the paddock, but we had to wait a long time. For some reason, Instamatic's tack was very, very late coming out. But Amadada Moon then has warmed up beautifully with Luis Saez aboard and has given me every indication that he's going to show early speed. Now, not that that's an advantage, because I've watched several of these turf 2-year-old races sprinting so far, and it seems as though it's gone to closers most of the time. But I just thought of the first-time starters, he was the most ready, and really haven't seen any forward progression from your experienced favorite, but do respect Jimmy the Tooth as number 10. Film Academy did work 10 and 2, nice workout. Just looked as though he wanted to go longer in that workout, and from what I see from him here today, he looks very fit. The pedigree would suggest that longer might be a little bit better too. Kind of laid back, not really hinting at turf sprinting. I respect him, he's taking money, and he does look fit, but I just thought that the 8 looked more ready, more of a sprinter. And I respect number 6, who I want to round back to, Price's Truth, because he was coltish in the paddock, but he was the utmost professional out on the racetrack. And furthermore, he truly looks like a sprinting type for Christophe Clement, guys.
There is the Clement, that gray 2-year-old son of Union Rag, stepping in with Manny Franco. 9-5 favorite, though. That is serious money. And this first-time starter for Danny Gargan, Instamatic. We'll have Joel Rosario aboard, the 4 for Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. But wow, that A-horse did make a nice appearance also.
We'll see with the firsters. It's hard with these races. I find that either you find horses that have just run so well they're hard to bet against, or you find some subtle trips horses that are run. I don't want to take firsters with pedigrees at shorter prices, because if you're looking at pedigrees, they still have to have an engine. I might as well take a bigger price if I'm going to take one.
Well, I took a big price first-time starter with the 9 hard par. The mare was a 6-time winner on turf. I went a little bit on that just fact right there, being by hard spun. I thought the horse had a big price. I'm taking the way you framed it, a flyer.
Yeah, he's just taking no money for a barn that their firsters are usually live when they run.
Meanwhile, the one Maggie and Andy going with having a little issue here. Getting into the gate will require the attention of almost the entire starting gate crew, or a good amount of them anyway. Still doesn't want to go in.
Wouldn't you love to be one of those guys that gets behind a 1,000-pound horse and tries to push him from behind?
No, thank you.
That horse could rear back if I was one of them, and I'd end up in Schuylerville.
Dangerous, dangerous job. And this crew need to be commended for putting themselves in harm's way to get these races off.
Yep, remarkably good group of guys getting these races off. Just one of the many sort of small things that are difficult to make happen at the racetrack, and the people that do them make look easy.
And we were talking about on the show the other day, Gary and Paul, about playing injured. You're always injured if you're playing. Usually these guys are as well.
Yeah, you're banged up, you're bruised, you're in tight quarters with a large animal that has his own ideas at times, as we're witnessing right now. And, this is a horse that hasn't been in New York, so they probably haven't had an opportunity to school this horse themselves. They probably got good information that was shared with them, but not having that hands-on experience with a particular horse is a little bit of a disadvantage.
Had a couple of gate works as well, but clearly, for whatever reason, not happy going to the gate as Luis Saez gets off.
So he will hop off, let the starting gate crew try and calm this horse down. They'll put the blindfold on, too.
He doesn't seem like particularly obstreperous. He doesn't want to go in.
No, he's just kind of throwing his weight around, saying, no, I'm not doing that. He doesn't seem upset about it. Now they put the blindfold on a horse, and you'll see they'll make 2 or 3 turns in each direction, and that's to kind of throw the horse off from where the gate is. And you see he just went right in perfectly now.
All right, so he is in. 2 left to load on the outside. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati to kick off this Thursday card from Saratoga.
All right, Greg, now Savage Spirit taking his time going into the gate. First time starting son of Accelerate. Getting his cue from I Am Dada Moon. And there'll be 1 more left to load. Film Academy to the outside. As soon as they get this guy in, Savage Spirit backs away. Opening the front of the gate now for Savage Spirit. And Film Academy has been watching all of this unfold. Rider jumps off Savage Spirit. Back to you, Greg.
Savage Spirit. Dylan Davis. So this one with the blindfold on as well.
And he was being very obstreperous, unlike the 8 horse who was just like, no, I'm going to do it on my own time. This horse has been fighting with the assistant starters, tried to kick one, tried to slap another. Now they put a blindfold on him. Keys in, Dylan Davis will climb back aboard, and we're almost ready for a start.
All right, so the blindfold works on a couple of horses. Let's go back to Frank.
Outside. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Instamatic was very slow out of the gate. I Am Dada Moon is going straight to the front. Jimmy the Tooth and Film Academy come away second and third, and just behind them, Price's Truth is fourth. Hard Par fifth in the early going, 6 lengths off the lead, followed by Bali Amor. Then comes Savage Spirit. It's another 2.5 back to Instamatic, who will try to rally from well out of it. The 2 trailers, Senegal and Charlie Tuff, 22-1 for the opening quarter mile. And it's Jimmy the Tooth who goes on now to lead it by a length. He is tackled by Price is Truth in second. Another 2 back to Film Academy in third. I Am Dada Moon is next. Instamatic with plenty of work to do. They're at the top of the stretch, and Price is Truth is trying to get to Jimmy the Tooth, but Jimmy the Tooth is still in front by 2. Price's Truth took a shot at him. Film Academy is on the outside, and in between, a late run from Hard Par. Jimmy the Tooth was too strong. Wins it by 3.5 lengths. Hard Par second. Film Academy third. Price's Truth finished fourth.
A horse with turf experience getting the job done. Third time out, Mike Makerbarn, Tyler Gaffleone, and the Silks of Michael Dove.
Yeah, a horse with experience and foundation, 2 races to build on. A horse with speed, was able to sit just off the lead, assume command, kicked on very nicely. Nice run from the 9, Hard Par, first-time starter. Got a good ride and a good trip with Katie Davis. Good run also from the first-time starter from the Barry Schwartzbarn. Price is Truth, made a big run and then kind of flattened out. And your favorite, the first-time starter, Instamatic, absolutely left at the start.
Right, but he didn't do any running after that.
No.
Now maybe he'll be more professional and better in his second start. This horse was a ton the best. My horse, I had a plan with Luis Saez to send. That horse just couldn't even clear this guy, and eventually took command. And as you said, the 6, Price's Truth, the 10, Film Academy took their shots at him. They weren't good enough. Very nice ride by Katie and Hard Par, who was ready and ran a good race to be a distant second here. And listen, I'll watch it again. And a first-time starter can always improve dramatically, but obviously at 8-5.
Yeah. How in the world do you get 3-1 on this horse?
I think it's insane because the whole world, because in Saratoga, if there's a tip on a horse, the whole world can't wait to bet him. And if you've been around the racetrack a long time, the one thing you know is you don't want to bet tips. If you have a tip on a horse that's 10-1, you want to bet fine. But if you're going with the herd on a first or at 8-5, especially in these races, 5.5 on the turf, it just seems to me to be a terrible play.
Not a recipe for success, I agree. But, you know, again, horses with experience, you always got to upgrade them, and 3-1 was way too big a price.
So
for
should have been
horse.
favored.
Yeah.
Should have, period.
Should have.
A known commodity and a known talented commodity.
Yeah, run good in both those starts.
Right.
That's the more important point here, and a little bit ignored on the board. 7-9, 10-6. Miggs long shot, completing that exacta.
I have a friend who liked the 9, and he didn't have the exacta. So
Was his
if I
name
had my
Mig?
dunce cap, I'd be cementing it on his head.
Well, I always ask you guys for help with the wagering part of this, and since
Clearly,
that advice is not coming,
Clearly, you need it.
I'm on my own here. I'm an island, but at least I did pick a horse that ran well.
To people out there, if you like long shots, anybody that tells you that you shouldn't use them second to the logical horses in exacta is somebody that has no idea how to win at the racetrack.
But this is a good conversation to have because it helps people like me and people out there. Is that the way to play it? You like a long shot. Bet him to win, obviously. And probably should have bet him to place as well, but then back wheel him with certain horses?
Not necessarily. Yeah, but put him second with logicals. Let me part it this way. You try to limit the number of opinions you have to make money. If your opinion is I like the 9, he's 30-1. You don't have to. You must have exactas that were second to the 4 and 7. Even if we don't like the 4, we're betting against him.
Okay.
But if the come is 4-9 or 7-9, you have to have the exacta for a significant portion of your play. You will make more money in life betting, if you like a long shot, betting that horse second to the favorite, no matter who it is, whether you like it or not.
Okay.
You will make more money over time than betting the horse to place. It's just a matter of the way a takeout disperses.
This is a perfect example.
Yes, but the other thing is, limit your opinions. Your opinion isn't I don't like the favorite. Your opinion is you like the 31-1 shot. That's the only opinion that matters. Don't cloud it by saying I really hate the 4-5 shot, and then run second to him. The exact pay $50. You don't have it.
Yeah.
But still, you want to get something back.
You
And
gotta
if you're
get paid.
30-1,
You got to get
a
paid.
place
If they
bet
run
makes
first
sense.
or second, you got to get paid.
So we couldn't have this conversation before the race.
You didn't talk to the doc like I did back in the day and learn important betting advice from him.
7-9, 10-6. Tyler Gaffleone, Mike Makerbarn, and again Michael Dub-Silks in the winner's circle for the opener. We're underway on this Thursday card. We'll look ahead to the weekend coming up in the 3-year-old division. It is wide open and there for the taking. Who wants it? Oh, we know Todd Pletcher does. Is the 2-year-old champ ready to retake command of the 3-year-old scene? Forte blinkers going on for the first time in the Jim Dandy on Saturday. We'll be back.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, with you all summer long from the summer place to be. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. New addition just the other summer. They're in the paddock here to Saratoga. Underway with Jimmy the Tooth. Third time out, the charm, and this horse somehow goes off at 3-1 in here. Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffleone. Michael Dubb pays $8.20 for the win. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with winning owner and breeder Michael Dubb. And Michael, you were just telling me as you campaigned the sire here, World of Trouble, that you wanted to kind of expose that sire a bit, so you bought this mare in foal.
Yeah, I bought the mare in foal to a Connect filly who's a winner named Apple Picker. This is the second foal out of the mare. I credit Sean Pearl for picking this mare out for $22,000. I'm not a breeder, but so maybe beginner's luck.
And has two foals that are winners. Talk about Jimmy the Tooth. A, his name, where does that come from? And two, just having the experience edge today.
Jimmy the Tooth is named after Jimmy Sanzarelli, who's a dentist. So hence the name Jimmy the Tooth.
And just showing that speed, I think, got him to the winner's circle today. But as always, you're such a big supporter, obviously, of the Belmont Child Care Association. Have your annual fundraiser coming up at the end of August on the 24th. Talk a little bit about it.
This will be about the 25th year we're doing it. The daycare center itself's been open over 20 years, and really the community comes together. And Maggie, you and your husband Tom have picked up the mantle and supported it so well. Anybody who can go online and see these kids, they're drop dead cute. I know a couple who were sired by people named Tom and Maggie, but it's just who I've seen there. So it's just beautiful, and it really highlights what Saratoga is. It's more than horse racing. It's a family of people caring for people.
You said it so well there, and honoring Larry Sarf this year at the celebration.
Yeah, Larry has been a tremendous supporter and quite a guy. I'm so happy, he's agreed to let us present him the humanitarian award for all he's done. So that's exciting. Barbara Bonke is our honoree, and it's going to be a great time. Universal Preservation Hall right in the heart of town. You can walk there, and it's a great cause.
Well, congratulations today, and as always, thank you for your continued support of BCCA.
Thank you.
All right, Michael Dubb, owner and breeder of Jimmy the Tooth, and always just giving back to the racing community.
We say it all the time on this program. He's had so many big wins at the highest level on this circuit, but his biggest contribution to the sport and what he's most proud of is establishing those child care facilities now statewide, year-round.
As he should be. I mean, the BCCA, the entire industry should get behind this everywhere. It's something that I think all of us in NYRA are proud of, and the fact that they ask me to host it every year is one of the great honors, honestly, in my life. Not just in racing, but in my life, to have any association with them, and they've done so much good for so many people, so many deserving people.
On a house, of course, downstate, Faith House here at Saratoga. It's been tremendous for these backstretch workers, and just shy of about 1,000 families that are up here at Saratoga being taken care of with their children.
It's incredible when you come, you go by in the mornings by any of the daycare, whether it's at Belmont or here, and the kids coming out of the smiling faces, the animated, energy, they're just so happy. And for years it was difficult. Mothers and fathers going into work at 4:30. What do you do with your kids? Now they have a safe haven and a place to learn and have fun.
And help them with their educations going forward. And between the BCCA, the Belmont Child Care Association, BEST, the Backstretch Employee Services Team, and the chaplaincy, there's an enormous amount given to people who give us everything. None of us would be up here working. We'd have to work for a living, as a matter of fact, if these people weren't giving so much. And it's hard to tell people to give, but they're great organizations, and if you can support them, all of them do tremendous work.
Yeah, let's get back to action here. The second race, we're going to be a mile on the inner turf coming up. It starts the early pick 4 on this Thursday program. 50,000 claiming race, so they're all for sale. Horses who have not won 2 lifetime. And Miss San Gabriel for trainer Graham Motion. It's a 3-year-old filly. You're facing some older fillies in this group as well. Stretch out for the first time in an impressive win at Pimlico. 5-2 on her. Manny Franco will be aboard. Part of First Responders Day, an exhibit from the police canine unit. happening on course. We also have FDNY, New York State Police, two of New York's most celebrated pipe and drum bands on hand.
I love that dog.
A beautiful dog.
That is a really gorgeous dog.
Getting after it. Enjoy the day. I got to get my son out here. They have a fire engine on hand here today as well. A lot of members from Saratoga Springs Fire Department, Police Department here, part of the action. And a day where we celebrate all these first responders. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. Forte could be a big Saturday for Todd Pletcher, Arad Ortiz Jr. and company, with the 2-year-old champ. Had the scratch on Derby Day where he would have been the favorite. The blinkers again going on as they try and tweak things with this tremendous talent. We'll be back.
Continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Hurley, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Off into Perryville, all alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89.
Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing. Track record.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
You're watching Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NairaBets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all the action here for the summer place to be. Take a look at what's coming up this week. We have the Birdstone, mile and 3/4 later today. We're next. It's going to be an odds-on favorite, the Amsterdam 3-year-old sprinters. Steve Asmussen looking to win that for a 4th year in a row, and then it's the Jim Dandy on Saturday. Presented by DK Horse. Forte returning in action. Let's look at the Jim Dandy by the numbers. Well, the fastest one ever run, Preakness winner Louis Couture's Pat Day aboard, passing Will's Way late in the stretch. And that incredible run, most by an owner. The Melnick's Flower Alley, he'd go on to win the Travers later that summer. 6 wins for Todd Pletcher, the last coming in 2013 with his Belmont winner, Palace Malice. Most wins by a jockey. 4 of them, 3 have done it. John Velasquez, he won 3 in a row for Todd Pletcher. 7 3-year-olds named champion who have won this race, including affirmed. Laz Barrera said this was one of the best performances of his career to run down that speedster on the front end, the final 100 yards. Arts and Letters completely dominated the second half of his 3-year-old season, including a 10-length win in the Jim Dandy, and Triple Crown winners to win this one just affirmed to do it back in 1978. What a race it is. Again, the final audition for the Travers. It's going to be a small field on Saturday, but it's going to be quality top to bottom, and it's going to be a big race for Forte with this new equipment change.
And there isn't a single horse in this race that doesn't have a strong chance here, and frankly, isn't a real contender for the Travers at this point.
Very competitive Jim Dandy. I'm very excited to see Forte with blinkers. It's something I kind of thought in my mind he'll be a better horse with blinkers. It'll be interesting to see if they actually work.
I have a question for you, Richie, as somebody obviously with enormous experience in this. If blinkers are going to improve them so much, and people are talking about it a lot, Todd Pletcher is one of the greatest trainers in the history of the game. What has taken him so long?
Well, he kind of, it was the same idea, though, with Malathot. He was doing well. Forte's been doing well. It's not like he hasn't been winning. So there's a reluctance to change equipment when a horse is being successful, even if you think they might improve with it. We still don't know. We have to see it.
Right. I mean, in your experience, and you've recommended them, how frequently does it work with a horse that has as much experience as a horse like Forte? Does it make a real difference? That's all I mean.
You know, but you'd be surprised, Andy. Like some horses, it makes a vast difference. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, it almost turns back the clock on them. And the same thing with older horses, sometimes taking the blinkers off, they just kind of get stale. It's like people getting in a rut. Something different just changes the way they approach it.
It's been visible, and Todd Pletcher talked about it in the Florida Derby and in the Belmont. He felt the horse kind of stalled a little bit.
I agree. No, I'm not.
And waited on horses.
I'm more asking.
Yeah,
because I think it's, you know, we tend to say we expect him to improve with blinkers. And, okay, but, you know, I don't think it's whether you agree. And no one can argue that Todd Pletcher is one of the great trainers in literally in the history of the game. So I just wonder a little bit, because sometimes I feel like a lot of changes, you'll agree, are a little bit of desperation. Now, I don't think they need to be desperate with Forte.
Well, and again, I think that just what I'm saying, though, that's why people are reluctant to make a change when a horse is running well or winning, because, well, it's not broke, and we're trying to fix something that's not broke, even if you feel like it might just get a little bit more out of them.
Does it ever hurt?
Oh, this cases where it hurts. You get a horse that you absolutely think will love blinkers. I, worked horse in the morning. Man, this horse needs to be working back with the blinkers, and it's worse. And, they don't want any part of it.
But Todd's clearly worked them with them.
Sure.
The initial look at it with the blinkers on and that work, it looked like he really locked in. It was more aggressive and had what they wanted from it. Race 2 here. It's a mile on the inner turf. That is Miss San Gabriel for Graham Motion. Let's go to Maggie for more.
And that's how dangerous Miss San Gabriel is as the favorite, as she projects to be the speed in here. Now, she easily got to it last time out at Pimlico from the far outside 9 of 9 post, and now she doesn't have to do that. And boy, she's sharp in here. She's been bouncing on her toes ever since she set foot into the paddock. She looks sensational just from the overall standpoint, too, for Graham Motion. I think she's going to be very tough to beat in here. I know maybe she didn't beat the greatest field last time, but she makes a lot of sense to me. Number 6, Harlan's Bound, is trying the turf for only the second time. There's a little bit of turf pedigree. There's one sibling who won on it, another one that handled it, and she does have a turf hoof on her. So looking at, I know the allowance try going the 6 wasn't very good, but she was a big price that day, and what has turned out to be a decent field of New York bred fillies. I'd give her another try here stretching out. The thing is she's probably going to be a threat to the favorite because I think she'll be forward in here, and that's how she won her first start, being aggressive, and I think that's what they're going to try to do with her here again. Now, Lady Jasmine, she kind of returns off of a fairly quick turnaround. She will get Luis Saez aboard for the sidelined Johnny Velasquez, and Lady Jasmine, when she ran here opening week, she seemed very nervous, just kind of washy and just not handling Saratoga that well. Today, well, you see her on her toes. She's just handling it better. She looks better, too. I think the quick turnaround is meaningful, indicating that Dave Donk sees no reasons why not to be aggressive with the first time for a tag. I think she could be very dangerous here if you kind of want a backup plan to Miss San Gabriel, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. 2-1 on the 3-year-old filly, tackling older company, 2 sprints, stretched out to a mile. She was the favorite. She really looked like she was floating over this turf.
She wasn't exactly beating the greatest bunch of horses, and I think that's why Graham Motion is being realistic, and that's what trainers that win do. They put their horses in races they can win, and Graham understands I'm not likely to win a non-winners of one race, and if somebody wants to claim her for $50,000, go ahead. It's an R-Tax dam. I doubt there's a significant amount of pedigree for somebody to use her as a broodmare, and she's running her where she can win, and he wants to win, and probably the owners want to win in Saratoga as well, so she's well spotted. I don't love her in here and think 9 to 5 is a bit short, but she's the horse to beat.
She did have beautiful action on the turf, though, didn't she? I mean, she really light on her feet, got through there. One thing that people should know about Pimlico's turf course, the last 1/8 of a mile is slightly uphill. It's a little bit of an incline.
Still, she's got some tough company to face in here, like the 7, Annihilate. It's an older filly. Jose Lezcano will be aboard, and she was just second beat a length in a 50,000 starter allowance against Peg's AK Girl, who was third against, a filly that might have some talent in Highland Grace for Barclay Tagg.
Yeah, I don't like this horse at all. I will say she was too wide, and the rail was very much the best place to be, but this was an extraordinarily slow pace that benefited her forward running style. But as you said, Greg, the winner did come back and run a respectable race next time, which I think does make it maybe a better race than I thought.
James Ferraro claimed this will be the second start in his barn. And let's get a look at this field here coming up. We'll start with big long shot, Pout, 28-1.
Yeah, Pout's never been on the turf, and there's just no pedigree that I could find.
Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard this long shot for Nick Zito. Next door, here is still the favorite, 9-5, getting even shorter, Miss San Gabriel.
Yeah, it comes off a nice maiden win at Pimlico. Beautiful mover on the turf. I understand why she's favored. She certainly is a player. Miss San Gabriel, should she be a Calvert?
Yeah, San Gabriel Mountains there at Santa Anita. Here's Sister Nell, Javier Castellano.
The trainer's been a little sneaky okay. I don't love the field she's coming out of, though, but she's not impossible.
There's a big drop down in class from that last start for this filly here. Tap it up.
I thought she was interesting at a big price here, too.
Crazy price at 9-1.
Definitely a contender.
Frosty Invasion, big price with Jackie Davis.
Yeah, she's coming out of the same race we talked about that others are coming out of, the 9 and the 3, like others from other races.
Big price with Arad Ortiz Jr. on Harlan's Bond. It was a monster price in a turf sprint.
Yeah, and didn't run particularly well there. She'll have to turn it around in a big way.
Here's Annihilate we just showed you at 7-2.
Yeah, you like her more than I do, Greg, and I respect that, and the public's going for her. I feel like she had a very advantageous trip last time.
Here's Lady Jasmine. She stumbled around that first turn on the turf last start.
And Lady Jasmine is dropping in class. She's faced much tougher recently. She's a major player here.
Luis Saez will fill in. Johnny Velasquez still off mounts today. Here's Snow Loves a Fight. Orlando Noda Barn on the outside.
Another out of that race that, at least in my opinion, was a lesser race, which is big price. I like Lady Jasmine on the drop down. She's had some tough trips, too.
Minute to post here in the second coming up. Most of you have probably heard about this promotion going on every weekend here at Saratoga. If you play through Naira Bets, if there's only one winning ticket in the late pick 5, a $1 million bonus on the line. Got to play it through Naira Bets, though. For more information, go to nairabets.com/million. Now, this man right here, rarely, if ever, do you see him at double-digit odds. That's the case in this race coming up. An incredible start to this meet, which going into yesterday was on pace for 93 victories, which would shatter the mark set by Ramon Dominguez of 68 victories back in 2012.
It must be deflating to be riding as well as these other guys are riding. Luis Saez, Jose Ortiz, it would be much closer if Jose hadn't missed those days, but that's the way the game goes, as Richie knows as well as anybody. But you're Luis Saez. You've won 11 races so far in just 10 days of racing, and you have half as many wins as Irad Ortiz.
I mean, that's a brilliant start in its own right, to win better than a race a day, but there's a guy winning better than 2 a day.
Right, you're not even close. You're not even in hailing distance.
I don't know if we've ever seen a start like this.
I don't recall anybody setting this kind of torrid pace in a trainer or jockey standings, but can he sustain it? Because you do run out of ammunition.
Well,
he may not need to.
And once again, he picked up quite a few rides when his brother got injured. They have the same agent, which should be noted here, and clearly he doesn't want to do that either. I'm sure Irad gets no pleasure out of winning a race that his brother should have been riding.
A little bit.
Even Ira, as competitive as he is, I guarantee he felt
3 of those wins pick up mounts from his brother. Those jockey standings brought to you by Game of Silks. Let's go to Maggie.
Thanks, Greg. And like I said, I do think Miss San Gabriel, based upon looks, is the horse to beat, and her early speed makes her dangerous. But I'm worried about Irad's horse. The more I watch him warm her up, number 6, Harlan's Bond, the more I think she'll show speed and be a potential thorn in the side to the favorite. So let's also talk about number 3 in here, Sister Nell, who I don't particularly love by any means. I think that it's a pretty weak 50 that she comes out of. But I will say she did not get the greatest trip. And she broke from that weird outside post going 1.1 miles at Belmont. And it was like Javi was trying to steer her back in, closer to the field. And when he grabbed his left inside rein, she responded just strangely to it and took off on him. Now, I don't see any kind of really severe corrective equipment on her, just a ring bit, so maybe a little bit more support for him. But as Richie always says, when Javier rides a horse for the second time, he seems to know them a little bit better, and now he is posted towards the inside. Like I said, I don't love her, but I do think we'll see maybe a better effort with a better trip this time around. And then I wanted to take the 8 in here. I really do like Lady Jasmine, but I'm sorry, Andy, me being a true race tracker, superstitious, I just feel like whenever we're on the same horse, they never win. So I'll let you have Lady Jasmine, and Tap It Up just seems like too big of a price. You guys said it. She drops down, and I know she looks like she's 1 for 11, but she's only 1 for 6 on the turf. And let me tell you, for a daughter of Taprit, I know she doesn't have a wow, look at me turf pedigree. She has a massive, massive turf hoof to her, and I think she's one that has just spent the majority of her career being a little bit nervous, probably not doing right by herself. You see she wears those short cut cheater blinkers and a hood, and look how calm she is out there. She looks great, and I just feel like this is a little bit of an easier spot than what she faced last time, guys.
Maggie, thanks. Stepping onto this turf course here, mile over this inner turf coming up as we look at the 8.
The 4 is a ridiculous overlay, and I think all of our opinions here at 9-1, I consider picking her on top. Lady Jasmine, if you just look at her last few races, she's been against tougher horses, but she's also been in terrible position, wide, with sort of no early position at all. And she's just the kind of horse that will really benefit from a softer spot here. And I think, much like Grand Motion with the 2, Richie, Dave Donk's he's just being honest with himself and the connections, realistic. Yeah. Putting her in this race, she's going to win. She's not going to win the Non-Winners of One New York turf race.
7-2 right now against Saez will be aboard. Favorite, though, has steadily been Miss San Gabriel. So this is her first try against winners. And her second time going a mile distance. She was impressive first time out.
I think she's too short. I think she is too.
I picked her, and I agree.
I'd love to see Manny Franco get off. He's been on a tough run at the start of the meet, and I know exactly how he feels at this meet, as a matter of fact. Just 2 for 40, 48, 50. He's too good a rider for that to continue.
No, he'll eventually start to get his wins. We say all the time, probably the most athletically gifted rider, or one of them in that jockey's room.
I feel like he had a very similar thing 2 years ago, where he couldn't get out of his own way the first few weeks, and he just rode as well as anybody, winning a ton of races like the last 5 weeks here.
Sometimes you're just unlucky. I mean, he's got so many seconds, and you're just a little bit snake bit, and the worst thing you do is start pressing.
No, you ride him the way you ride him, and, you know, it's just like handicapping, like anything. You keep trying to do what worked for you, and eventually, hopefully, it works out.
Last to load. This 9 here on the outside. Snow loves a fight. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the second.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Miss San Gabriel out smoothly. Lady Jasmine moves into second. Snow loves the fight. Up and on the pace. So is Tap It Up in fourth. So as they move into the first turn, Miss San Gabriel and Lady Jasmine are both prominent. Miss San Gabriel hugs the rail and opens up a length and a half. Lady Jasmine in second, Tap It Up third. Snow loves the fight, races in fourth. They're followed by Sister Nell, fifth at this point, 5 lengths off the lead. Then Harlan's Bond and Frosty Invasion. They went the quarter in 24 and 3/5 seconds. Annihilate in the red colors is next, and a pretty big gap to Pout. They run down the backstretch behind Miss San Gabriel, cruising along 3/4 of a length. Lady Jasmine has to get a little bit closer in second. Tap It Up, good trip on the fence in third. Then it's Snow Loves the Fight. Harlan's Bond is 3 deep, making a little bit of headway on the outside, up to take fourth. Just in behind them comes Frosty Invasion, Sister Nell. Annihilate will have to go very wide around horses, has 7 to make up, and it's still a distance to Pout. They went 49 and 2 for the half mile. Approaching the quarter pole, Miss San Gabriel set down. Tap It Up, coming through along the inside, gets a clear shot if good enough. These two, 1-2 with a furlong left to go. Miss San Gabriel, Tap It Up, a length and a half back second. Lady Jasmine in the center of the course third. 16th pole. Miss San Gabriel is still clear by 2, and it will be Miss San Gabriel under Manny Franco to win pretty easily. Photo for second to Tap It Up, just in front of Lady Jasmine. Annihilate belatedly for fourth.
Miss San Gabriel, back-to-back wins, gate to wire in both. Graham motion, Manny Franco.
Miss San Gabriel bounced out of the gate in good order. Manny Franco put her on the lead. She was so comfortable and settled on the lead, Andy, too. She cornered the first turn beautifully. She had some pressure from the outside with the 8, Lady Jasmine. Looked like Lady Jasmine gave it up around the far turn and then re-rallied. Perfect trip for the 4 to tap it up. Wound up second best.
Yeah, and Dylan Davis got her into a perfect spot, and she ran well. And Manny did what you do when you're riding the best horse. You put him in front, you tell everybody to come and catch me, and she was the best in here. I want to give a lot of credit to Luis Saez, who picked up the mount and Lady Jasmine. Whatever chance she had was because Luis was aggressive to start and put her in position. If he hadn't been aggressive and she was sitting back in the middle of the pack with a half and close to 50 or 25 the first quarter, he would have got absolutely nothing in here. At least he gave her a chance to win. She just wasn't good enough. Yeah.
2-4, 8-7, 8-5 favorite. Take some gate to wire, and Manny Franco with a victory here in those silks of Robert LaPenta that we saw win at Travers with Catholic Boy a few years back. First time in against winners for this filly. Comes from Maryland here to New York. And now undefeated at a mile on the grass.
It's just such a pretty way of going. I just really love the way she strides. And even when she was trotting back there along the grass, such a nice little bounce in her step. Really pretty filly.
I love the Temple Cities, too. I mean, Graham had that tremendous filly who beat the boys in the Grade 1, Miss Temple City. And I remember when she came back in her 3-year-old debut, she met Lady Eli at Keeneland. And we were there, Greg, all 3 of us were there covering the races. And I watched the race with Graham, and he turned to me after the race, he said, I cannot believe how easily Lady Eli just won. I love my filly. He kept saying to me, I love her. And Lady Eli just crushed her. And she was right, because she went on to win multiple Grade 1s, Miss Temple City.
That's how good Lady Eli was.
Yeah.
What a great story, too.
Yep.
And that comeback, 2-4, 8-7 here in the second. Miss San Gabriel, the 8-5 favorite, starts off this pick 4. We'll have the prices when we come back, leading every step of the way here in the second.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
You could be a millionaire this summer with Naira Bets. Play the Saratoga Late Pick 5 this weekend, be the single ticket winner, then cash in on the $1 million bonus. The $1 million bonus is exclusively available when you bet with your Naira Bets account. Strike it rich Saturdays and Sundays at Saratoga. It pays to play with Naira Bets. Visit nairabets.com/million to learn more.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga live here on this gorgeous summer day here at the spa. As we saw race number 2, wiring the field, Miss San Gabriel, as Manny Franco guided her to victory. Seemed like a pretty straightforward task heading into it, Manny, and it definitely played out that way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she helped me a lot when she jumped out of there like that. She broke on top, and I wasn't the best horse in the race, so I just let her do her thing. She won on the lead last time, and she did the rest.
Manny, on this inner turf course, I talk about it a lot. It feels like speed is just so dangerous. Is that something when you look at a race and it's on this turf course, you have to feel pretty confident?
Yeah, I mean, I think about that every time. You know, I think this track is, you got to be in the first to fly sometime, you know, not every time, but like you say, it's a speed favoring sometime. And like I said, my filly helped me to get my position, and she just did the rest, sorry.
Manny, you ride a 2-year-old coming up in today's 6th race. Focus Pocus for Horacio de Paz, putting you on the spot here. I've watched one of her breezes. You weren't aboard, but have you been aboard her in the morning?
No, I never been aboard, so he told me that they like him, so let's see how he runs.
Yeah, it ran well, or worked well with the horse who ran well yesterday. So wishing you the best of luck there. Manny, keep up the great work.
Thank you, Maggie. I will.
All right, I love it. He's always confident. Manny's one of the greatest guys. Miss San Gabriel, Greg, easy winner today.
Call him the silent assassin. He just does his job, goes to work, doesn't say a lot, always a smile on his face.
The world should be full of people like Manny Franco.
Serious, hard-working, and very, very physically talented. He's an athlete.
$5.50, Miss San Gabriel, to kick off this early pick 4, race 3. It's a conditioned $35,000 claiming race. Fillies, mares 3 and up who have never won 3 or 3-year-old fillies. And here we go. Linda Rice, 3 wins yesterday, leading trainer at the meet. She's winning at 37%. She has Brisky Frolic. She's been first or second with 60% of her runners at the most competitive meet in the country. Right now, that's the one to beat with those ARTs. We're going to talk our Great Jones New York bred performance of the week when we come back. We'll tell you who it is when we return on Saratoga Live as the Thursday card continues.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Downtown Saratoga Springs, Broadway, so many options, incredible nightlife. And everyone from the track heads there after the races. Might even see Andy Serling out if you know his usual spot.
You you come out too. I see you out sometimes as well. We went by G. Willikers on that fast thing. You ever go to the G. Willikers, the kids?
I love G. Willikers.
The G. Willikers?
It's the greatest toy store.
The toy store.
Next to the Iron Trust? Oh my God,
I need to make a visit
amazing.
there.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Great stuff there.
William's got a half birthday coming up if you want to get him something.
I do. I'm going to go there now on Monday or Tuesday. I love that place.
Time for our Great Jones.
I'll get you a gift too, Richie, okay? I don't want to leave you out.
New York bred performance of the week. And it comes out of the New York Stallion Series Cab Calloway division. Phil Serpe. It's all coming together, turning the tables on Ramblin' Wreck.
Yeah, jumped out to the lead, and he did. Talk about putting it all together. He got the jump on the favorite, Ramblin' Wreck, and finished resolutely.
Jose Gomez did what he was supposed to do. There were a couple other riders in this race that didn't do what they were supposed to do. As a result, she was able to cut out a very, very moderate pace and get it done and upset the favorite, or he, I should say. And nice to see Jose Gomez, who's going to have a tough go up here.
A couple of stakes wins now on the grass. Gate to wire in both, but good for him.
He won his first stake last year up here in one of the divisions of the Stallion Stakes on the turf at a big price.
Huge price.
That one came from way back. This one went to the lead. Nice to see Phil Serpe with a nice prospect. He's trained a lot of the family.
Great Jones' first whiskey distillery in Manhattan since Prohibition. Visit them at 686 Broadway in Manhattan to learn about their approach to making 100% New York whiskey.
Wow. New York bred whiskey.
I'm hearing music.
Yeah, we mentioned who is here, First Responders Day, and those pipe and drum bands. 2 of them on site this afternoon performing. FDNY and New York State Police. And I believe, double check the notes, but see, this is the New York State Troopers Pipe and Drums Band. Maybe it's the FDNY. They played for every single one of those people who had passed away at 9/11.
Wow. And that's one tough band right there.
How much they practice, and I'm not kidding. They must have to practice a lot to get that good.
First responders are such heroes.
Absolutely.
They
Great.
run towards burning buildings to save people, towards bullets to save people. Really appreciative.
Great to have them with us today and to honor all that they do for us. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, 3 in a row in the Amsterdam, and a big chance to make it 4 with this speedy rivet. We'll be back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It is Gunite. Accretive is all out in second with an eighth of a mile to the finish. Gunite and Accretive and running Son of a Gun next in third, followed by Papa Cap in fourth. Here is Accretive right alongside of Gunite. Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish. Gunite won it by a head.
Third win in a row in the Amsterdam for Steve Asmussen. Gunite, Jackie's Warrior, Yaupan. That's pretty good triple right there. He's going to try and make it 4 in a row this year with Rivet.
Poor Gunite. He looked like he had a potential to be the best sprinter in the country, and then Echo Zula ran a 112 buyer yesterday. But he's not bad as a potential second fiddle.
You think she's going to face the boys?
I don't know. She can face anything she wants to face, and off her last race, she'll beat them. But I'm a big Gunite fan. I think he's terrific.
Oh, the monster, number. We'll get to Echo Zulu a little bit later on, but Gunite is terrific. What a fighter. And look at what Steve Asmussen has done in this race. Of course, he will send out the speedy Rivet this year, who used to have some gate problems, has certainly got past that and turned into just a star. He has won 5 in a row, including 3 consecutive stakes races.
I think you and I, Greg, have a bit of an affinity for Rivet because we saw him start to come into his own at Oaklawn this winter. Interestingly enough, he won a big race there by closing. Now he's got a ton of speed and he's likely to be in front here, but he doesn't need the lead to win. And this is the toughest race he's ever been in, though, I think.
It is. He's going to deal with some tough customers who we'll get to. Here's a look, though, at this victory at Ellis on a sloppy racetrack. This was at 7/8. And he didn't have much problem with this group.
No. By the way, Mulligan's a good horse. He's not beating up on a bunch of weak horses. He's just very, very good, very tough. And this is, it's amazing. When you look at that list of Steve's winners, my only question is what happened between 2005 and 2015? He's been so dominant in this race. And every year, he has good sprinters. Every year.
Rivet really put it together. He ran okay in his first couple of races, but then he kind of figured it out. Keith Asmussen, Steve's son, rode him through his first 3 victories, and he was injured, and now he won the Chick Lang and the Maxfield, and now he's here in Saratoga, and he's a pretty cool horse.
This is going to be the toughest field, though, he has faced. Drew's Gold will have the rail, who started his career perfect 4 for 4 for Jimmy Chapman, and even in defeat, he might have gained in stature in that Woody Stevens.
No question about it. I'm curious to see these horses come back. Because that Woody Stevens got a gigantic buyer figure. I think the winner got a 109 Arabian Lion.
Okay.
I want to see these horses come back and confirm it because on the surface of things, it was a huge effort. And Drew's Gold has been absolutely terrific. And less distance to Amsterdam probably helps him.
I feel bad for Jose Gomez. Listen, it's the owners and trainers' prerogative to ride who they want, but he did nothing wrong on the horse. Was second best there. Won 3 in a row on him. 2 in a row on him, excuse me. And you just hate to see a young guy get replaced on a good horse when they haven't made any mistakes.
No, they haven't. But from an owner's perspective,
no, I understand
I totally understand. But I agree with you. When you rode, there were probably situations where you replaced a guy in that situation. How do you deal with it?
Well, for me, I probably didn't deal with it well all the time. But
what about when you replaced somebody?
Well, that's fine. That's what I expect.
You earned it, right? Well, as good as this horse is, he expects to be in the big dances going forward. You want one of the best on board.
Listen, I understand it. I just feel bad that the kid got taken off from a former rider's perspective. And listen, that's kind of the arc of your career. When you're younger, you're the one getting replaced. As you get older, you're the one replacing people. So,
well, wasn't that one of the biggest part of Irad Ortiz's career when Kieran McLaughlin left him on questing in the CCA Oaks and then the Alabama, and he won big? And I think it just answered all the questions about him riding in big races on big horses.
Yeah.
Third race here, 6 furlongs. This condition, $35,000 claiming race. There is Arella Star. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. Let's go to Maggie.
And Arella Star will make her first start here at the spa for trainer Bill Morey, as she will get Lasix for the first time in her career. I thought she ran well in a stakes race, and within this race, it feels like it's the 2 3-year-olds coming from Gulfstream Park versus Brisky Frolic. And Arella Star, it looks like those 2 horses that finished in front of her and It Takes Heart are okay. Aurelia Star, I think, broke well, kind of dropped back around the turn, and it didn't seem like she was necessarily handling the racetrack, which was a muddy, sealed surface that day. But then, I don't know if I can really say that because she did win over a sloppy, sealed track, going back to her maiden victory. She's sharp in here. It's not as if the Lasix has dulled her pre-race eagerness, which I don't know her. Maybe she's always just like that, and she's incredibly fit. If anything, I wish she was carrying a bit more conditioning, which is something I can say about number 5, It Takes Heart. She just seemed to tire over the track last time out. Again, it was that muddy surface, and she had never been on one before. I think she looks great here for Jose D'Angelo, and a little bit more laid back, though she does have that early foot to her. It's kind of interesting, it's listed in the program when horses wear front wraps, not when they wear hind, and usually horses do wear hind wraps when we're dealing with dirt horses, particularly here in New York where we have these deeper surfaces. She's not wearing anything, whereas everybody else at least has hind wraps on. It could be a really good thing. It could also be a negative thing because we'll see how she negotiates the deeper surface here at the spa. Guys?
All right, Maggie, thanks. Riders up. Post parade coming up. 6-5 favorite leading barn at the meet. Linda Rice, that 3-win Wednesday afternoon. 13 winners now, 8 seconds as well. It's been incredible. All her horses are running. This horse most recently, in fact, last start long on the turf, but had been on the turf each of the last 3. You look back to the dirt starts, though, and this horse is a major player, obviously.
She is. This was a wet track, which I think helped her, and she ran fine in here. I'm not knocking her. I don't think she should be favored on her merits. I think the 2 and 5 are both more likely winners. I prefer Aurelia Star, but obviously she can win. And listen, you bang your head against the wall when you start going against a juggernaut like this.
Yeah, I mean, Linda Rice's horses are performing. I mean, she's winning at a huge percentage, and they just seem to keep finding. Witness last night in the last race, right, where she kind of kept finding when it looked like she might actually get inhaled at one point, I thought, at the top of the stretch, and then she kind of kicked on again.
It was a funny race because the pace was really quick, yet the first 4 finishers were 1, 2, 3, 4 in some order around the track. Yeah.
There's the man who had those 3 victories for Linda, Jose Ortiz. He'll be on board here. And this is actually the high weight in the field as well, carrying 124 pounds for what that's worth for the 7-5 favorite.
It's just a weird trajectory, too, for Linda. I mean, she ran her on turf. Then she ran her long on turf in her next start, where she hadn't run that well before. Maybe this is what she does well. I could see her winning this race, but I thought the 5, It Takes Heart, would be right on top of her, taking some pressure from that one. And I prefer the horses out of the game face down at Gulfstream.
Well, we start with Try It Again, who does have speed from the rail.
She has speed, I agree. Her recent form, not as good.
Aurelia Star, Rad Ortiz Jr. here for Bill Morey.
Getting class relief, trained by a guy that's been a welcome addition to the New York scene. She's a player.
That one also quick. Here's Brisky Frolic for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I feel like she's the 3rd likeliest winner, and she's an underlay, but these Linda horses just keep running.
13-1, Trevor McCarthy showing up on Sister Supreme.
Sister Supreme coming off the layoff. Her form kind of really tailed off the end of last year.
And It Takes Heart. Yeah, 2-1 on the outside with Luis Saez.
Kind of cool that she's running her 6 different racetracks and 6 straight starts. She's in a good advantageous position with speed outside of the 3.
It's going to be interesting in this race to see who tries to take command early.
I mean, you have to imagine that Jose is going to leave with the number 3 Brisky Frolic. We'll see what Jamie Torres can do on the rail with Try It Again, who's probably not fast enough at this point, but I don't see Luis Saez taken back with the 5. One thing we know with Luis, when you ride him and he rides a speed horse, he goes.
He's a forward rider, position rider. He's always aggressive leaving there. He doesn't take it for granted, oh, that guy will go and I'll lay second. He comes out running, and then if you want it, earn it.
Yep.
5 minutes away from the 3rd coming up. 3-win Wednesday for Linda Rice has started this meet, and it's been start to now just on fire for Linda Rice, who's won 4 consecutive meetings on this New York circuit and now leading the way at Saratoga. And I mentioned, too, 1st or 2nd, 60% of her runners here at the meet.
It's remarkable how well her horses are running, and pretty much all of the ones are showing up and running well. Many of them even better than you might have expected them to run.
I thought with this horse, I thought this horse would be sitting off the pace a little bit. No?
Well, it's a problematic thing. I mean, if she's going to be sitting off the pace, she's allowing the 5 to clear. And if she allows the 5 to clear, has she ceded her advantage? Now, obviously, she's not in a good spot if the 3 goes to the front and the 5 is sort of breathing down her neck the whole way. But she may be in a sort of very, very difficult spot, right? What do you do as a rider in that spot, Richie? You let him go. She might just have the advantage to beat you.
Well, I never believed in just letting somebody go. I think you got to come out running. And if they want it, make them use themselves a little bit. Create separation, give yourself options. And also, sometimes you come out running, and they look over and see you, and they go, all right, well, I'll defer and I'll follow.
Luis Saez is not doing that.
No, he's not a guy who does that, no. But I'm just saying
for sure.
There's a little bit of a psychological battle going on here as well.
And isn't Irad going to sit the Garden Trip if something like that happens with the 2, Arella Star?
This horse is not slow, the 2.
No, but the 3 and 5 are a little quicker, I think.
We'll see. This horse was in a muddy sealed track. Maybe didn't get the footing. The horse was on the turf before that. This horse was on the lead in a grade 3.
Was behind the 5 last time. Listen, not impossible, but if you look at Jose Ortiz in the 3, Luis Saez in the 5, and Irad Ortiz in the 2, I think for those 3 riders, Irad is the most likely to rate.
You don't think?
Yeah, and Luis is the most likely to be very
no question.
aggressive.
I know you think also, too, with the 3 coming out of a distance race on the grass, it's going to dull that any kind of speed she had?
Fair question.
Could. It absolutely could. Last night when I was looking at this race, I'm going, well, Brisky Frolic's going to be a little muddied up. Her last race, turf, getting back to dirt. You look at her dirt form on a fast dirt track, 2 wins. To say, might get a little bit of a price.
For Linda Rice?
Well, this is what I was thinking last night. Now she's 7-5, so I readjusted my thinking, and I'm going to go with the 5. It takes heart, because the more we talked about it, I think she clears and makes the lead.
Who does? The
5.
The 5. Yeah. I won't be surprised. And I think the point Greg just made about the turf is a very interesting one.
Yeah.
About the fact that could dull her speed, especially a mile 16. I prefer the 2. I picked the 2-5. I made some doubles, the 2-5 in this race with the 7 I like in the next race, Reigning Chick.
Well, Saez, he won this meet a couple summers ago. And it's kind of interesting to see where these jockeys wind up. We saw Joel Rosario go out of town, ride at Oaklawn. He teamed up with Steve Asmussen, got all those great mounts. We saw Saez now go to the Kentucky circuit. And I'm sure Tyler Gaffleone was not happy about that.
No, certainly made that colony a lot deeper. You know, it's always interesting to me. Every year there's riders that come up to Saratoga that have ridden at Belmont that takes them a week or two to really adjust. It's different in Saratoga. You have to be more aggressive. You have to get your position going forward. The turf racing, going into the first turns and the 2-turn races, getting your position going forward, saving ground. And guys that ride it like it's Belmont Park, and we've seen a few, and it takes them a little while to adjust, and they've already put themselves behind the 8 ball because they're not getting off to good starts.
And Belmont is such a different track. I would say it's got to be the easiest track to ride you ever rode.
Yeah, absolutely the easiest and most fun. You know, because you have these wide sweeping turns. These turns, you've got to make sure you secure enough room so you can fall into the turns, give your horse room to change leads. Belmont, that's kind of a non-factor.
You can probably make more mistakes at Belmont and get away with them. You never want to make mistakes, but listen, as a rider, you've got so many split-second decisions. You're going to make mistakes. As far as
absolutely.
Belmont covers up for some of the mistakes much more than
Can you have maybe a little less athletic of an equine athlete as well and win there?
Oh, absolutely. Horses that don't turn as well, corner as well, it just becomes a non-factor.
And also, it rarely has, these days, significant biases. So you sort of, you don't get punished for being 2-3 wide, sort of stalking horses. In fact, sometimes it's better to be out sort of in that balcony situation.
Here's your favorite, 3-2. This is Arella Star, 3-year-old filly with Irad Ortiz Jr. He's doubled up on the next closest rider behind him.
I don't think
and
that's
we're early on
up.
in week 3.
I don't think he's going to have more than double. We can make another bet on that if you want, because I think you're pretty much cash already.
I agree with you on that. What a start, though. Just incredible.
Keep rubbing it in, Greg.
Let's go to Frank Miramati. Here's the 3rd from Saratoga.
You're in the gate. And they're off. Try it again. Bobbled as the gate opened. Arella Star takes command. Try it again. Tries to recover, coming through on the inside. It takes hard, a close-up 3rd. They're followed by Brisky Frolic, who's 4th and 3 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Sisters Supreme. Arella Star takes them through the opening quarter, leading by a length and a half. It Takes Heart moves up on the outside to claim second, and now challenging the pace setter through a quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. It Takes Heart right to Arella Star. They'll arrive at the top of the stretch together. Brisky Frolic is 2 lengths back in third. Down at the rail, Try It Again reclaims that third spot, top of the stretch. It Takes Heart traveling well. Takes away the lead from Arella Star, the half in 45 and 2/5 seconds. It Takes Heart opens up 3, and there are no dangers in sight. It Takes Heart, pouring it on through the final 1/8 of a mile, will win by more than 7 lengths. It Takes Heart romps Arella Star and Try It Again.
Dominant performance, It Takes Heart. Luis Saez, 12th winner of the meet, teaming up with trainer Jose D'Angelo.
And just got a real nice trip. Louis wasn't as aggressive as he thought he might be. He allowed her to kind of get into the race. He didn't take anything away from her that came easy. Arella Star was the one that was aggressively handled. She fired out of the gate. Good call there, Greg. Thought she could be the speed, and she was. And horses racing in South Florida, shipping up to upstate New York, run 1-2.
And they ran 1-2 because absolutely nobody else showed up, because the 2 was on empty top of the stretch. But It Takes Heart was about as no doubt about it a winner as you can find at the racetrack.
And this is a rare sighting. Linda Rice, runner, not hitting the board. She has hit the board top 3 with 71% of her runners.
At some point, there will be a regression to the mean.
5-2, 1-4 finish. It Takes Heart at 2-1. Takes the third here, as dominant as this could be.
This was a sparkling effort, too. Stopped the clock, basically 1:10 flat. Really nice effort from this filly.
She only went 1.3 seconds slower than Neko Zulu yesterday in the performance of the year. By the way, I don't think I'm exaggerating. Neko Zulu's performance yesterday is clearly the best race we've seen from any horse at Saratoga this year, and is up there with the best performances we've seen this year, and that includes Cody's Wish.
She took legitimate heat from Frank's Rocket and then just blitzed that field.
Treat her like a 10 claimer. I mean, made a very, very, very good horse.
She just shrugged her off.
I mean, she was dramatically impressive in there. What a race that was.
Popular race here to pick up a new face. Everyone but the 4 claimed in this field, including your winner, It Takes Heart. Saez, all of a sudden, breathing down Irad Ortiz's neck. Just 10 back. See if he can get going a little bit here. That's his 12th winner of the meet. He's in second right now, distant second. Yes, he is. Everyone in the country jealous of the stable that this Hall of Famer has. Bill Mott, strongest stable he's ever had, potentially. He joins Cart Talk next.
What makes Life Is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. Really, really fast horse.
And Life Is Good is set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life Is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out. You know, win races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8 miles.
Life Is Good! They ran him off their feet in the Pegasus!
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Torgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Gorgeous Thursday afternoon here in upstate New York in the Adirondacks at the premier meet in the country at Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action all summer long and beyond. Go to nairabets.com, get signed up and started. Luis Saez, 12th winner of the meet, and this was just a flat-out demolition of this field from this filly. It Takes Heart, third win in 10 career starts. Let's go to Maggie.
Please be joined by winning conditioner Jose D'Angelo. And Jose, looking at It Takes Heart, we thought that maybe she'd be on the lead, but Louis opted to kind of sit off of it, and it proved to be the winning move.
Yes, I saw all her races. First time with me at Florida, she went to the lead. She went 22 and fraction, 22 and 1, and wasn't her best race. So I thought with Louis, hey, Louis, she's much better when the first quarter she go at least 23 or 22 and 4. So please try to don't be on the lead. Wait, and if we do that, hey, we're gonna win the race, and that happened. Thanks God.
It's hard to tell Luis Saez to do that sometimes, but he listened, thankfully.
Yes, I say, hey, please be patient. Be patient. Just not call her at the start.
And you said to me that you have 14 horses here. Is this the first year you're stabled up here?
It's the second year here, yes.
Now, talk a little bit about what kind of your game plan going on. Look, this filly ran in her 3-year-old restricted stake last time out, so you have to be aggressive here at the spot, right?
Yes, everybody wants to win in Saratoga. Sometimes you have good horses, but not enough to be a stake horses or allowance horses, so that's why you have to run these kind of spots.
Well, it paid off. Congratulations. And who's the next runner we could see from you?
This weekend here. Tomorrow and the weekend here.
Well, best of luck with them, and always a pleasure to catch up with you in the winner's circle.
Thank you.
Jose D'Angelo, one of the rising stars here in the game, as far as trainers are concerned, Greg.
Former leading trainer in Venezuela, having success here at Saratoga. It's probably the most dominant performance we're going to see today.
Yeah. Tough to win turf races by 10 lengths.
Yeah, she was well placed, well spotted, got a good ride, and just was much the best.
Yep. All right, Luis Saez, his 12th winner of the afternoon. Let's move on to race 4. And 6.5 furlongs sprinting on dirt, $16,000 claiming race. David Jacobson, Arad Ortiz Jr., and an 8-year-old mare from the rail who is a win machine. Most recently, those wins been coming at Parks. What do you think?
Yeah. David Jacobson, I said his first winner will be on me. He had one the other day. I'm still not jumping on board on this horse that we haven't seen since May at Parks, but I guess the horse to beat.
2-1 favorite right now. We'll have more on this field when we come back from a short timeout. Jim Dandy on Saturday. It's our ABR race of the week. We will meet the field, including the 2-year-old champ. Got a new face, Saudi Crown showing up. He's going to meet 3 from the Brad Cox barn. Going to try and team up on him on this Travers prep. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Trying to hold on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Here comes Gem Mint 10 and now Dylan Davis, and they get ready to swarm these leaders. Gem Mint 10 is in front. Gem Mint 10 wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
So you just got to the racetrack and you're like, what do I do? Where do I start? Don't be intimidated. Follow me. Your first stop, get a program. Every track has a stand just like this one. You either get the track program or something like the daily racing form, which is a little more advanced. Your program is going to tell you how many races there are, the horses running in each race, and the kinds of bets you can make. Next, go see the horses up close. The paddock is the spot where you can get a great view of the horses being saddled up and paraded around the ring before they head out to the track. Ready to make a bet? You got two options. You could either go up to a teller like this one, they'll help you lock in your wagers, or you could find a machine like this one right here and punch in your tickets yourself. Helpful hack? Bring cash. You cannot bet with credit cards or debit cards at the track. Want to learn how to analyze the races or find out about the next big event? You'll find it all on americasbestracing.net.
Back with you on our summer-long coverage from Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Beautiful racetrack, historic grounds here. So many great moments have happened here, and I don't think anyone appreciates racing anywhere in the country like they do right here.
The love of horse racing in Saratoga is extreme, and I've been able to enjoy it my entire life. It's one of the great things about being a kid growing up in Saratoga, and all your friends love the racetrack, and you hang out with your friends, and you argue about racing, whether we went to Saratoga Harness so much as a kid, but waited all year to come here in the summer, and that joy has never left me.
You went to school here, right? I mean, they had to have a course on horse racing where you to school, right? We're in Saratoga.
It was called Every Day.
Okay.
It was called Every Day.
Did you, like a lot of kids that grew up here, did you ever sell like the pink sheet or like there were kids for years would sell pencils and so did you ever do that?
I came here and tried to pick winners and gambled, but
I
didn't. I literally just came and played the horse and met. I'm a kind of outgoing, obnoxious guy, and I met a lot of very serious professional players as a kid, and I'd like to think I learned sort of something from all of them throughout my life. But also, you talk about school. So many of my teachers, I'll still see some of them, were interested in horse racing, talking to them. And so many people around here know Coach Waldron, Ray Waldron, who passed away a few years ago. He's a wonderful man. And when he was the vice principal, I did the announcements in the morning. I stopped in his office, and we went through the races every day.
Love that. Well, you're from this town. You grow up in this town. You learn an appreciation for this sport. Our ABR race of the week, it is the Grade 2 Jim Dandy in this 3-year-old division. Final stop before the Travers. It's presented by DK Horse. $500,000 on the line. 5 will line up, 3 of them from the Brad Cox barn. Let's start with the Steve Asmussen runner, Disarm, who Paula Duca keeps telling me if it is a wet track, look out.
Good news, it's not going to be. I'll tell you the ultimate compliment to him. I think he's the least likely winner of the race, and he's still a major player in the race. Steve Asmussen with an improving 3-year-old. We've heard that before.
He was 4th in the Kentucky Derby behind Angel of Empire. Forte, the 2-year-old champ, he was 2nd in the Belmont off a 10-week layoff.
And ran a really good race that day. Very tall task, adds blinkers. Your 2-year-old champion needs to show that he's improved as a 3-year-old, but I think he's going to take a big step forward with the blinkers.
Hit show. He was 5th in the Derby, 4th in the Belmont for Brad Cox.
I like his chances quite a bit in here. I think he needs a bit of a less aggressive ride and maybe relax a little bit and make that run. And I think Hit Show can upset this race.
The new face on the scene, stablemate to Hit Show, Saudi Crown. He started out with back-to-back wins, sprinting, stretched out to a mile in the Grade 3 Dwyer, and that was a show that he and Fort Bragg put on.
Boy, he fought all the way to the wire. This is a major player, and he is going to be loose on the lead. They're all going to have to catch Saudi Crown.
Also from the same stable, 3rd in the Kentucky Derby for Brad Cox, Angel of Empire.
He's got a lot of fans, and you'll get some pace with Saudi Crown in there. But in my opinion, of the Brad Cox 3, I think he's the least likely winner.
Really?
I just haven't seen that finishing punch from him.
I agree with you, Andy. Listen, I picked him in the Kentucky Derby. I thought he had a good trip. He got there, and it looked to me like he flattened out a bit.
I mean, he and Mage were together down the backstretch, and Mage just ran away from on the turn, and he never could make up that ground.
No.
Happens on Saturday. We cannot wait. Grade 2 Jim Dandy, mile and an 1/8. And then it's on to the Travers for a few of these runners. We'll see who makes the marks and moves on. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Maybe, Andy said it's the best performance we're going to see all summer long here. This is one of the best performances we've seen all year. Echo Zulu, former champion, Looks like she might be back better than ever for Steve Asmussen. What a race in the honorable miss. We'll take a look back when we return.
Society building a 3-length lead, set down for the drive. She just went past Traveros, but she's still 5 lengths behind Society, who rolls off the turn, now in front by 6. Society down to the final furlong, now by 7. Traveros in a good battle for second with Matt Torreya. Nobody catching Society. Streaking through the stretch to score by 9 lengths on the wire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings. Selected on pedigree and conformation, this sale offers New York's finest. Recent graduates include graded stakes winners Robin Sparkles and Therapist, plus New York bred champions American Revolution. And what do you think now? In 2023, over $60 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 13th and 14th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at this very special spot here in upstate New York, where every summer some of the best racing in our sport takes place. Champions are made here at Saratoga Racecourse. 4th race, 6.5 furlong sprint, $16,000 claiming event. And Vita Emmy, 2-1 right now. Still the favorite here. David Jacobson, Arad Ortiz Jr. Let's go to Maggie.
We'll check in with the 8-year-old mare, searching for her 13th career victory. And look, her last race, it was good at Parks. Now, she did have to break from the inside, which she will do here yet again. And she got very antsy in the gate. Obviously, it did not deter her from running very well that day, where she spread out the field. And as they approached the top of the lane, well, it was like she found another gear overall. So now they're waiting very long time to keep the cold water wraps on. I guess they think somebody's claiming the 8-year-old mare here. But no front wraps today. She looks sensational. Watching her replay, I was like, well, she looks like one that carries her weight really well, good doer. And I'm even more impressed with what I see here. She's just a very rounded out, bigger mare. And I appreciate her because she looks exactly like all of the good and accomplished, yes, it's trues, who we don't see very much anymore. But it's cool to see one of his progeny here in the paddock at the spa. But I understand why there might be reasons to be suspicious. Maravilloso seems like the next logical player in here. She gets back to a dry, fast track. Now, she's run fine over a wet track in the past, but it's the first time for trainer Rick Dutrow that she will be able to do that. Now, last time she was kind of second flight behind a pace that eventually came from apart. And the winner, as she was going by down the middle of the racetrack, kind of hemmed Maravilloso. And I don't know if she was going to finish any better than what she ultimately did, but it just kind of turned into that even effort where she was unable to really pick up after that. There's a little bit more upside, you could say, with her because she's only that 4-year-old mare, and she's really, really solid here in the paddock, carrying really good weight, maybe better than what I've seen from her in the past. So I think these are the two logical contenders, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. So here's our favorite 8-year-old mare, off since mid-May at Parks. Has won at other racetracks, though, around the country. Not just a park specialist, and obviously knows how to find that wire. A 12-time winner.
Like horses that know the way to the winner's circle. Shows up, has speed inside. 12-time winner. I like Hickory horses.
I'm not 100% sure I'm right about this, but I believe I am. No, I am wrong. I was thinking if they could have run him for the waiver, but it's been only 2 months. It's 4 now, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
I was thinking about that as possible. Listen, she's the horse to beat. No one would deny that. She's the speed. She may have to deal with some speed from Beautiful Karen. But I don't know. I just don't trust a horse like this coming back off 2+ months for a barn that hasn't really been firing all cylinders. And these JKX horses have been known to run extremely well at parks and other places. They've had next to no success in New York. I think the last time they won a race was well back at Aqueduct. Way back, maybe even late last year.
Interesting.
She got helped a little bit, too, with the scratch of the 4, didn't she? Some other speed coming out?
Did to me because I picked the 4. So
yeah, it was a huge class dropper.
In my opinion, she got helped a great deal by her. It's really a question, how much pressure is Luis Saez? Because this is one where if Ira Ortiz lets Luis Saez go, he may not be able to get out that easily.
9 minutes away from this 4th coming up. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of First Responders Day, the NYPD's ceremonial unit will now make the call for Riders Up for race number 4, named for our first responders.
On behalf of the NYPD, ladies and gentlemen, Riders Up!
Well done, gentlemen. The NYPD ceremonial unit. They conduct hundreds of ceremonies every year in honor of police officers in New York and all across the United States. Honor to have them here.
Absolutely. I noticed a couple riders a little slow getting up there when they were given the order by the cops. So give out some tickets out there.
Fines are doubled in the paddock.
I've heard
8
that.
minutes away here from this 4th. And here's a look at the 7. Reigning Chick, Peter Walder, Tyler Gaffleone. This horse been competing in New York bred A other than races.
I'm going to make my case for her. She obviously has back races, 2 and 3 back, that make her very competitive here. She's run horrendously in her last 2. But she was running against much better horses, and she was absolutely sent. She didn't break last time, and she was sent on a mission, an absolutely wicked pace. So I don't think her last race is nearly as bad as it looks. Now she gets that needed class relief, a good outside post, and I thought if you're looking for an upsetter, she might be the best alternative.
5-1 right now for Peter Walder. Wow, and money continuing to pour in on Vita Emmy as they come down Champions Way. Another great crowd on hand on this Thursday afternoon, on a gorgeous Thursday. And week by week, the races get more important in stature. The intensity ramps up. What was it like for a rider for you here? I know a lot of the times you rode, it was those compact meets too, but mentally, how taxing was it?
Well, it was taxing because we race 6 days a week then. You work every single morning, whether it's a racing day or not. And there's always a lot of functions, charity events, things you're attending. Even though it's 24 days, it was an all-out sprint, Andy.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't riding, but I was here. You were riding the year in the early 80s, the year they ran 27 straight days.
No days off to make up for cancellations over the winter. Never were there more fights in the jockey's room than that year, and it was the old jockey's room that was cramped. Valich, jockey, everybody was fighting. We were all afraid to the core.
It was insane. Insane.
There's Vita Emmy, the favorite to kick things off for David Jacobson.
Looks to be the inside speed here. She is the one to beat, even though I have some reservations.
Beautiful Karen. Rudy Rodriguez has Luis Saez aboard.
Yes, should be forward as well, and she's the one that needs to keep the favorite, the one horse, at least a little bit honest, right?
You would think.
Gringot's a little hard to make here, cutting back in distance.
She does get a rider switch to Javier to Trevor McCarthy. I think could work in her favor, but she is a little tough to make.
Backed by Gold, Pat Quick trains.
She's not impossible here. She was dreadful in her return race, but she's got go-back form as she drops down. That would make her a huge player here.
Maravilloso at 5-2. You said it much better than I did.
Marvelous, and I like her. That's my top selection. I think she gets the right kind of trip in this spot.
And here's Tyler Gaffalione again on Reigning Chick.
I made my case for Reigning Chick. I think she's an interesting drop down, a little bit of a price.
And 5-year-old mare Game Theory on the outside at a big price.
Yeah, big price is going to have to. I mean, she's dropping down, but she's going to have to find better races than she's been running recently.
Slow figures, but her last dirt start, she was in for 40. She's in for 16 today.
She's in a little more realistic spot here, no doubt. My worry about Maraviglioso is her propensity to finish third. 7 thirds and 18 starts. Usually if I find horses that run second a lot, she runs third a lot.
Naira bets, real quick, Naira Bet Saratoga contests on Saturdays. They're here, feature competitive edge. Live money handicapping contests every week. Register now. You have until 5 p.m. Eastern on Friday. Go to naira.com/contest to learn more.
I want a closer here. That's just how I feel about it. And I thought the 6 and the 7 were the two that you wanted. I picked the 6 to win, but full disclosure, I'm going to make a 6-7 exacta box.
Well, the 6 is going to be more forward than the 7, which I always think works to her advantage. She has a little bit more speed than the 7, so we'll see, and that may help her. My worry with Maraviglioso is she's just been in these races at short prices, and she's just failing to deliver, getting there. But listen, I picked the race 7-1-6. I'm not in any way suggesting I don't think she's a big-time player.
We're just a few days away from the most wild night of the summer, year in, year out here in Saratoga. It's karaoke night. Riders up, all to benefit PDJF. Permanently disabled jockeys fund. It's a tremendous cause. If you can't make it, you have to go. It is so much fun. But even if you can't, you can still donate to that tremendous cause.
It really is a fun night, and I give all of the men and women that get up there and sing all the credit in the world. I sing alone in the shower. I could never
TMI
embarrass myself like that. Andy, you gonna get up there and sing?
No, I don't.
I bet we could raise a lot of money if
just
Andy get
so
up there.
you know,
I'll go in the dunk tank for the PDJF as I've done before.
There's talk of Saratoga Live Talent Karaoke Night, and everyone has to participate.
Guess what? I won't be.
Makes two of
As
us.
I said, I'm happy to go in the dunk tank for charity again. I did it once before. I'll do it again.
I went in that dunk tank one year, and honestly, it hurt my back.
By the way, I nailed you. I'm the one that got you dropped first.
You did, that's right, yeah. No, that was great. I'm happy to raise money for him. It's a little weird because I got dunked like 10 times, and you get this incredible adrenaline rush, and it was a little weird. I was like buzzing for like an hour.
Maggie, I know you took part in that day.
She didn't. She's my real friend.
Yeah. Okay. No, but what I was going to say is, Greg, if we have a karaoke night with talent, you guys are going to have to fight me for the mic. Like, I am a karaoke hog. So please let me know. I'm all over that. And if any of the jocks, I'm just putting it out there. If you want a little help, I'm your girl. Anyway, number 7 in here, Reigning Chick. Look, I do think, number 1, that is the 8-year-old mare, Vita Emmy, is much the horse to beat here, but I couldn't get over how well Reigning Chick looks today, on the day. And she's moving better, her coat, weight, flesh, just every single box, which I've always kind of been meh on this filly at times. I've never seen her look this good. And as Andy said, just the class relief alone should be vital. She's moving very well out there, which is, some of these other horses maybe not getting over the track as well as you'd like to see. But I think for me, she was the one that looked like she could take down the one here, Vita Emmy. But I'm not going to be surprised when we see Vita Emmy in the winner's circle, guys.
Still 2-1 Vita Emmy, but yeah, here's the 7, Reigning Chick, 4-1.
I'm live in the double, as I said before the last race. I played doubles with the 2 and 5. It's $21 for $1. So hope for the best. But listen, I'm not taking Vita Emmy lightly. I won't be surprised if she wins. Sure. It's not my cup of tea. I think Maraviglioso has a chance. The horses take a lot of money that I don't get is the number 2, Beautiful Karen. She's just not a horse that wins very often. Isn't she going to have to deal with the 1 speed as well?
I agree with you. I mean, she's going to either be in a duel with the 1, doing the dirty work, and she doesn't have a winning profile. 3 wins, 7 seconds, 8 thirds. Again, I wanted to go to horse to the outside that'll be closing. I thought the 6 and the 7 fit that bill the best, and I will agree with Maggie wholeheartedly. The 7 made absolutely the most outstanding impression from a physical perspective.
Well, David Jacobson got on the board with a win with horse who's just in an incredible form. Colonel Bowman still had to fight off a Lena Rice runner that made a run at him. But that was the breakthrough win here at the meet for David Jacobson. See if he can get another one here with Vita Emmy, the one here at 2-1. You would expect to see Rat Ortiz Jr. try and be aggressive right out of the gate from that inside post. As we get set for this fourth coming up. Start of a middle pick 4 as well on this Thursday card.
Really shaping up to be a great weekend here. I mean, the next 2 cards we're drawing Sunday today. The next 2 cards, which I've pretty much done all the work on, they're really exciting cards. Some fun races, some really good races, nice field size as well. So looking forward to a big weekend here in Saratoga.
What's the race year in, year out that you usually look most forward to at the meet?
Well, I mean, the Whitney's always been one of my favorite races. I consider it the preeminent older horse race in the country. Seen so many great horses, and not all older horses. Java Gold, Alidar, those horses winning it nearly on time. There's one for you, Richie.
Wow.
But I always love that one.
103 pounds, Steve Coughlin.
Yeah, that's right.
Fargo finished last.
Steve ride him?
Steve Coughlin rode him.
Well, Fargo, they just gave a tour around the racetracks. People wanted to see him. I don't know if they like betting him in even money, but the Test is one of my favorite races every year.
Is up there.
And it's shaping up as to be just a great race this year.
I've never seen a bad Test.
Yeah.
I love that race.
Yeah. Remember Extra Heat? She lost, but how well she ran. And I think they went 43 and change the half. And Victory Ride, was a race named for her, came and got her with a perfect trip. And she was
Heat,
a
one
very
of
good
my
horse.
all-time favorites. Sold at auction, I believe, $6,500.
She's everything that's great about horse racing.
There is a Rat Ortiz Jr. One of the great starts to a meet, maybe the best ever. Here at Saratoga, 22 wins already. Doubled up on the next closest to him, although Louis Saez just got number 12 to cut into that a touch.
He's coming. He's coming.
There's going to be some wins for some of the other riders here, no question. Flavian Pratt out on suspension. He's going to be back this weekend. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the 4th from Saratoga.
Thank you, Greg. That was backed by gold that just went in. Here's Meraviglioso, and then we have 2 more left to load. Reigning Chick. Game Theory will complete the line. Smooth loading process. Here's Game Theory. They're in the gate. A little bit of movement from Vita Emmy right before the gate was about to open. Calms down. And they're off. A stumbling beginning for backed by gold. Meraviglioso gets the first call out of the gate, but there's a battle up top. Reigning Chick moves up. Vita Emmy flashing her customary speed. Beautiful Karen in between them up the backstretch. Beautiful Karen takes a narrow lead. Vita Emmy has to sit a neck back second. A length to Reigning Chick, a 3-wide third. Then Meraviglioso, who sits off that pace battle, 6 lengths off the leaders. Backed by gold, racing in between rivals, Gringotts and Game Theory. The quarter zipped in a very rapid 21 3/5 seconds. And it's Vita Emmy battling it out with Beautiful Karen. Reigning Chick, smooth trip on the outside, moving up outside. Beautiful Karen now to take the second spot. Meraviglioso 4 lengths off the lead, also starting to gather nice momentum in the blue cap. They're at the top of the stretch. Vita Emmy with new company in the form of Reigning Chick. Meraviglioso swings into action. They're a furlong from the finish, and Reigning Chick has taken the lead, opening up 3. Meraviglioso on the outside. Vita Emmy is down at the rail, a 16th to go. Reigning Chick, 2.5 length lead. Meraviglioso's trying to get her late. It's Reigning Chick, Meraviglioso, Reigning Chick. A perfect trip ride from Tyler Gaffleone to score over Meraviglioso. Vita Emmy was 3rd, Gringotts 4th.
She looked the part leading up to the race, and she gets the W here, 2 today for Tyler Gaffleone.
Set a perfect trip, Andy. When she set up shop just outside the leaders and was traveling the way she was, you knew she had the 2 in front of her. You're scanning back to see who's traveling behind her. Meraviglioso ran extremely well, 2nd best.
Yeah, she may have gotten the best trip of all, though, because they were moving. Now, people should understand, they go about 2 to 3/5 of a second faster in the 6.5 furlong race than the 6s in the first quarter, because there's a much longer run-up because of the break of the turn.
Right.
So you see 21.68, and I'm not saying it's not fast, but it's more like 21.10, 22.10 at 6 furlongs. But they were moving. And this horse ran today, and, you know, Maggie talked quite a bit about how good she looked on the racetrack, and she was right. She was ready to run her best race today.
3-1 winner, reigning chick. Peter Walder owns part of this filly as well. And again, multiple win day early on here for Tyler Gaffleon. We'll have these prices coming up. We're going to look back to a race early on in the card yesterday. Small field, but 3 extremely talented fillies and mares in the honorable miss. And it was a no contest. Echo Zulu just demolishes this field, and she took serious heat early from Frank's Rocket. It did not matter.
No, she took heat early from a quality mare in Frank's Rocket, shrugged her off, kicked clear, was asked for run, set down by Florent Giroux, but then when he kind of looks around, he'll look in the infield. Watch his head right here. He's going to look at the board. Oh, man, I'm 7 in front. He eases up, her ears come up, and she floats under the wire, and just a real scintillating performance. This is the best performance I've seen this year.
Performances like that just get you excited.
Yeah.
They just, and the other thing is, most of the time when horses run huge efforts like that, she got a 112 buyer, very fast race, they get a perfect trip doing it, right? Everything sets up for them. They get alone in the lead. They get a setup. She got, I mean, a very, very good horse breathing down her neck and through a wicked pace. A very good horse who was finished over 7 lengths behind her and even lost second, which she rarely does, in Frank's Rocket. I can't say enough about this race.
108-3 with that 112 buyer. Florence Giroux basically stopped riding her about 40, 50 yards from the wire. Dominant performance. I know Goodnight Olive's the champ. We're going to see these two do battle, most likely in the Ballerina to come. That'll be at 7/8. We have a changing of the guard coming up.
I think the Goodnight Olive heard about that race, and she didn't talk to anybody after they ran that race. I mean, Goodnight Olive's the champ, as you say, and no disrespect. She's not beating that filly if she runs that kind of race.
That was incredible.
Yeah, real, some performance, and that's what's the blessing of Saratoga, that we're here, and in the 4th race on a Wednesday, you get to see a performance like that.
Those are the kind of performances you remember for a long, long time, honestly. That was a great performance.
You alluded to it earlier with that performance. So that was at 6 furlongs. Steve Asmussen now has a decision to make because she ran so good. Filly and mare sprint 7/8. This is at 6 furlongs. Maybe she is better at 6, and she might be the best in the country at 6. Elite Power is now the reigning champ sprinter.
Couldn't warm her up.
Had not run a number close to that in his most recent efforts.
And you made a good point. We were talking about it off air. Essentially, it may depend a little bit on Goodnight. Goodnight.
Yeah.
Because if he's the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Sprint, maybe Steve Asmussen's more inclined to go to the Filly and Mare Sprint with this horse. If he doesn't do well in the Vanderbilt Saturday, I expect him to, then maybe he takes this filly there. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I just hope they all stick around and run, because that was thrilling.
Good problems to have. She's that good. Love to hear the conversations going on in that barn. We got a long way till we get there, but that was scintillating to watch Echo Zulu do that to that field. I know it was compact, but 3 really good, too. She destroyed 2 incredibly talented mares in that spot. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal in San Diego. Those already with us on our FS2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live on a gorgeous Thursday afternoon here in upstate New York. Craig Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliore, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And we are having a good time with the best still yet to come here on this Thursday card. Very competitive, late pick 5 ahead. We just saw race 4, reigning chick. 2 wins today for Tyler Gaffleon.
A filly that looked outstanding. Maggie noted it in the paddock on the racetrack. Got a perfect trip. She was close to it to hot pace, but sitting just off it, dueling leaders. And she, very resolute to the wire, held up Maravilloso, who had a nice trip as well. Good ride from Jamie Torres. Jamie still looking for his first Saratoga winner.
But I'm going to tell you something about Maravilloso. We talked about her with all those 3rd-place finishes. If she really had that will to win, she would have won this race, because she got a dream setup sitting back there, and she got to the 7. I was worried she'd pass her, and she didn't even make that serious a dent into her.
No, she was grinding, and she got up for
have
second.
That desire to get there.
I was happy she got up for second, because I did box the exact. I listened to
As
you
you
and
said
Maggie,
you were going to.
and so I'm happy.
7-6-1-3. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
A very, very happy winner's circle with reigning chick today. Please be joined by winning trainer and co-owner Peter Walder, as well as Al. Oh my gosh. Wizialko. Here we go. I knew I was going to mess it up. Peter messed it up. And the rest of the crew. You got the memo, Al. You got the memo. You are dressed for Saratoga.
Yeah, Peter told me to wear the lucky suit, and just first win up here is huge, and just trying to make people proud and really excited, happy.
Actually, Kathy bought that for Eric this morning.
Yeah.
My wife made me buy this morning.
So you can never take it off now.
No.
Go to sleep in it.
Frame it.
Peter, talk about reigning chick. Just, you know, we talk about so much here in Saratoga. You got to drop to really be effective. She looks sensational today.
She's been very frustrating. I can't thank these guys enough. They've been very patient. She's been frustrating because I know she was better than the way she's been running. But, you know, when you come up here and you win, it makes it all worth it. You know, there's winning and then there's winning here. I always say that. There's nothing like it. But, you know, we got the job done today, and that's all that matters.
Al, why is this win so special to you?
This is the first one. First one. Hopefully many more to go.
Have you always dreamed of owning horses?
Yeah, my grandfather owned them 30 years ago, and kind of got out of it and came back, kind of resurrected the partnership there, and here we are.
That's amazing. Al, everyone involved in this stable. Peter, congratulations.
Actually, it's the first time he's been here.
Yeah.
That's epic.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You're the lucky charm, I think.
It's the shirt. The shirt.
The shirt is not coming off, Greg. Oh, well, Peter, we don't need to know about that.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you, guys.
Nothing like winning at this racetrack. You see the emotion. It's so special.
It is so special, and you could feel the emotion there and the excitement, and that was great. That's what winning's all about.
It's what racing's about. It's what Saratoga's about, and you know you can really respect how emotional the guy was getting after that win. And it's not a Grade 1 stake, but to them it was, and that was a great moment.
We're not going to see someone better dressed today either.
That shirt was strong. I agree.
We're gonna take Jonathan's coming on later. He'll have.
Jonathan's got shirt envy right now if he's watching.
That suit was outstanding. We have more coming up. Very competitive fifth ahead. This is a mile and a 16th over the inner turf. Allowance optional claiming field. Butte Cachet for Chad Brown. Attracting a lot of attention, but this is going to be a much tougher spot for this filly here in her second stakes outing. We'll have more on it when we come back. We'll also have the next edition of Kart Talk. Hall of Famer Bill Mott jumping in the golf buggy to talk about his loaded stable when we come back.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Back on Saratoga Live on First Responders Day. Earlier in the day, New York Police Department ceremonial unit gave the riders up call. Two of New York's most celebrated pipe and drum bands from the FDNY and New York State Police, both on hand for the first time ever, same time here at Saratoga Race Course. Pleasure and honor to have them here, honoring our true heroes in this country. He's a Hall of Famer, one of the sport's all-time greats, and owns arguably the greatest win streak in the history of this sport. But even with all the talent Bill Mott has had over his incredible career, this year may be a different story with the likes of Elite Power, Cody's Wish, Warlike Goddess, Frank's Rockette, just to name a few. He is the guest in the buggy with JK in this week's edition of Car Talk.
Bill, you got your first winner when you were 15 years old, a $320 race mare named My Assets. A few Eclipse Awards, a few Breeders' Cups, a Kentucky Derby later, and now you're going to run Elite Power and Cody's Wish in two Grade 1s, the Vanderbilt and the Whitney. Did the young 15-year-old Bill Mott see that coming?
Never even imagined being at the races other than any place in the Midwest. I mean, I never imagined that I would ever even race a horse at Churchill Downs. I mean, when I was starting out, it was just only a dream. What I remember, the first Derby was Proud Clarion winning the Derby, which was either 1966 or 67. I mean, I was listening to the Derby on the radio and never imagined that I'd ever even step foot on the soil at Churchill Downs. And then as years went on, I wound up racing at Churchill Downs. I held a record there for 32 years as having the most wins at Churchill Downs.
Speaking of the Kentucky Derby, you're a horse trainer. You sit on airplanes, you sit in Ubers, you're in cars with people, and they say, what do you do for a living? You tell them you train horses. The next question they ask you is, have you ever won the Kentucky Derby?
Right.
Now, how do you answer that question? Do you just say yes, or do you explain it to them?
Yeah, no. I say, yeah, we won it. Oh, yeah, I won that race.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, it's all that matters. And it took a long time to be able to answer that question in that way. Or you'll even get somebody that's asking, you know, have you ever run in the Kentucky Derby, or have you ever had a horse for the Kentucky Derby? And now the answer is yes. So it's comes out a little easier now.
The world would be mad at me if we didn't talk a little bit about Cigar. What was his favorite race that you can remember of all of his races, the one that just, you can watch it now and it still probably gives you goosebumps?
I would say the Breeders' Cup Classic when he won in Belmont Park.
And Cigar wants to go to the lead, but Jerry Bailey says no.
It was 10 in a row for the year. It was the championship race.
Cigar! Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush.
He just answered all the questions.
And here he is, the unconquerable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
It was really a memorable race.
There's not too many cigars in this world, but you're doing all right. You got two of the best older horses in training. We'll start with Elite Power, who'll be running in the Vanderbilt.
Very good horse. Late developer, didn't break his maiden until he was 4 years old. He wound up being a champion sprinter. You know, we're coming back at 6 furlongs in the Vanderbilt.
And then Cody's Wish is going to be trying the mile and an eighth, 2 turns, and the Whitney. I don't have any problem with it. I think he's going to handle it perfectly, but I'll go to the master here.
You never know they're going to do it until they do it.
Well, Bill, we wish you the best of luck this weekend with Elite Power, next weekend with Cody's Wish.
Well, we hope everybody holds together, keeping them sound, keeping them happy, keeping them healthy, and trying to extend them.
Thanks, Bill. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. Did us ride Dancer's Image as well?
I'm not sure. I'm a rookie.
Kart Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm. And Bill Mott, it is just an embarrassment of riches. And in this position, obviously he's one of the great trainers of all time, but these owners that he has, keeping these older horses in the sport and bringing them back for these extra seasons.
And it's interesting with the success he's having with Godolphin runners, particularly now, Cody's Wish and others, because Bill had trained extensively for Darley. They were Darley, most of their horses here, including Elusive Quality and others. And he didn't train for him for a while, and I talked to him about it when he first started getting back, and he said, you know, Tommy Albertrani, who was his good friend, but also worked for him, had basically been their sole trainer in the country, so I'm never going to ask for a horse when Tommy's getting their horse. He said, but I started looking around and realizing they're giving horses to lots of guys around the country. He gave him a call and said, hey, what happened to me? And it turned out to be very good for both Godolphin and Bill.
Well, Elite Power, too. We're going to see in action in the Grade 1 Vanderbilt this weekend. Kona, this horse just keeps winning and winning and winning. For a man known for the greatest win streak in history, he's got 2 incredible win streaks right now.
But to be able to keep a horse in that top form for an elongated period of time has been one of the things that made Bill Mott the youngest trainer ever inducted into racing's Hall of Fame. And getting back to Tommy Albertrani, he was a longtime assistant trainer to him. I rode with Tommy Albertrani years ago. He was an apprentice in New York. He used to ride a horse, Nightly Spice, for his uncle, Jack Abetamarco.
And you talk about the consistency of these horses, Greg. That's Cigar's mark, right? He was, not only was he incredibly talented, but he always showed up.
7 in a row for Elite Power, 6 in a row for Cody's Wish. We're going to see him next in the Whitney. We're going to see Elite Power, though, the reigning sprint champion on Saturday in the Vanderbilt, trying to win an 8th in a row. This is the True North. When, once again, coming from an international race, just didn't slow down a step.
No, and he's put himself a little bit more in the races, which will help him going forward. And he's obviously a very good horse, and last year's sprint champion. I don't believe in any of those races he's faced as tough a horse as Goodnight, because Jackie's Warrior was tailing off when he met him, and he obviously didn't run well in the sprint. Goodnight looks like the best is yet to come.
I like closing sprinters. You know, if a race is going to be laden with speed, right? You like them horses that can kick from off the pace sprinting. They're exciting types. This is a terrific race.
Awesome field that is going to line up. We can't wait. That's coming up on Saturday. Of course, we have the Jim Dandy as well. Right now, we're getting to this 5th race, mile and a 16th on the turf coming up. One of the most competitive races we have on this card today. And there is a look at Sail By Phil Antonacci. Huge price here, 25 to 1. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And we have 3 fillies or mares trying new equipment for the first time, all of which adding blinkers, including Veronica Green and number 3, Mise en Scene. And the horse I'll start with, and that's number 4, Pleasant Passage. Luckily for our production crew, they're all applying the same type of blinker, and it is a very short cup, as we refer to, cheater blinker. And this is, for instance, the blinker that Forte is going to wear for the first time this Saturday. Not changing too much, not changing style, just getting a horse to possibly be a little bit more locked on and not worry about what's going on right next to them. So it's kind of, you know, the blinker that makes them pass compared to the blinker that puts more speed into them. So Pleasant Passage adds it for her second start here, kind of in a row, if you will. She has had that one start back at Keeneland in the Appalachian, but first start back here where last time she was wired by For the Flag, and it was just kind of more or less a merry-go-round type of race. And I think that they've probably put them on to get a little bit more of just that more forward momentum. Yeah, granted, she was hampered at the start of stumbling last time, but she looks stronger having that race under her belt now and pairing these 2 back to back. And furthermore, she looked a little bit drab and dull in her coat, and it feels like that's rounding back into form too, as we'll check into the filly, filly to her inside and Mise en Scene, and she is sharp. She is very aggressive. Now, this is the first time I've seen her. I wasn't in the paddock for that last effort on June 16th. But she feels like one where they might be going forward with her, but maybe not necessarily because they are cutting back a little bit. But given how keen and fired up she is here today for Brendan Walsh, I think the cutback in distance does make a good deal of sense to the mile and a 16th. Now, the front wraps do show up here yet again. As I said, just a short cup blinker being applied to her. Big long shot in here, Sail By. And there's some form with this filly as a 2-year-old that makes her somewhat competitive if she can ever just take that step forward. Now, last time when she made her first start for Phil Antonacci, it was going the 7/8, and I feel like longer is always going to be a little bit better for her, and she does have good tactical speed when going a route of ground. And furthermore, she just didn't look ready for that start back, and I know she's been entered a couple times since then. She's been rained off, or I feel like she's been on MTO, or not MTO, but on an AE list as well. She has strengthened up a lot, and it feels like Phil's horses, as he has said in an interview with me when he won the first race of the meet, that they had to deal with a lot. There was a lot of illness in their barn, and now everything's kind of clicking off, and she looks far better, Greg, than what she did going back to that effort back in May.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Coming down Champions Way post parade here, coming up 8 minutes away from this 5th race, and Chad Brown with the inside and outside fillies in this spot, the 1 and the 8. Let's take a look at Butte Cachet in the States debut. It was a very slow pace, Andy. She was trying to run down.
Yeah, and getting the rail today certainly helps her cause. And she overcame a slow pace. It wasn't that good a race, but she did get the job done. I think that she's flattered by the 3rd finisher, another Chad Brown horse coming back with a huge effort on closing day at Belmont.
Going by 6 lengths.
Yeah, she was big. It wasn't that strong a field, but she was very good. But still, you're just taking the worst of it. Irad Ortiz, Chad Brown, the inside, short price. This is a pretty competitive race.
I agree, and obviously strong connections. I will say this, though. I was in the paddock that day. I was reporting, and I thought that she looked, and Chad Brown's so great off the layoffs, I actually thought this filly's going to be much better with a race under her belt.
It's a horse to beat, but I don't want a short price in here. I picked her 2nd. I like the 7, Miss Carol Ann, but I can understand people liking her.
Call to post here for the 5th. And here's the 8-5 favorite. 2nd state starts here for Chad Brown.
Yeah, she's well posted inside. She doesn't have much speed. She's dangerous, very dangerous. This is a competitive field.
It's a filly who has talent. It's a graded stakes winner on the grass at 21-1.
I think she's too big a price, and she'll be forward. She's flash speed sprinting on the turf.
So disappointing a return, though.
Yeah.
Brendan Walsh trains Mizzen St. Tyler Gaffleon, looking for a 3rd win today.
Yeah, she was bad last time, inexplicably bad. She was much the best 2 back when she got badly left. I like her chances, but her last race worries me.
Ran on the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf last year. Here's Pleasant Passage, very talented runner-up of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
Yeah, adds blinkers today, and she's had some trips. I think she's a player here. You get Manny Franco, Johnny Velasquez off his mounts today.
21-1 Bramble Bay.
Yeah, she's one of the long shots in here, and she's not untalented. She just is a very tough spot.
Miss Carol Ann, Graham Motion, Joel Rosario.
I like her chances. I'm hoping Joelle sends her the front. I thought she ran well behind Repeater Regal Realm, who won a stake at Canterbury. I like her.
And Veronica Green. Blinkers going on. This Chad Brown filly with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, adding the blinkers, a 4-year-old mare. It seems like the theme of this race. We got a couple of equipment changes. Another one from the Chad Brown Barnes, a player. I don't really see a lot of difference between her and the Chad Brown that's 8-5. I think they're pretty close.
Well, 8-5, 5-1 between those two. Now our bets contests. You can be part of it with a Friday feeder contest to try and get and earn your way into that $300 contest. $40 buy-in to get into the biggie.
I like that. I like
Take a shot. Register now, NYRA.com/contests. Good luck to everybody participating. Well, here's a look at Miss Carol Ann for Graham Motion. Ran on the Grade 3 Pebbles in her States debut, and the 4-year-old debut came at Belmont at 7/8.
But she didn't run bad in that race. It was a race that was wired by Faith in Humanity, who came back and won a graded stake in her next start. And then last time out, she was a good second to a horse that controlled in the front end, who came back to win a stake at Canterbury and run up 89 buyer figure. I think she makes a lot of sense.
Joel Rosario will be aboard. It's going to be the furthest she has ever gone. But yeah, it looks like she has talent, still relatively lightly raced. And right now, 5-1. Meanwhile, there's the other Chad Brown filly.
She's getting
Veronica
ignored
Green.
a bit. and she's not untalented. She was badly victimized by a slow pace last time out. I don't understand why she's a bigger price than Pleasant Passage, because at least Pleasant Passage was sitting on the rail behind the slow pace and much closer, and Veronica Green was wider than her and farther back, and she was more compromised and still finished ahead of her. Now, I'm not thrilled with either one, but I don't think Veronica Green should be the same price similar as Pleasant Passage, who I just don't believe has gone on with it from her 2-year-old year. Very good 2-year-old.
She was precocious. Look, those back-to-back wins, the Miss Grillo as well, and then runner-up Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. She did, aside from the Breeders' Cup, her figures have not been very good.
No, she's been one of these horses that was good as a 2-year-old that has not.
But even the
forward.
wins,
you could even argue she's gone backwards in her races.
So I picked her. So you guys gonna let me defend my pick?
No. In fact, you have to leave the set.
I actually thought last time that she was a filly that needed blinkers. She was running with the emergency brake on and stops and starts. He added the blinkers today. I'm hoping that it really kind of puts her back to what we thought she was going to be when she was 2.
I think you could also, though, make that's fine and that's fair. Listen, it's not impossible. I could argue the Miss Grillo. Free Look hasn't gone on and done that much since that race. She was actually just sold for $550,000 at the Fasig-Tipton sale back over the summer. She hasn't been that good. Maybe now Be Your Best had a bad trip that day. She's run okay since then. I just wonder sometimes. I always feel like the Breeders' Cup juvenile turf races are the easiest races to win, those 2-year races, because they aren't so strong. And we've seen a number of those horses, like Pizza Bianca. She wasn't as good going forward. And a lot of times it's just incredible improvement from horses that weren't that good at 2 but get much better.
Yeah, you got your 2-year-olds. Some are just more precocious than others.
2 minutes of post coming up. Chad Brown still with the favorite on the rail. Start number 2 for Butte Cachet, Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, and he's bookending the field, right, with the inside and outside horse. And Butte Cachet is one that I didn't see in that stateside debut, but she runs like a lot of French fillies do when they train. They can be really light-mouthed, and I think that, I don't know, this is my theory on it. As Andy says, there's things at the racetrack that you just can't explain, but being around horses, in that, when you're dealing with European horses, they're training up hills. So the rider doesn't really have to apply that much pressure to their mouth because they're just, naturally going to run a little bit slower. So when they get over here and it's very flat, they're a bit freer. And so when they feel the pressure in their mouth, they react I give up. Anyway, they react poorly to it. And I feel like that's kind of what happened to her last time. She got very light-mouthed under Arad Ortiz, and it was a slow pace that, eventually kind of held together. She's just able to wear down that horse. She looks sensational. I have no problems with her whatsoever, but just something to pay attention to, and maybe she gets over it having that start here in the States under her belt. As we'll look at Veronica Green, who I'm going to take a stab at here. I agree with Andy. She was pace compromised last time, putting the blinkers on. Maybe she lays a little bit closer, and I've always just kind of liked this filly. She's one that they tried on the turf for the first time last year up here at the Spa, and I remember looking at her in the paddock and thinking, I don't know about this. And then for some reason I was doing that maiden special weight on the pony and watching her warm up. I was like, holy moly, I get it now, because she just moves like a turf horse. So we'll see what she does. Not the best post outside, but I do like Veronica Green. We'll take a stab with her.
Thank you, Maggie. Veronica Green, the other Chad Brown filly, 5-1 from that outside post. And there she is in the silks of Peter Brandt with Jose Ortiz.
She's consistent. Now, she's probably consistent at a level at most a cut below the best here, but I'm not going to be shocked when she takes a little step forward. And I thought she was way against it last time. Much more so than the 4.
Andy, how cool is it to see those colors of Peter Brandt now be such a force again in racing? Because when we were younger, obviously the late 70s, early 80s, those colors were, I mean, every weekend you knew they were going to be involved in the races.
Gulch, Magambo, you think about all those good horses that he had. Track Baron back then. Just a Game, a lot of good fillies. Horses in Europe. He's actually part owner of one of the best horses in Europe. Paddington right now is running in the Sussex, he told me.
He was part owner of an ARC winner recently, right?
Yes. In fact, I think bull owner, actually, of that horse. His name escapes me. Sister Charlie, actually. And he's got Paddington as well. I think Stone Age who I believe ran second in the Breeders' Cup Turf, is training in here, and Chad Brown has him. I'm not exactly sure where he's going to show up, but I talked to Peter for quite a bit yesterday and talked about some of his horses. He had bought Weah from Daniel Wildenstein after her first year in this country.
We're discussing some of the art you wanted to buy?
No, we were discussing my favorite art, horses.
One of the great art collectors in the country, in the world, really.
Has an exhibition in a space he has down the East Village of Warhol right now. I went to that right before I came up here. Had a great exhibition of Basquiat pictures. I think Peter's probably one of the biggest collectors of Basquiat's. It was a great exhibit I went to a few years ago, before the pandemic.
He's going to send this one out here. Veronica Green, the 8 with Jose Ortiz, but the 6-5 favorite, the stablemate of this one. Butte Cachet, State's debut, just got up to win, overcoming those slow early fractions.
Sotsas.
That's right. There you go. Arc winner for Peter Brandt. So 7-5 favorite and the stablemate to this one here. But seems a lot more competitive than that to the three of us.
I agree. I mean, I don't think anybody was surprised if the one wins the race, picked her second, but this is a very competitive race.
Frank Miramati with the call. Here's race 5, Saratoga.
And they're off. But Cachet is out very quickly. Miss Caroline, though, wants to lead and gets it. Miss Caroline will set the tempo. Bramble Bay is close up with the white blinkers racing in between horses. A hard-to-handle Pleasant Passage is racing on the inside of Veronica Green. Mise en Scène is second to last, and Sail By is at the back of the field. They round the first turn, covered by about 7 lengths, and it's Miss Caroline dictating terms, leading by a length over Veronica Green, who moves a clear-cut second. Butte Cachet is down on the inside under a hard hold third, and Bramble Bay right next to her. The opening quarter went in 25 1/5 seconds. Pleasant Passage has settled down in the 5th spot, 5 lengths off the lead. Another length back to Mise en Scène, and Sail By continues at the back. 48-4 for the half. Miss Caroline just in front. Veronica Green turning up the pressure without being asked to do so. 2 more. Butte Cachet is on the inside of Bramble Bay. Then Pleasant Passage, Mise en Scène right next to one another, 5 lengths off the lead. Still a pretty big gap to Sail By. Miss Caroline hanging tough with a 1/4 mile to go, 3/4 of a length. Butte Cachet swings to the outside for the drive. Veronica Green is losing ground in between horses down at the rail. Pleasant Passage, they're a furlong from the finish. And Miss Caroline a length on the outside. Butte Cachet, and here's Mise en Scène with a late bid down on the inside. Pleasant Passage now on the outside. Butte Cachet takes the lead. Mise en Scène surging quickly. Mise en Scène got up to beat Butte Cachet. Then it was Pleasant Passage and a tiring Miss Caroline.
Mise en Scène, Brandon Walsh, 3rd win today for Tyler Gaffleone.
Well-timed ride, got up in the shadow of the wire. There was a couple other things going on in the stretch in here. I think one thing we all agreed on, we weren't crazy about the one at a short price, and she really didn't show up whatsoever. I thought the 4 was a little bit unlucky. Pleasant Passage, she kind of got caught in a tough spot there. Veronica Green showing better speed with the blinkers on, but she kind of gave it up there at about the 8th pole. Philly on the lead. Miss Caroline, Andy, she looked like she was cruising. She was going to be tough. She fought hard, just got nipped.
No excuse at all. She went slow on the front end, probably couldn't get the distance. No excuse for Butte Cachet, who had a perfect trip to get it done, just couldn't quite get it done. And Mise en Scène ran poorly last time out, but today she ran much better. Nice win for her, and that's back-to-back for Tyler.
Philly was in the Breeders' Cup. Philly Turf is a 3-year-old last year. Obviously a huge price there. She beat half the field that day. Able to just get up in time and does so at 9-2 here.
Yeah, and again, nicely well-judged ride here. 1 filly made her run. She gets nipped at the wire. The 4 was in tight, then got her run, rallied for 3rd, but hey, the winner was good. Andy, not a lot of pace.
Very, very
Came
well.
around really well.
Yeah.
There's Brendan Walsh having an outstanding 2023 right now.
He's a terrific trainer. If you say to me, the list of the guys who are sort of a little under the radar and on the cusp of maybe moving into the highest level, I put Brendan very, very high on that list.
He has probably the leader of that 3-year-old filly division, who's making that interesting move, cutting back just because of the fact it's the same ownership group. They have Wet Paint as well, but Pretty Mischievous, your Kentucky Oaks winner, backed it up with the Acorn as well. Do you say the leader of the division?
She has to be considered the leader of the division with the 2 grade 1s. I mean, obviously she loses the test, and if Wet Paint should win the Alabama, it evens things out a little bit. A win in the test, and I don't see how there's any case could be made that she won't be 3-year-old champion.
And the plan from that, even they're going to cut back to the test to stretch back out in the cotillion, at Parks.
Right. They'll probably wait a little bit, maybe a spinster for Wet Paint if things go well, presumably. And, you know, then they have to decide which Breeders' Cup race to go into, and maybe Echo Zulu's presence will make a lot of decisions easier because she potentially, and a lot can change between now and then, is a horse people look to avoid.
9-2 here on Mise en Scène with an upset here in this 5th race. Good for Brendan Walsh. And Tyler in those silks, obviously a huge win. Breeders' Cup weekend.
3-win day,
little fortunate, but Caravel, who we're going to see again at the meet coming up.
Caravel, terrific turf sprinter, and we've got 5 races in the books, and Tyler's got 3 wins already, so he has a chance to tack on to his totals today. And it's always great to win races in bunches in Saratoga because it gets so much attention.
He's always smiling like that, but it's a little extra behind it today with this kind of start to the card. Good for him. It's always a little bit tougher, too. I mean, as talented as he is, and he dominates out in Kentucky, to come to this meet when you're not based in New York, like some of these guys are, to get the same kind of business.
He's got a great agent in Matt Musiker. Obviously, a lot of Kentucky guys come here, and that helps him as well. But you're absolutely right. You come in against this Kyle, he holds his own, and it's not easy to do.
We are all done. Next crew coming up after a short timeout. It's a fun one to close out our morning segment here. A lot more coming up on this Thursday edition of Saratoga Live. 3 and counting for that man, Tyler Gaffleone, on this Thursday card.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish. Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on Fox Sports. It's Saratoga Live, as we just saw the 5th race, mild upset going to Mise en Scène, as I'm pleased to be joined by her trainer, Brendan Walsh, as well as co-owner of Qatar Racing, Sheikh Fahad. And guys, first of all, congratulations. Secondly, talk about putting blinkers on this filly, Brendan, as she's very aggressive back in the paddock.
Yeah, she was, Maggie. We just felt it might just give her that extra edge today. You know, sometimes she gets to the front and she tends to hang a little bit, but we just wanted to try something different with her, and thankfully it worked.
And Fahad, winning races here never gets old. We've seen you kind of a fixture for the last couple years here. Talk a little bit about your involvement in racing. I know you're very hands-on.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to have winners here and runners here, and especially with a homebred like her. James Ferguson did a great job with her before she came to Brendan, and we figured out that I think she'd suit America much more than Britain, so it worked out well. And you know, as I said, it's the homebred, and we've got the mother, and we've got a very nice 2-year-old from her as well, so yeah.
How do you make that decision, though, to bring horses from Europe to here?
It just depends on, you know, what suits America, and to be honest, the prize money in America is way better than Europe at the moment. So, yeah, there's a huge push to bring them over here instead of keeping them there at the moment.
Well, thank you for doing so. But you also have some nice American horses, Caravel, one of them as well. You have a nice filly too, and that's pretty mischievous. Looking forward to the test on August 5th. Brendan, tell us how she's doing.
She's doing great, Maggie. Yeah, we're really had a good run with her since she came up here. We'll do her last piece of work this weekend, and hopefully we have a good week next week, and she should be spot on.
Talk about turning her back, though.
You know, she's just got so much natural speed. I don't feel that it was ever going to be against her. We wouldn't have done it if we didn't think it would work. And you know, like I said, she's just got that speed, and I just feel that this is really going to work for her.
Brendan, keep up the great work. 3 winners on the meet. Tyler getting 3 on the day. Congratulations here with this one.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, as Mizzen seen victorious for Brendan Walsh, Qatar Racing, Tyler Gaffleone. But that's just the beginning of the names that I need to go through. I'm just going to keep it short and sweet as I welcome Lafitte Pinkai and the rest of the crew to the show. Guys, welcome. And how's the paddock looking back there?
All good over here. I didn't know you were such a big karaoke fan.
Oh yeah,
Maggie, that was news. That needs to make its way onto the show.
Will
at
do.
Some point.
Lafitte, challenge accepted. You can even pick the song. I like classic rock, a little country. So
I'm not taking part.
Pick the song though.
I'm not taking part. I'm just saying I didn't know you were.
You can pick the song
for me. Maggie Wolfendale.
I sound terrible, but I have fun.
Look, we got like 20 minutes to post. Maybe we can work it out. We have a lot of downtime here when we're on Saratoga Live, but things about to heat up with a late pick 5 here at the Spa. Really excited about the second half of the Thursday program. Included race 8, the featured Birdstone, 3 turns, mile and 3/4. But before we go ahead, we have to go ahead and get you the prices, get you paid for race number 5, Mazan. I think I'm saying that right. Tyler Gaffleone. 3 wins on the afternoon. English filly, Irish trainer Brendan Walsh, $11 in her first victory here in the States. As we run down the roster, introduced our cast and crew here with Jonathan Kinchin, Paulie LeDuc, and Gary Stevens. Guys, I'm not entirely comfortable with this. I can't be like his snarky with him, like with this proximity thing.
Right.
I'm feeling a little uneasy about it, a little uneasy.
I'll jump over here if I have to.
That's what I'm uneasy about.
You know what I'm saying? My guys will help me out. They won't step in either.
No, that's my point. That's exactly.
I know you're a wrestling fan. If you need Gary and I to be the British Bulldogs, we'll fly off the rope.
He'll pull that garage karate stuff out on you.
Yeah, a lot of aggression, a lot of Red Bull going here on the set as we get set for the late pick 5 at Saratoga. So the feature, as mentioned, is the Birdstone, Gary, the horse who was like vilified, right, for denying Smarty Jones a Triple Crown back in 2004. But like, fact is, Birdstone was no fluke, as proven when he won the Travers in the dark. That was his 3rd Grade 1 win of his career.
Yeah, and I was happy for him, to be honest with you, because like you said, it proved that Belmont was no fluke whatsoever. He was the real deal, Lafitte, and he showed it that day for Mary Lou.
There she was singing in the rain. Nick Zito, Edgar Prado, the Birdstone. 1 3/4 marathon, you could barely see him. They had to accelerate post time with the incoming storm. There's the field. 1 3/4 on dirt, older horses, $150,000 purse. Number 7 next, odds on. And this is part of the reason why, Paulie, the 1.5 Brooklyn Belmont undercard next, who is in control from Jump Street.
Yeah, and he's just been a different horse since he's gone long on the dirt. He's won 3 out of 4. One of them was on a wet racetrack. The race before this, he needed that race at Churchill Downs, and they just destroyed this group in the Brooklyn. This Gray, when he gets to the front and he's not bothered, he's dangerous. And his rider on his back, William Machado, a lot of people don't know about, can flat out horseback, and he gets along with this horse as well. And like I was saying before, this horse just keeps on getting better and better.
And the distance, JK, trainer Doug Cowan says, quote, it's a concern because Next has never raced this far. Logical. As a handicapper, how concerned are you about the mile and 3/4?
I couldn't be less concerned. I singled this horse in my pick 5. Look, he went a mile and 5/8, and he did that just fine. Now he's trying a mile and 3/4. That's like saying, Lafitte, I don't want to be tired tomorrow. I'm going to go to bed at 2. No, I'll go to bed at 2:30. Like, it's a huge difference. Like, makes no difference to me at all.
Like he's ever asleep before 4 a.m.
Right.
in Saratoga. But it's a horse race, right? And as good as Next looks on paper, he's going to have to deal with Lone Rock, who at one point was a horse who used to rule this division. And Gary, Lone Rock, when he was trying to defend his title in the Temperance Hill, he's going to be upset by a 30-1 shot on this afternoon.
Yeah, look, has he lost a step? I don't know if he has or not. But if he comes back to his old form, he's still going to have to run the best number that he's ever run, I believe, to beat Next. He's been up here for a while. He's had several works over this Saratoga racetrack. They've freshened him up since Oaklawn Park, so a long rest for the old boy. And I hope the real Lone Rock shows up today because he'll make some kind of race out of it.
What a claim, Paulie. Claim for $40,000 at the end of 2020. Since the claim, he has earned more than $1.1 million. Amazing.
Yeah, but he's 8 now, and you kind of wonder, and especially the dynamics of this race. Now that, he's 8 and we're going this distance of a ground, he's going to have to pass horses because, Lafitte made a good point. The inside horse Seaform might be actually quicker than Next early in this race, and Next might have to rate a little bit, which means Lone Rock was going to be laying 3rd. I just don't know if the old 8 girl can muster going by those 2 horses late in the race.
Lafitte, I absolutely love this horse, Lone Rock, right? I mean, I was 2nd in the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge, a handicapping contest on Breeders' Cup Day. It was with Lone Rock was a very integral part of me doing that. He's just not the same horse anymore.
Let's see if he can reach back and find the stuff that made her the leader of this division. Lone Rock, that's the Birdstone coming up, race 8 here at Saratoga. Post time around 5:10 Eastern. Want to play the Birdstone? Highly suggest joining us at NyraBets.com. And when you do so, you're going to use the promo code SPA200. Take advantage of the $200 deposit match. Nyra Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NyraBets.com. When we return, trainer Brad Cox. On Saturday, he'll start 3 of the 5 in the Jim Dandy. But first, he'll unveil a 2-year-old filly in the 6th race here. Florent Giroux to ride. That combo very strong. Monomoy Girl, she dares the devil. These two, always dangerous together. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Welcome to Mahoney Manor Farm.
We are New York Thoroughbred breeders.
In Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Britt Wadsworth and this is Sean Mahoney. We're just very small, 14 acres, pull out about a dozen mares a year. We hope to breed some really nice New York breds that we can either race or sell.
We've been really lucky, you know, we really work hard at it. We like our size, we like to be hands-on. It's really nice. It's taken a long time to really be known for our homebreds and for having to be well handled, you know, and we really spent a lot of time and emphasis on that.
We've watched the New York program just gain year after year, kind of become one of the premier breeding programs in the country.
There's really no better place to be right now. It's just a very, very strong program in every aspect. We will bring up very, very high-grade mares just to make them New York breds, because now in this day and age and in the sales environment, it adds value to them. So this is our main barn. It's a 10-stall barn with a wash rack and a tack room that's really done well for us, and it stays pretty warm. We generally full around a dozen, give or take, a year.
It never ceases to amaze me, people's wonderment in mares and foals.
I measure success in a lot of different ways.
Getting that first Breeders' Award.
Getting our first Breeders' Awards was nice. It's a long wait. You know, foaling out other people's horses that go on to do incredible at the sales or incredible at the yearling or two-year-old sales.
We're very proud of anything that is foaled here because they're all like our family.
Beautiful farm, thanks to our friends at Mahoney. The strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit nybreds.com. Up next, Spendthrift 2-year-old Race of the Day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire. Into mischief, you see the field. The 2-year-olds, start of the late pick 5, New York bred fillies, 3/4 of a mile sprint, grab the glory, current tepid favorite at 3-1 as we check in with Maggie standing by with this Spendthrift 2-year-old Race of the Day Paddock report. Maggie, let's start with number 6 in Can't Call It, 7-2. A reason to believe she's pretty quick.
Yes. You said it, Lafitte, because of her workouts, which we're going to check out here in a moment. She is a daughter of Cantheros, and she's bred and owned by Chester and Mary Broman. And I love going through these Broman pedigrees because you find so many that you're familiar with. It kind of feels like you're old friends, as she is one that, watching this work, which was by herself, we often see 2-year-olds breezing in company, so they learn to be competitive. Well, she already is. She's very aggressive in her workouts, including the ones that I've watched with company. And she's doing this pretty effortlessly to go the 48-2. Now, it did seem as though the Saratoga, the Oklahoma track was a little bit deeper, a little bit slower early on, and it may have sped up a bit, but still, a 48-2 by yourself as a 2-year-old on the Oklahoma is a pretty darn good work. And I love the precocity that we get from Cantheros. Now, the second dam was Kibosh, who did produce Out of Orbit. Granted, she was one that won long on the dirt, but this filly, she's a dirt sprinter. I mean, if anything, if this doesn't work, then she could try the turf. I think there's turf in the pedigree, and she does have a bit of a turf hoof, but she's been working well in hand on the dirt, suggesting that this is the right surface. She's bigger and more developed than many of her foes in here, and she's been very professional so far, really fit and defined. I had a feeling I'd like her watching those works, and she's backed it up here in the paddock. As we'll move on to number 1, that's Poseidon's Mist, as Carlos David sends this one out. The dam was an okay dirt sprinter. It's their first full, smaller, and looks like she should have speed. That's what her last few works would indicate as well, as she's been zipping around the main track, and she's been calm and professional too. She's not acting like a horse that would necessarily have speed, but she's built that way, and she is very fit, but she also looks as though she's a little bit, I don't want to say backwards, but she's just not as far along physically as the aforementioned number 6. As we'll move on to number 7, Lady Arwen. She sold for $30,000 after a 10-1 work. It was swift kind of action, but I didn't love the kind of head bobbing that you saw in it. It just looked as though she worked a little too hard for that 10-1, if you will. And she might be quick, as she's been pretty frisky here in the paddock since they've gotten the tack on her. And it's a lovely second generational pedigree, as the second dam is seeking the ante, a multiple graded stakes winner on the main track, who also produced stakes winner Mineralogist. I don't love this behavior. I won't lie now, and as I said, that kind of head bobbing action you saw in that work, she is wearing a shadow roll here, no blinkers. we'll see what she does. She could be quick. Now, the other horse that I'm interested in as a first-time starter is number 8, Focus Pocus. You can go back and watch her gate breeze, albeit over the sloppy racetrack. She was outside of Heavenly Girl, who we saw run well yesterday, albeit on the turf, in her debut behind a horse who had experience. And she worked with the blinkers that you see her wearing today. She's a bigger, more developed filly. She's very calm, cool, and collected here. She might be one that wants a little bit more ground moving forward, but I have a feeling that if she worked well, if not better than the horse, albeit that ran well on the turf yesterday, this one could be a runner too, as Manny Franco looks for another one on the card, Lafitte.
Would be a second, Maggie. Manny Franco, Hocus Pocus, 12-1 on the board. Relatively cold, but Maggie liked what she saw as these 2-year-old fillies of the New York variety make their way front side. Grabbed the glory at 5-2. Jose Ortiz, Gary, didn't ride last weekend, banged up in a fall on Friday, bruised ribs. I guess he's feeling all right. Rode in 5 races yesterday, won 3 of them, all for Linda Rice.
Yeah, they went 3 for 3 with each other yesterday. No reason. Look, this starts getting infectious. When a barn is winning like they are, they all seem to be running good. But, Jose, if you watched him yesterday, he's not hurting too bad, for that matter, because he switched sticks. He was finishing powerful with his upper body, and good to see him back.
Winning heals everything, JK, everything.
Oh, yeah, you're telling a gambler that. Look, you could have 6 bad days in a row, and if you can get one of those shots to go through the hoop, it can make all the difference in the world. You just become more confident as well. I want to say that this is the only reason I played the pick 5 is because of the 5 Grab the Glory. I knew this horse was going to be bet because of Linda Rice and how hot she is right now. This horse ran on the turf 2 times at short prices and did not run all that well. Now they're going to switch to the dirt, and the horse is the favorite. Give me one of these first-time starters in here.
More dirt pedigree than anything for Grab the Glory, but I hear you. We'll see her in the post parade. We start with Poseidon's Mist, the Ron Lombardi debuting homebred.
Yeah, this one I think reportedly been working pretty well in the morning. Draws the 1 hole, which could be advantageous if you break well.
On her toes, there's Dreamery, 4th in her debut at 22-1.
Broke slow last time. Did pick up some horses, but I think that's because the pace was fast.
Caldwell loves gold. Florent Giroux riding the first-time starter for Brad Cox.
Yeah, every time you see Brad Cox's name in a first-time starter, you usually include him. This filly, I think, is getting a little cold on the board for me. I thought this, most of the horses from Brad that have come in from Kentucky have been a little more live than the horses coming in from Belmont. Whoa.
Here we go. This is where you look at inexperience, first-time starters, regenerator, Wachtell Stable, debuting homebred, is facing the wrong way, Jim Marshall.
It's funny, I was trying to think of a reason why I didn't like this horse, because there's really nothing on paper. I mean, the horse is 40-1, but I appreciate that shot, because I can just say that's the reason I don't like the horse.
That's why. Tepid favorite, Grab the Glory.
Yeah, and, JK makes a good point, Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz, but a filly by Palace Malice really didn't have that much of a turf pedigree. We'll see what happens today.
Number 6, Can't Call It. You saw the breeze. It looks like she's quick.
Yeah, it's one of the advantages of being able to see those breezes. She worked well in that situation. You just wonder, with first-time starters, you don't know. You still don't know until you know.
Lady Arwen, Lord of the Rings fans, that's your filly.
Yeah, right. And a filly by Audible. Maggie was commenting on her sales work, and she should be fast, and she's got the right rider on her. She's quick.
Maggie had some nice things to say about Focus Pocus at a price 12-1.
Yeah, seems to broke okay in a work that we saw on July 14th. And I like that drawn outside. Should be able to work out a nice trip.
And finally, Archivist, debuting filly by Preservationist.
The longest shot in the field by 1 point at 38-1 over the 4. This one for Amira Shockley and Ricardo Santana Jr.
Late pick 5 starts here. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, post time 3 minutes. Paul, it's about that time. How you playing the sequence? Let's see the ticket.
Well, I thought the sequence was very, very tough. So I'm going to go 1-6 in here to start. I'm kind of with JK a little bit about the 5. I do think the 1 is a good play at 5-1 and actually a bet. The next race, I thought you could either go 6 or 7 deep or take the horse that's dropping. I'm going to take the 5 in there. Eyes on target. I do think the other horse in there, Tommy B, is going to be tough. Drop it for Brad Cox. Really tough to tell. I'm going 1, 2, 4, 7. I'm going to try to beat Next. I think the 1 in there, Seafoam, is going to give Next a lot of problems. 2, 5, 7, 9, 10. And then in the last race, 3, 9, 10. Do not throw out Linda Rice, Tivy, the 10. Working pretty well.
Paulie, I did not play a ticket today because when I put my run together, it's about a $150 ticket. And what that tells me is I don't have a strong opinion. I probably shouldn't be playing the sequence if I don't have a strong opinion. I love next. I singled next if I was playing. But I think what I'll probably do is just maybe look to bet to win on next. Sometimes you got to kind of zig when you think you should zag just because it's the pick 5. If you don't have an opinion, maybe play the pick 4, the pick 3, or even bet to win.
Best of luck, Paulie. Could be the best $60 you ever spent. And everyone playing this late pick 5 about to get underway here at Saratoga. Another look at Caldwell Loves Gold. Florent Giroux there, riding for Brad Cox. As mentioned, they've enjoyed several significant wins together. Take a look at this. It's impressive, Gary. Familiar names, big wins, multiple Breeders' Cup titles, a pair of Kentucky Oaks victories, and like so easy to forget, they won a Derby together with Mandaloo.
I know it, and listen, Florent's been his go-to guy for the last 3 or 4 years. They've kind of grown together, had a lot of success together, and Flo, he's pretty relaxed rider. He doesn't worry. He doesn't sweat too much in that jocks room or out on the racetrack. He puts his horses into the race, puts them in a good spot, and he can finish. And he trusts Brad's horses that they're going to finish, that he can put them in the race, and they're going to have that big finish at the end. So they're a good team together, obviously.
Over to Maggie with more on Caldwell Loves Gold.
Yeah, this is a pretty big-looking filly, which, as I always say, I appreciate in these types of spots. She has done everything right. And the one thing that I can say about her is that she's a good mover, which I kind of picked up back in the paddock. She just has a really big walk to her. Now, she is a daughter of Golden Sense, and it'll be interesting to see what she really wants to do. I feel like she might want a little bit more ground than a 6 furlongs, but as we were mentioning, it's Brad Cox, and she could be very effective here. And she's been prepared down at Belmont for with Dustin Dugas, his regular New York-based assistant, who did add to one of the 3 wins that Brad has here this meet with Slip Mahoney. As we'll take a look at another experienced horse that's not taking any money. That's number 2, Dreamery, did not break well at all in her first start, which took place at Belmont. And she made up a good bit of ground. Now, she's gotten very hot and washy out in the racetrack. I don't like that. I liked her a bit more in the paddock because she looked really fit and tucked up, and she's actually really lovely frame of a filly, but I just thought maybe the experience would help her. But again, with these second-time starters, I don't like when they make that very nervous appearance as they approach the gate. Now, number 7, who's gone to favoritism, Lady Arwen, maybe, look, I know she went 10-1 in that work, and maybe she just gate and speed pops the field here. And she's settled down and gotten a little bit more focused since being out in the racetrack, and I appreciate that. But I just thought there were a little bit more developed horses than her, a little bit more professional horses. And I don't like the fact she only sold for the $30,000, having that really nice second-generational pedigree. Lafitte?
A few knocks/red flags, Paulie, regarding Lady Arwen, the first-time starter here by Audible, 3rd in the Kentucky Derby behind Justify in 2018, who has emerged as a choice at 5-2.
Well, a horse is going to get a ton of attention when you have a black letter drill. And what I mean by that, if you're looking at the racing form, this horse worked the best out of 89 horses. So 88 other horses worked that day, and she was the fastest. So she has a couple other works where she's been fast, and I'm sure she's going to show speed out of the gate. And they employ Luis Saez, who is a speed and kind of gate rider. So I would think, like Maggie said, they're going to try to speed pop this field, but I would think somebody else in here is fast. We'll see.
Luis Saez, Richie and Andy Gregg discussing this earlier, Gary, that he's having a really good start to the meet, right? He's essentially averaging a win a day, and then, oh yeah, off in the horizon, Arad Ortiz has won more than 20 races already, and here we are. It's what, day 10, day 11?
Yeah, Louis, he couldn't have got off to a better start. But that guy named Irad, what he's doing right now has never been done at this meet before. On pace to win 91 races here, I believe, at the meet. That would shatter the old record of, what was it, 68, I believe, 67, 68.
With Ramon Dominguez, the biggest upset thus far today, JK, that Rad Ortiz has not won a race.
There's 5
Oh,
left.
it's early. Oh, we have plenty of time here. Plenty
There's
of
5
time
left.
here. Final thoughts, gentlemen, as they file into the gate, kicking off this late pick 5 2-year-old fillies?
I just want to beat the 5.
And just like every other race, Gary, with these 2-year-olds, the break is the big part of it.
Absolutely, especially up here. Competitive races, great races.
A lot of Lord of the Ring fans out there. Lady Arwen favored 5-2, all set for the late pick 5. Frank Mirmati with the call. New York bred 2-year-old fillies in the 6th at Saratoga.
Here's Archivist to the outside, going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Grab the Glory like a shot, straight to the front. Poseidon's Mist coming through quickly along the rail. Can't Call It is flashing sharp early speed, and Can't Call It takes a narrow advantage. Focus Pocus is now 3rd. Poseidon's Mist 4th, 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Lady Arwen on the outside of Regenerator. It's another 2 back to Dreamery, Caldwell Loves Gold, and Archivist at the back of the field. Can't Call It fleet-footed into the far turn with a 22-3 opening quarter mile. And it is Can't Call It in front by a half length. Focus Pocus pressing on the outside 2nd. Lady Arwen has steadily advanced, firing on the outside 3rd, only a length off this dueling pair. And they have left Grab the Glory back in 4th, a long way. Caldwell Loves Gold trying to pick up some pieces. They are at the top of the stretch, and Focus Pocus is the leader. Lady Arwen in the center of the track. At the rail, Can't Call It is in 3rd, and a continued steady big gain from Caldwell Loves Gold. Here's Caldwell Loves Gold flying on the outside right by them all. Caldwell Loves Gold sharp in victory. Wins it by 2.5 widening lengths. Focus Pocus 2nd. Lady Arwen 3rd. Can't Call It was 4th.
It might not be a Derby win or an Oaks win, but they strike again. Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, and Caldwell Loves Gold. Gary, like she jumped in at the 8th pole.
Different rider, different colored horse, but the jock is covered in mud like wet paint was the other day after the race. They were strung out a long ways. Listen, Brad Cox hits with 25% of his first-time starters. He's hitting at 30% right here at this meet, 38% right now. So he's having that same kind of meet with the number of horses that he started. He's only started a handful of horses here, and they're swinging at the fences, every one of them.
This horse came home nice. The 8 ran giant in here, and the 3 just circled this field. The 3 was about 15 lengths out of it, JK, when they were sort of coming for home, and you're kind of thinking, okay, the 8 sort of put the 6 away, but the 3 just absolutely flew home.
Take a look at the start. The favorite, Gary, Lady Arwen. What happens?
She's spread out up front. You can see when she was standing in the starting gate, but she gets mushed. She didn't break that first step, wasn't very good. So those holes, especially with these young horses, when the horse in between gets left a little bit, the horses to either side of that horse that gets left, they're going to come together and take that empty space up. Leaves you nowhere to go.
And then she goes and runs 3rd, JK. That's a promising effort.
Absolutely. And look, this is not a red board. I mean, I said it before. I didn't really like the 5 in here, but I do think there's a lesson to be learned about the 5 Grab the Glory. When a good trainer like Linda Rice runs a horse on the turf in back-to-back starts, and that horse is bet, and at one point was odds on and doesn't win, and then she moves him to the dirt, she's guessing.
Your concerns not unfounded whatsoever, and sometimes that's the thing, Paulie. For a handicapper, you know, it's as important to know who you can zero in on in a contender who you don't like, as opposed to the horse who you really love going into a race.
100%. JK made a great point. You know, when you have trainers like Linda, Todd Pletcher, and Chad Brown, and horses take 6, 7, 8 times, and they're not winning under their care, that usually doesn't happen.
We'll have these results, 3876. Maggie told you, look out for Focus Pocus at a price completes the exacta 13-1. Those results when we come back, plus the champ. Forte, some tinkering with equipment. Now's the time. This is still a prep, the Jim Dandy. Angel of Empire, 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, 4th in the Belmont Stakes. Next stop, Jim Dandy on Saturday, and then the Midsummer Derby, the Travers.
Hip number 1, sale time, folks, we're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it. Submit your entries by August 1st at november.keeneland.com.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power, and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Cody's Wish is making a big move on the outside, but it's Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Hurley, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So glad you could join us on Fox Sports 2. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Entering the winner's circle, Caldwell Loves Gold. Laurent Giroux yesterday, Echo Zulu in the honorable miss. Brad Cox had this golden cent filly cranked up and ready to roll. Right back to Maggie standing by in the winner's circle.
So pleased to be joined by Kevin Dickey and Caldwell, whom this young filly is named for. And you have to tell the story that you just told me about buying her last year at the Phase of Tipton Saratoga New York bred sale.
Yep, we bought her, walked out, happened to run into Brad Cox, who I'd never met before in my entire life. He got a picture with her at 3 weeks old, and when it was time to pick a trainer, texted him, and here we are.
Caldwell, you have a big horse named after you. I mean, that's just amazing. And I hope you know that most owners don't get this lucky, but wow, did she roll home today?
We're watching the replay right now. Yeah, it definitely won the way that we wanted to start. We thought we'd be in the lead at the start, and to start in last and came back from where we did. Kind of numb right now.
The big question is, do we go back to the sale in a couple weeks?
Well, I guess now we have to, don't we?
Yeah, you're hooked. Don't tell the wife. Caldwell, don't tell mommy, okay? I got a little smile, Lafitte. My day is made here for the namesake of Caldwell Loves Gold getting the win first time out.
Lots to smile about there, Maggie. Caldwell Loves Gold, Paulie. It's not just that she won, it's how she won.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, a lot of people say, oh, well, she got the setup. They went fast. You know, the time wasn't that quick. But, you know, when you're 2-year-olds, you don't really like to get dirt in your face. She was dead last in this race, and she circled every filly. That means, to me, she was much the best.
Yeah, when you see first-time starters win, usually they're winning, they pop away from there. They're just kind of more precocious, a little bit more professional than everyone else. The special ones are the ones that can kind of pass horses late. Not saying that she's a special one, but she's much better than just a kind of wire-to-wire winner.
Yeah, look, this filly's been well schooled because most of the time, especially with the 2-year-old first-time starter, the first time that dirt hits them in the face, they react like this, lose more ground. She lowered her head, tells me she's taken dirt in her face before, maybe just in a gallop, but I watched Brad's horses train throughout the winter, and they're switching positions when they're galloping in company, inside, outside, in between, with sometimes multiple horses. So she was very well schooled coming in.
Professional effort in her debut and a name to remember moving forward. 6 races down, 4 left, started a late pick 4. And on Saturday, 60th running of the Jim Dandy. Let's go by the numbers. That first number, 1964, inaugural running. Quickest of the quick Louis Couture's in 96, 147.26. Most wins by an owner, 3. Godolphin, Eugene Melnick, and Henrik Diewikowski. Most wins by a trainer. He holds a lot of these records. Todd Fletcher, 6-time Jim Dandy winner. Most by a jockey. The number is 4. 3 have done it. Eddie Maple, Jerry Bailey, and of course, John Velasquez. Jim Dandy winners crowned champion. 7 have achieved it. Epicenter most recent last season. This is elite. Jim Dandy winners named Horse of the Year, accomplished by 4. The latest, Conquistador Cielo, 1982. Jim Dandy winners in the Hall of Fame, only 2. Yeah, that looks like the late 60s. Arts and Letters in 69. And finally, Triple Crown winners having won the Jim Dandy. Just 1, affirmed in 79. We don't talk about the Travers around here. The Jim Dandy by the numbers field for this year's edition. 60th running on Saturday, race 10. $500,000 purse, Forte number 2, 7-5, morning line favorite. Let's revisit the Belmont Stakes, Gary. You'll see Preakness winner National Treasure in front. Hit Show and Angel of Empire sent after him, while Forte is trying to find his best stride.
Yeah, he was toiling. It looked like to me, I didn't think it was going to hit the board at this point in time. He's kind of just going up and down. And about midway through the stretch, he gets re-engaged. And I think this is one reason that Todd's putting blinkers on him, is so he pays a little more attention to what's going on. Watch when he hooks up with this horse inside of him. Now he wants to do battle with him, and he sees the other horse up in front, the winner, right now, and he starts charging after him. So, you know, he ran a huge race off of that long layoff after being scratched from the Kentucky Derby. Tough to do, coming up a mile and a half, and he didn't embarrass himself any whatsoever. Ran huge.
Yeah, his Fountain of Youth and his Florida Derby, you were always a little nervous at some points of the race because he doesn't always give you what I think he is. And I think maybe the blinkers might get that out of him for a full race. And if you get it for a full race, then we could see something special. He's always shown his class, but he's just always been a little kind of grindy, not really exploding away from there.
Paul, doesn't he seem more grindy this year than he did last? I don't remember him needing that much encouragement last year.
Well, you know, sometimes I think we look at it as in the Florida Derby that, okay, the horse was struggling a little bit, and we just didn't give credit to Mage. And now, where do we go with that? Because has Forte really moved forward from 2 to 3 yet? I think that's the interesting question with Forte. And then, you know, putting the blinkers on, too, as well. You know, I don't know. I guess that question is going to be answered. I do know this. You know, his coming out party was on a sloppy racetrack, and rain is in the forecast for Saturday, too. So that could also help him, too.
I don't know what's tougher, handicapping the horses at Saratoga or handicapping the weather. We'll keep you posted here. Saturday, Jim Dandy. Pletcher, those 6 Jim Dandy wins, looking for a 7th with Forte. Todd Pletcher, in terms of how he feels Forte, his training has gone leading up to the Jim Dandy.
I thought it was very good. It was the first time we'd ever breezed him in blinkers, and it seemed like he was very dialed in, going to the pole, stayed focused throughout, pulled away from his workmate in the gallop out, and Irad was pleased. He felt like he got the we got the desired effect that we were looking for, just to keep his concentration a little bit. We thought in the Florida Derby that he kind of lost interest a little bit in the far turn, and fortunately was able to re-rally and get there in time, and we kind of felt the same thing in the Belmont, that sometimes he worries a little more about what the other horses are doing than the task at hand. So it just seems like it dialed him in a little bit. He's done very well physically. You know, he's continued to put on weight and get stronger. You know, he made a great transition from 2 to 3, and he's continuing to do that.
Forte, too bad his jockey's in this brutal slump. Arad Ortiz, Gary. If anything, do you expect Ortiz to do anything different with Forte than he has on Saturday?
From what I saw with the blinkers on him and his work the other day, he can sit more chilly at the beginning of the race, because according to what I saw, this horse is going to be taking him instead of him trying to encourage him early on to stay involved in the race. It looked like to me that he was taking Irad Normally in his workouts, he just stays head and head with his workmate. He might stick a head in front as they're galloping out, but he didn't just pull away from him. His workout the other morning, he was sitting motionless on him all the way until they hit the wire, still motionless, and he galloped out huge. He galloped out all the way down the backside, pulled away from his workmate, and his workmate wasn't just anybody. That was the horse, I believe it was Emmanuel, that's multiple graded stakes winner, so he was working with an older horse that can really run.
JK, you pay close attention to the speed figures. On paper, Forte hasn't taken that anticipated leap from 2 to 3. How much of a concern is that for you?
Well, I mean, it is a concern. But I think if you look at it where there's an opportunity for him to improve because of the blinkers, and I think what Mage has accomplished also kind of makes me a little bit more comfortable that maybe that number was a little bit low in the Florida Derby because Mage went on to win the Kentucky Derby, and then he went on to run second in the Haskell. So I'm thinking maybe the number was a little bit light, and maybe a blinkered Forte, a grown-up Forte, might be a faster Forte.
Todd Pletcher has the champ. Brad Cox has 3. Steve Asmussen has Disarm. 5 of them taking center stage, the 3-year-olds, the Jim Dandy on Saturday. And those world-class trainers would love to see their 3-year-olds join that illustrious list. Jim Dandy, Travers winners since 81. 10 have completed the sweep. Pletcher's done it twice. Brad Cox with Essential Quality. Asmussen with Epicenter. Who will be next? The first step, the first part of that puzzle on Saturday in the Jim Dandy, which is on Fox. That's Big Fox. Saratoga Saturday continues. Jim Dandy, 60th running. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. The Jim Dandy plus the Grade 1 Vanderbilt only on Fox. When we come back, 7th race, start of the late pick 4 at Saratoga plus Arad Ortiz. Yeah, he's won the Jim Dandy. 2019 with Tax, trying for a second with Forte. And when's he going to, snap out of this slump? Maybe in the upcoming 7th race, riding a contender. Saratoga Live continues on Fox Sports 2. Late Pick 4 is next.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
A fun Thursday at Saratoga. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Updated odds, race 7. $25,000 claimer, older horses, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. And a heavy, heavy favorite, 7-5. Eyes on the target, the presence of Arad Ortiz. Horses are in the paddock as we welcome Acacia Clement to the show for the first time, standing by with this race 7 paddock report. Hey, Acacia.
Hey, Lafitte, and we'll start there with your heavy favorite in here, and it's really just a couple of horses that are taking money, and you'll get some big prices on pretty much everybody else. But as far as Eyes on Target is concerned, one of 2 for Mike Maker. This is a horse that's looking to kind of get back on track. It's been a while since we've seen him win, and at the start it looked like it was a very good claim for Mike Maker. And lately, yes, he's been running against better horses, and I was encouraged by the fact that at Laurel last time out, he broke sharply. Sometimes when horses start getting older and they lose their form a little bit, you'll often see that accompanied with them losing their speed. And he's forward here in the paddock. He's gotten himself a little bit warm, and he's always been a bit of a heavier bodied type. But I was, again, encouraged that he broke forward last time. I just really wonder if he's able to get back on track. And at such a short price, I'm willing to look at a couple of others. The number 8, Tommy B, is taking a big drop in class. And while he, too, has some answers to give this afternoon, he has a tactical running style. He has the ability to be forward in a stalking spot. He's not going to be lost in the shuffle in here, left with too much to do. And I wish he had a little bit more punch last time, but he was running against a very salty field that day. And even before that, 3 stakes tries in a row, and even trying a further distance as well, and was the favorite that day. Looks tremendous here as Brad Cox will look for his own little rolling double with Florent Giroux in the irons. Mike Maker's other horse is the number 11, Speedy Hans, and I really tried to make a case for this horse on paper, and then you start to wonder, looking through his form, is he a horse that maybe it's just a little bit better on synthetic? I haven't seen him in a while, but my notes from a previous race of his down at Gulfstream were that he was a bit of a more narrow build and actually looks physically like a horse that would get over a synthetic track a little bit better. Sometimes the kind of lighter angular types seem to take to that Topeka track down in South Florida, and he definitely fits that build. He's a leaner, very tubular, longer frame type of horse. And yet, that being said, he just had nothing to offer late in the stretch in his last couple of starts. They claimed him for $35,000. He drops in for $25 today. Maybe this is just the right spot for him, but I still wonder if he's a horse that is actually better on synthetic versus on turf, Lafitte.
And that's how the handicappers are betting it. Overlay, Speedy Hans, defeated favorite in his last 3 races. Let's take a look at his last turf start. Gary, last December, Gulfstream, same distance. Speedy Hans, a textbook ride from Arad Ortiz, angling out, cutting the corner, and mowing him down.
Yeah, I mean, that is a perfect trip when you can sit back there and get that gap, slide to the outside, little extra propulsion, the last 16th of a mile, and comes away an easy winner. If he gets that kind of trip again today here, he's going to be tough to defend.
Really cold on the board, Paulie. 5-1 on the morning line, 12-1, Speedy Hans.
Well, you know, after he won that race, you know, Maker claimed him, and I would think he tried to get him on the turf course. Look who he lost to. He lost to Therapist, who came back to win the United Nations, who's turned out to be an unbelievable horse, who Maker's got to as well. And, you know, here's a horse that's now in for 25, got claimed for 35. If this horse gets back to that turf effort that we just saw, puts this horse in the mix.
Overlay, Speedy Hans. Number 8, Tommy B, riders up. His last win, late April, Keeneland. In the LaPenta colors, you'll see, JK. Tommy B, steadily advancing on the attack, goes on to a sharp, decisive win.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is absolutely a player in here, and you get the Brad Cox, Florent Giroux combination that we just saw win the previous race. I think this is a wide open race. The one issue that I did have with Tommy B is the last 2 races on the turf that I thought were good races were going 9 furlongs. And now you're cutting back to the mile and a 16th, and it's not that it's the end of the world, but when you're in those middle distances, I know I told you about next and the Birdstone, how it didn't matter. But when you're in those middle distances, those 16th of a miles actually do matter. And so I'm just not 100% sure he doesn't want more ground.
Did you love anybody in here, Paulie?
Well, I thought the 5 was the horse to beat. By the way, you just saw Irad Ortiz Jr. won on both Speedy Hans and on Tommy B on both of those replays, yet he lands on the 5 in here. I just thought the drop in class for Maker, I'm kind of with, you know, you look at this horse's 2 races here at Saratoga, they would bury this field. So I do like that, that the horses ran well over the racetrack. I'm in agreement with Acacia that the horse may be taking a step backwards, but I do like that the horse woke up a little bit last time and showed a little bit more interest early.
But how can anybody in this field be 8-5?
This horse has never been offered up for this kind of price before. There's 3 droppers in here, significant droppers, and he's one of them. And he wasn't 8-5 about 5 minutes ago. He was 4-1 because I was keeping an eye on it.
8-5 now, JK, and that's anybody in this field. That's ridiculous.
No, and here's the rock between the rock and a hard place. This horse is probably the most likely winner, but I just think it's a bad wager at 8-5.
See him again in the post parade. There's Continental Divide, the Calbred with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, this horse has a couple of back turf races, but they're not very good.
Cupid's Claws, Javier Castellano.
This horse has run some distance races on the turf and some other races that, you know, the numbers aren't that far off.
Eyes on Target, the favorite, would be a second win for owner Mike Dubb.
Like Gary said, the 5 and the 8 are the mystery horses on the drop.
Goldini, Luis Saez at a price, number 7, Huge Bigley, off the turf winner at Delaware in July.
Yeah, horse that went almost gate to wire, but does possess some speed.
Tommy B, Florent Giroux, Brad Cox looking to go back-to-back.
This horse can absolutely win. Ran well in the Kent at Delaware, going 9 furlongs. The question is the distance.
Tartini was 61-1 in the Belmont Gold Cup day before the Belmont Stakes.
You better be careful. This horse ran the Hasta Villa Vista handicap at TUP. You know you're down with TUP. Dylan Davis in the iron.
Click Itat, over a year since his last win. Then Speedy Hans, defeated favorite in his last 3, and the handicappers are like, you're not doing that to me again.
Yeah, defeated favorite in the last 3, but also the issue is that those were starter allowances, so he is dropping in a little bit.
Land Biscuit make the rider Joel Rosario.
Yeah, David Donk, I thought that horse was live and getting bet in the window here at 5-1.
Micro second, finally, at last 2 races. Tough sledding, 33-1 for a reason.
And a tough post from the outside for a horse that does have some tactical speed, but they will have to use it to not be 3 or 4 wide going into the first turn.
The runners in this $25,000 claimer, mile and a 16th on grass. Another look at Joel Rosario, Gary, and revving up Land Biscuit. If Land Biscuit and Rosario are going to be effective today from that post, what's the approach, the strategy need to be?
He's going to be forwardly placed, I would say, especially from that outside post. And that's one thing about Joel. If you watch the first race today on the card, he had an outside draw, and he was able to, with this same trip, he was able to maneuver over to the turn, over by the time they hit the turn to just 2 wide, and got a ground-saving trip in that race, and he's got a knack for doing that, and that's what he's going to have to do here is find out a way to get over and save some ground. But I think Land Biscuit will be forwardly placed.
JK, give him a shot from out there.
I do. It's my pick. It's the horse I
That's
picked
your
in
top
here.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, the last race, this horse got the opposite trip that he's going to probably get today. Inside pocket trip, covered up, saving ground. But I do like the switch to Dave Donk. I think Dave Donk does an outstanding job. And that's coming from someone who, so far in the meet, is 0-12. Dave Donk does an outstanding job. He just has a smaller group of horses, but to think that he's going to get shut out in this meet, I think would be a mistake. He's going to win with some of these. And this horse being 5-1, drawn towards the outside, this isn't some Chad or some Todd or Brad Cox horse who's taking a bunch of money, or, excuse me, Linda Rice horse taking a lot of money. This is Dave Donk, who's 0-12, who's 5-1 from the 12 hole.
There he is, Land Biscuit, listening to every word you say, JK. 5-1, Joel Rosario. We check in with Acacia.
Yeah, Land Biscuit, it does look great, and you at least ran last time. And then you have some other horses that you're wondering what you're going to get from them, including the number 9 Tartini, who we last saw running 2 miles in the Belmont Gold Cup in Grade 2 company, and now he's in for $25,000. I just think this is Rob Atras being logical with him. At least he ran well 2 starts back, and we know that distance is not going to be any problem for him. He did get himself pretty hot back in the paddock today, but that being said, he was very sharp
up last time before the Belmont Gold Cup as well. I think this is a better spot for him, and we'll see if he can turn things around. He's incredibly fit, and Dylan Davis has kept him quiet out on the racetrack. The number 13 microsecond intrigues me. Yes, he has to overcome the post, and yes, I don't know if he can still run anymore at all, given those last few races. But the last time he was on turf, he ran a huge race. He's sharp, he's forward, he had a great warm-up. I think Trevor McCarthy's going to be aggressive with him, and he's 34-1. He's the horse that I would want to use underneath, because at least he hasn't proven that his turf form has gone in the wrong direction yet, Lafitte.
34-1 outsider, microsecond. Could be a factor early on, JK. That mad scramble for position going into the first turn. What are you expecting?
Well, I'm curious to see what G thinks about this, but when I look at races where I'm not really sure what's going to happen pace-wise, I look to see where the speed is drawn. Is it inside? Because if it's inside, they're going to obviously send away from there. They don't want to get stuck in behind. Or is it outside? Because if it's outside, they're going to try to get over and save ground. I feel like the draw in the post position of speed horses has a huge influence on the pace.
I think the 13, Trevor McCarthy, you know, this horse has gone pretty fast early before in his career. Now, I know it was in the Todd Pletcher barn, but that horse, the 13, possesses some speed. And when you're drawing completely outside, I do think that speed will come from the outside of the pack.
Listen,
Huge Bigley, too, the 7, maybe.
This is one of those races that there are 5 or 6 horses in here at least that have pretty much identical stalking trip. They don't want to be on the lead, but they don't want to be a long ways back. And it's a race that I would play off the break. I'm going to have 3 or 4 different scenarios, and then I'm going to try and track. And you heard Irad Ortiz talk about it yesterday. He'd won a race from off of the pace. You try and pick out the best person to follow, the horse that you think is going to get you to glory land, and use them as your tow rope, your huckleberry. Yeah. Use that rider. Pick that rider that rides a smart race. You know he rides smart races. You're looking to see what's going on up in front of you. So to predict that is almost impossible to do in a race like this. I start looking for riders who I feel ride the best turf races and can get me to where I need to go if I'm riding the best horse, and wait as long as I can, but stay right on their tail.
And this 6-5, Paulie, Mike Maker not off to a blazing start at Saratoga, like we've seen in years past. He did have a win earlier on the program. This 6-5, a lot of it has to be Irad Ortiz money.
I think it's Irad Ortiz money, but I'm telling you, it's the 2 races that this horse ran at Saratoga. They tower over the field. But we talked about this, and JK made a good point. Is this horse the same horse? Acacia was saying the same thing. You know, has he woken up? Because if he runs those 2 races at Saratoga, 93, 90 buyer, there's no one in here that's touched that. So at 6-5, I don't know if you want to take the risk.
But if Maker thought he was going to run that race today, those races you mentioned back at Saratoga, would he run him for 25?
Right.
No, you'd keep him protected. You'd run him in an allowance race because he's probably going to lose him here. So you gotta think maybe that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
but
true.
I see your point.
Yeah. I'm just telling you that I think that's why he's getting played.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
There he is. Owner Michael Dubb looking for a second win this afternoon. Irad Ortiz has not won a race yet. Shocking news breaking here at Saratoga. The tear he's been on. He's on the favorite here. Eyes on target at 7-5. Frank Mirmati with the call time with the late pick 4, the 7th from Saratoga.
All right, Lafitte, here is Land Biscuit. Microsecond to complete the lineup. They're in the gate. And they're off. Click-a-tat. Now here's Tommy B, hustled pretty hard, and Tommy B takes the lead. Microsecond flying up on the extreme outside. Land Biscuit is in the mix too, and they move into the first turn, and from the outside, Click-a-tat, Microsecond to the front. Land Biscuit is now in second. Tommy B races in third. Click-a-tat settles fourth, 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Tartini, who runs along in fifth. It's another length back to Speedy Hans, who's 7 lengths off the lead. Eyes on Target is next as they make their way onto the backstretch. It's another length and a half to Huge Bigley in the pink silks, who covers up Goldini, and Cupid's Claws is next. A gap of 4 back to Colonial Divide. 23 and 4/5 seconds for the opening quarter mile. And Microsecond leads the way by 2. Land Biscuit is in second, followed by Tommy B back to third along the inside. Clickatat is fourth. Tartini fifth and 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Speedy Hans. Eyes on Target is next with 8 lengths to make up, followed by Goldini inside Huge Bigley. Cupid's Claws is next, still a distance to Continental Divide. They went the half in 48 and 3. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and it's microsecond. Land Biscuit in between. Clickatat on the far outside. Tommy B, turquoise colors, one from the outside. Tartini is trying to get involved. Eyes on Target is down at the rail looking for room. Eyes on Target loaded if he can find room in those yellow blinkers. He's angling out now, and here comes Eyes on Target. Eyes on Target. The lead belongs to Land Biscuit. Eyes on Target's coming at him. Eyes on Target, Land Biscuit. Eyes on Target. Weaved through traffic and got the money right on the wire. Land Biscuit, Clickatat, finishing second and third.
What wild finish in a cavalry charge. Traffic threading the needle. Sort our Edward Ortiz with Eyes on Target in the 7th at Saratoga. Gary, how do you do?
Look at him. He goes left-handed here. He gives him a little swat. He's loaded. And now he's got to take this horse back to get off the hills. And watch the horse in the blue silks with the blue cap on. Had the steady right there. I would say they're going to take a look at things, whether it changed the outcome or not, but it was tight, and we see that so much here because of these tight finishes on this turf course.
Yeah, why did it look like Irad was standing so straight up? Was it
because he was loaded? No, he couldn't. He had nowhere to go between these horses, and he didn't want to duck down to the fence, so he's waiting for room to come out, and he knows these other riders are in there tight. You saw him look, came out anyway, but that's why he was standing up. He didn't have the pedal to the metal yet, and never was able to put the pedal to the metal until he got clear, and he never really got clear when it came out.
Yeah, when you see the pan shot here, here's the thing. The 9 was out of horse, and Irad was actually conscious this time for who was behind him, too, as well. And you could tell that the 9 gets kind of steadied out of it, but the 9 was quarter of an empty horse. You'd see now the 10th sort of has come in, too, as well, and the 9 and the 8 had to pull up. It's a masterful ride, but again, wow, he toes the line.
Dylan Davis on Tartini had to snatch him up as Red Ortiz was coming over with Eyes on Target, 5-12, 10-13, and Davis having to do so in concern that he could clip heels.
I'm gonna,
and there is an objection.
I'm gonna lay something out for you about from the time when I started riding to the time I finished up riding. Listen, if you're in that spot, by the way, the 9 is who claimed foul on the 5, but if you ran up in that spot, you had to sit there and eat one. That was just it. If you did that kind of move, you were getting at least a 5-day suspension because you put other riders in danger, and they were in that spot. Okay, so you say he was out of horse. He might not have been out of horse to run 5th place.
Well, you got to look at the pan, right? So listen.
No, I'm watching the head on.
I am. I'm watching it. Listen, and we've seen it before. I mean, like we saw it yesterday.
Too much.
You got it. We've said it too much. I mean, yesterday, the last race of the day, we were amazed, and that was less contact than this. Yesterday was way more contact than this. Here's my thing is on the pan shot right here. Now, is the 9 moving forward? That's what the stewards are doing. Is the 9 moving forward right now? You can't discern that, but.
I can.
Isn't a fact.
He was staying head and head with the 9.
The other thing, too, if you're new to the game, the rule is, did it cost the 9 a placing? The stewards have to decide if that interference cost the 9 a placing. And I would argue that
he ran 8th.
It possibly did cost him, but he could have ran, like Gary said, he could have ran 5th.
Because if you're Dylan Davis and they're talking to the stewards, they're talking to the officials, Dylan's going to say, if I don't snatch up Tartini, I'm going to clip heels. That Red Ortiz is coming over with Eyes on Target. If I don't snatch him up, stopping all of his progress, I could clip heels and go down. Take another look. The 5, eventual winner, right there. Eyes on Target is going to create.
The 10's already by. The 9's, the 8's already by. The 9.
He started steadying well before that ever happened, Paulie.
I get it.
He started steadying because you see it coming. Does that mean he has a right to come out? I say no.
I get it. I get everything you're saying. But what we've seen so far at this meet, that's been light. And they've left things up.
How does this compare to what happened in the nightcap last night in what resulted no harm, no foul, no change?
I think that
less egregious, more egregious, the same.
Well, my thing is yesterday, again, they decided that the 6 was never going to go by the 1. You can't discern that because the 6 got dead stop. In this point right here, in no shape and way or form is the 9 winning this race.
I'm not saying he's going to
win.
win.
I understand that.
Does
I understand.
it cost him a position?
Here, Gary,
yes, it does.
I agree with you. A foul's a foul. Like I said yesterday, a foul's a foul. And I agree with you, and it's starting to get dangerous around here. So
I feel like we're doing more handicapping of the stewards than handicapping of what takes place on the racetrack.
And I think that's the problem. I think that for the bettors, that's the hard part, is because in this situation, you don't really know what's going to happen. Look, if you're watching an NFL football game and a cornerback grabs a receiver and pulls his jersey, you know it's going to be pass interference. It's obvious. You don't have to think, well, I wonder what they're going to decide. Was he going to catch, you know what I mean? Like, you know what's going to happen. And I think that's one of the things that makes it tougher in this situation.
Going back to something you said, Gary, when you were growing up, you were taught if you're in that situation, when you say you have to eat one, you just have to grab him and essentially stay in your lane, and you're not going to have a chance to weave out, create your own lane, come home and try to win the race. That's what you were saying.
And as much horse as he had, when he decided to opt out, that he's going to go out, if we can show that head on one more time, it opened up on the fence. If he would have just stayed where he was, he would have got through on the fence and won by daylight probably. So I just don't think there's any place for that.
And I also think it's important to note that Paulie and I, and Lafitte, I know it's important to you as well because your father rode, but for Paulie and I, we never were in that position where our life was on the line. And you can tell, I think, when we have these conversations with Gary, that he gets passionate about it because he's been in situations where he's seen his friends get hurt. He's been hurt because of situations like this that could be dangerous.
And that's the point. If you're Dylan Davis, you're saying, if I don't take up.
But here's the problem I have with all this. There should have been an inquiry. Why does there have to be an objection? Inquiry should have been put up. You obviously cannot watch in the races if you don't see that horse made 2 horses steady. Now you got to discern whether they were clear or not. Why there has an objection, and the longer they're taking right now, I have a feeling they're going to take this horse down. But why is there not an inquiry?
We thought that last night as well. But, Dylan wasn't the only one that was steadying. Florent Giroux was steadying also.
Yeah.
And so he didn't put an objection. So there's a difference there, too. Why was there not an inquiry to look into it immediately? There's no rhyme or reason for that. Be competent and hang it up on the board so at least they know they're looking at it.
Lots on the line here. Second leg of the late pick 5, kicking off the late pick 4. In case you're just joining us, you're seeing Eyes on Target, who did cross the wire in front, the favorite with Arad Ortiz at 7-5. Lots of congestion, lots of traffic. Yellow colors, pink cap, Arad Ortiz, the eventual winner. Watch number 9, Tartini in the blue cap, white sleeves, going to have to take up as Arad Ortiz is looking for room to navigate. Tartini takes up, finishes off the board. Finishing the job is Eyes on Target, the eventual winner. No inquiry. It was an objection. Numbers still flashing 5, 12, 10, 13. And yes, as we were all taught when we first started following the game, the longer it takes to make a decision, the more likely we're going to have a change. That same logic was discussed yesterday. They left that one alone, and that's what everyone here at Saratoga, including Mike Maker and Arad Ortiz, are waiting to see what the stewards will do this time.
Look, I don't keep saying the 9 Tartini. The 8 Flo took up 2.
Well, Flo, see, in that situation, if Flo doesn't come out of there with him, he was protecting Dylan Davis because if he would have held his ground, Dylan was going to go down. So that's called taking care of your fellow rider inside of you. He came out of that spot to protect Dylan, costing him probably a 4th place finish because he still wound up 5th in the race.
I think this is a point now, Lafitte, that we're getting to a point where they're starting to see where they're going to put this 5 behind.
So you think DQ?
Well, just because as long as they're taking right now and the objection, maybe they're saying, okay, where did the 9 finish? Where did the 8 finish? We got to put this horse behind because they do pay out to 5th place. At some point, can we have a race where an Ortiz brother wins a race and we don't have an inquiry? That's all I wish for.
Jose Ortiz yesterday, Arad Ortiz today. So Paulie thinks disqualification. I think disqualification. JK?
Yeah, DQ. I thought it last night, too, though. but I feel much more confident in this one that this horse is going to come down. And I don't know, Gary.
I don't have any confidence.
Gary.
I know what should be done.
You know, Irad has a reputation of being an aggressive rider. I don't want to speak to clean, dirty. Just an aggressive rider.
Yeah.
Does that matter to them, you think, when they're making these decisions, Gary?
There's aggression, and there's dangerous, and it's become dangerous. How's that?
Yeah, and he's starting to know it. No, he's looking now like he's getting restless a little
I'd
bit.
hate to have to put up with my stomach would be if he's going through this as much as he's going through it of late, not of late, for a long time.
When you're talking about it getting that much more dangerous, the more they let the jockeys slide and push the envelope in the end, because the jockeys, it's an emotional game, and split-second decisions they'll start policing themselves out there.
Exactly. And things are not only going to happen out on the racetrack, they're going to happen in the jocks room too. And then they're going to get in trouble for fighting, and it'll look like a miniature hockey match. Clear the ice.
You know, the other part about this is...
Clear the bench.
Can we go back to the head-on real quick again? Because I want to point out what G. Stevens was talking about.
There was room on the fence.
There was room on the fence. There was like 2 or 3 paths on the fence. So watch the head-on here. Look how much is on the fence here where he could have went.
He opted to go out well before. I mean, he had so much horse. If he would have just waited, that horse would have went through there. But he chose not to take a chance with himself and put somebody else in danger, and I've got a problem with that.
Are we having a tote delay now?
I don't know.
Maybe, or is this Johar against High Chaparral?
That took 23 minutes. Bite your tongue. It's been about 8-9 minutes since this 7th race was completed.
And again,
Brad Ortiz.
And now I guess it's an objection inquiry, but this is kind of crazy now.
Yeah.
By the way, if the 5 gets taken down and you got 12, 10, 13 all, my goodness, the 10 was 50-1, right?
Click-a-tat.
Look,
1-1 announcement.
Takedown.
Yes. Number 5, Eyes on Target, has been disqualified from first and placed 8th behind number 9, Tartini. Number 5 disqualified and placed 8th. The new result will read: first, number 12, Land Biscuit; second, number 10, Click-a-Tat; third, number 13, Micro second; and placed 4th, number 8, Tommy B. 12, 10, 13, and 8. The stewards disqualifying number 5, Eyes on Target, for interference with both number 8, Tommy B, and number 9, Tartini. Eyes on Target placed behind number 9, Tartini.
What looked like a simple $25,000 claimer on a Thursday. Dramatic outcome. Disqualification. The favorite taken down, placed 8th. Eyes on Target. The winner, you're looking at him, Land Biscuit, Joel Rosario. JK's top selection at 5-1, 5, 10, 13, 8. Land Biscuit after the disqualification in the 7th at Saratoga. We have 3 races left. Stay tuned.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer Dancer, War Dancer. Proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Everybody catch their breath. Welcome back to Saratoga, where JK had to wait about 11 minutes to find out that he picked the winner of the 7th and got 12-20 for it. Land Biscuit and Joel Rosario entering the winner's circle.
In all fairness, if you're going to be a horse player and you want to be a good one, you can't be overly results-oriented. I was wrong. The 5 was much the best in that race, but I was fortunate enough to get the win.
JK, let me tell you something. Going 5 for 5 with 5 broken bad hits is way better than going 0 for 5 with a lot of line drives, okay?
Every dying quail, every ground ball with eyes. 12-20. Joel Rosario, click a tad at 51-1, microsecond, 29-1. The try up over $2,200. The 10-cent super, 3,300 plus in the 7th. At Saratoga. When we return, the queen of Saratoga, Mary Lou Whitney. We lost her 4 years ago, but her legacy here at Saratoga still all around us.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
280,000 just way. In the bank, 191,000.
150,000, Nader Tomas, thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Canterbury Park's BCBC handicapping contest is September 13th. $1,000 entry fee and $1,000 live bankroll. Play on expressbet.com or at the park. Win your way to the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge or the National Horse Players Championship in Canterbury Park's BCBC NHC Qualifier Contest on Wednesday, September 13th. Powered by ExpressBet.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Downtown Saratoga, so much energy, so much excitement, especially this time of year. Well, up next is the Thursday feature, the Birdstone. Birdstone, who was owned and bred by Mary Lou Whitney. Just over 4 years ago, Mary Lou passed away, and we lost a big part of Saratoga. And here's the thing you have to ask yourself. If not for Mary Lou, would we be sitting here today? It's something to think about as we get closer to Whitney Week and celebrate the life and legacy of Mary Lou Whitney.
Mary Lou did wonderful things when no one was looking. Once Mary Lou set her mind to doing something, there was no stopping her.
She was a beacon of light in the community, not only in Saratoga, but I'm telling you, her power of being a champion and supporting those always in need, it speaks out around the world.
I mean, really and truly, we owe Saratoga, as we know it today, to Mary Lou Whitney. The hospital, the dance museum, SPAC. Think of all the things that she has meant to this area. There was no reason why she had to do that, except that that was who she was. That was her nature.
Our backstretch workers, they are the sports unsung heroes. These wonderful people work long hours in dangerous situations while often living in poor conditions. All of us should try more to improve their lives and advance their dignity.
She means a lot to the backstretch. From her smile, from her genuine giving back. They will miss her coming into the backstretch appreciation dinners when she had to do bingo and she would just show up from the tent and everything that she sponsored through the backstretch programs.
It's been 26 years. It's just one furlong away. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes.
I'm sorry that Smarty Jones couldn't win. We kept saying to Prado be second.
In victory, and a lot of times you get defeated, but she was so great in victory, and she felt sorry. She really did, which is amazing. It shows you the spirit she had.
And little Birdstone digs down. The cliff's edge could not get to him in the darkness at Saratoga.
She fought. I mean, that's a good example for everybody. Don't give up. She just kept at it, you know, and she never wavered. So, great inspiration for all, especially me.
The way she told everyone, these are our horses. It's our responsibility to take care of them, not just when they're racing, but afterward. I've never had a friend like Mary Lou before in my entire life, and I know I'll never have another friend like her.
It didn't matter whether you were a millionaire or you were a guy walking down the street in sneakers, shorts, and a t-shirt. Everybody was a somebody to Mary Lou.
Knowing these people and riding for them is an honor, a privilege, and something that I will never forget. I was very proud when I rode for the stable. It was to me like I conquered the mountain that I was trying to get up.
Every once in a while, somebody comes along that makes a difference, and then somebody comes along that makes a huge difference. A tribute to her should last forever.
To all Saratoga, thank you for my wonderful life. May God bless you, and may God shine His love on Saratoga and on this track.
One of a kind, Mary Lou Whitney, for everything she gave, founding member SPAC, creating Centennial Park, elevating awareness for families of the backstretch. Speaking of which, Acacia is with us. Acacia, even today, new this summer at Saratoga, the new backstretch healthcare facility here at the spa.
It's amazing, Lafitte. We've seen her husband, John Hendrickson, carry on Mary Lou's legacy, and he recounted a conversation that he had with her with the opening of that new backstretch clinic, saying that Mary Lou always said they deserve better, speaking of the backstretch workers. And this new clinic features multiple exam rooms. Most of the employees at the clinic are also bilingual, as there's a huge percentage of the backstretch workers that are only Spanish speaking. And these kinds of advancements are so needed and so wonderful to see, to support the backbone and the heart and soul of this industry in the backstretch workers. Sadly, I never had an opportunity to get to know or to meet Mary Lou, but I did have the pleasure of getting to meet Birdstone, who is now at Old Friends in Kentucky. A couple of years ago, did a charity photo shoot with him in the colors of Mary Lou, wearing a hat that we auctioned off to look after retired racehorses, and he nuzzled my neck, so I felt very, very special as a result. But it's so wonderful to see Mary Lou's legacy live on and on, especially here in Saratoga.
She would have loved you, Acacia. Mary Lou Whitney, her influence, her impact still felt. And next week, the 96th running of the Whitney. And when we come back, Birdstone, you saw those Whitney colors. The Thursday feature, it's always a fun race. Marathoners will be in the paddock shortly. Acacia's Paddock Report, riders up, post-parade, the Birdstone next on Saratoga Live.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey preservationist Vito Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
$500,000 in the back. Thank you.
Oh, what a Preakness! It's National Treasure who gets the lead late.
$1 million in the back. Thank you.
Flight line, then full flight. Flight line, 20 lengths.
Flight line and a jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring Breeders' Cup Classic win.
The 102nd Saratoga Sale, August 7th and 8th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This has been great. First Responders Day at Saratoga. All first responders received a free admission. Saw performances from FDNY, the New York State Police, pipe and drum bands. You may have heard them earlier. Members of Saratoga Springs Police and Fire Department. They've been honored all afternoon. And earlier today, trackside, we saw a demonstration by the New York State Police K-9 unit. First Responders Day at Saratoga. Paulie's making friends here just outside the paddock to get closer to the Birdstone. See the field in updated odds. 1 3/4. Don't see these races very often. Acacia, and we are looking at an odds-on heavy favorite next at 3 to 5. What are you seeing?
Well, next comes off of that impressive win in the Brooklyn Lafitte. And there is a bit of a question today as to how the pace will play out. Going this marathon distance with a horse that was able to wire the field pretty comfortably last time out. And he has a couple other horses, namely Seafoam to the inside, who have early speed as well. But that being said, I just feel like next is a horse that has really flourished now. What a terrific claim for trainer Doug Cowens. And this is a horse that appreciates these long distances. He's sharp here here in the paddock, too. He is on the muscle, but he's incredibly fit coming in off that victory. Taking a look at his neighbor, Lone Rock. A year ago, even 2 years ago, this horse would have been the one that was the heavy favorite. Now, one thing I will say about him is that I thought he ran quite well, back at Oaklawn in the Temperance Hill. That certainly makes him competitive. Questioning, is he still the same caliber horse? Does he still have it in him? I noticed last year at one point that we saw his weight kind of going the wrong way, his color going the wrong way in his coat. He looks tremendous today. He is carrying great condition, a lot of good substance to him that I wanted to see. He's a little bit warm, but nothing over the top. I'll keep my eyes on him in the preliminaries, but he looks like a horse that's doing well. Let's see if he can get back on track, and he could sit a good trip. The number 5, Time for Trouble, kind of the typical English Channel build, smaller, a little unassuming, gets a little bit hot. You can just spot them in a group. Now, he does have actually some good dirt races, including that victory 2 starts back. Given his pedigree and how fit and strong he is, I don't have any problems with the distance with him in here. I would imagine he has the ability to be quick, too, if needed. A little bit quirky to get the tack on, but once they got the saddle, he settled quite nicely, and we'll see how he handles this stretch out to the 1 3/4, Lafitte.
It's 1 3/4 marathon. Acacia, thanks so much. The Birdstone, Ricardo Santana, Time for Trouble. It's 7-1, but all eyes on next 3 to 5. One of the very best in the country in this division. Let's revisit his latest, Gary. Belmont Stakes Day, the 1.5 Brooklyn next. Out in front, setting the tempo, and they're not gonna get him.
No, and I mean, look at this Jock coming into the stretch. He hadn't even asked him yet. He gets the weight. This is kind of distance horse, marathon horse that you want to ride, where you can just sit there and gallop them, literally gallop them until the last 1/4 mile. Sit down and get this kind of response. There's not too many of them, though, that you can do that. Most of them, you got to start pedaling a long ways out. Well, he's not one of them.
However, Paulie might have more company this time around in the early stages of the Birdstone.
Yeah, it just depends how Joel Rosario, if he's aggressive, and I would think that he would have to be with Seaphone. He's 8 years old right now. He does like this racetrack, 4 for 7 over it.
Let's see what next trainer thinks. Doug Cowan standing by live with Acacia.
As next looks to go 2 in a row. And Doug, we were just talking about this horse. He knows it's game time. He is very sharp, and he knows he's ready to head out to the racetrack today.
Absolutely. He always knows when it's game day, and when we hang the bridle on him, he just gets ready to go and puts his game face on.
On paper, it looks like there could be a little bit more pace in here. How do you think he'll handle that?
Well, you know, the race plays out a little bit different, but this horse likes to get into a rhythm, and that's the game plan today. The game plan is just wherever he's positioned, and just as long as he gets into his rhythm, we'll be happy and doesn't fight the rider.
It's crazy to think just a year ago he was sprinting. When you claimed him, talk a little bit about the thought process of eventually stretching him out.
Well, we noticed shortly after getting the horse and his breezes and stuff that he liked to get into a rhythm, and once he got into that rhythm, he just had a lot of stamina. And, you know, I said when the situation's right, I'd really like to try him at a little further distance in 1 1/8, which I ran him the first time.
You've done a great job with him. Best of luck here.
Thank you so much.
Lafitte.
Next, 3 to 5, post-parade for the Birdstone. There's Seafoam. Could have a serious impact on the race shape early on.
Yeah, blinkers have gone on this 8-year-old, and he's gotten faster early, but not late. We'll see if he can at least put a dent into next.
Number 2, the Skipper 2, Florida bred, Florida shipper.
Yeah, this horse has 1 race, 2 back that seems like it's even close to fast enough. That was at a flat mile. He's got another 3 quarters to go.
We're good at math on the set this afternoon. Treasure Trove, Javier Costello, 4-time Birdstone winning rider.
Yeah, this one for Norm Cash, his son of Tabitha, 7-year-old. Although the best race was at Aqueduct here in New York.
Number 4, Dash Attack on the Kentucky Derby trail at Oaklawn last winter.
Well, this horse just has to get faster. Sometimes the switch to these marathon distances can wake him up. I don't think that'll wake this one up.
6-1 currently, then number 5 in Time for Trouble, 9-time winner with pedigree to handle distance, added distance.
This is the interesting horse in here. You know, I don't know if this horse likes the dirt or the turf better, but Jeff Hiles has better dirt numbers. Ricardo Santana gets aboard.
Lone Rock claimed late 2020 for $40,000 since he's earned $1.1 million plus.
Once upon a time, I was on record of saying this horse won't lose a race on the dirt over 1.5 miles. He was outstanding at a time. I just think he's gone the wrong way.
And that division leader is on your screen, the gray. Next, very sharp, strictly the one to beat.
Yeah, and a horse that's just really, really blossomed at age, about, the end of his age 4, now at age 5. And I think now at age 5, Lewin Machado, the jockey aboard, knows that, listen, I can't get into the war with the one. Maybe I can even lay off and can rate, like Doug Cowan said, just if the horse gets in the right rhythm, he's going to be tough to beat.
An opportunity for Lewin Machado to win a stakes race at Saratoga. Not if Louis Saez can help it, however, with Lone Rock. All right, so a no-show in the Isaac Murphy at Churchill Downs Derby Week. But before that, Gary, this was the Temperance Hill, where he was defending a title at Oaklawn. And the horse next beat in the Brooklyn is going to beat Lone Rock, Calibrate, at 30-1.
Yeah, listen, this horse, he hasn't won a race in his last 4 races. And after the Temperance Hill, he came back and he got beat 23 lengths. And Next was in that race. Next finished 3rd in there. But, he's freshened up. He's had plenty of rest since Oaklawn Park. Okay, I get that. He's worked very good here in Saratoga. But look, the one thing he's got to hope for, Seafoam. He's going to have an impact not only on Lone Rock, but what I see Machado doing is, look, just let that other horse go. You cannot, don't get involved with him if you can possibly help. You're hoping that Next will just drop the bridle, get in that rhythm, whatever that rhythm is, but does not try and go after this horse. And I think that he's had enough experience going along now. Next, I'm talking about the horse, and he enjoys these long distances. He knows he's going to run long. He sees where the gate's set up. He'll get himself in that own rhythm. That's what I believe. That's what I'm hoping.
The other great thing for Next is he's drawn outside, right? We've seen when Lone Rock was on his run of greatness, man, he would draw inside sometimes, and he'd have to kind of get out in between horses and go around horses and try to get in the clear. Next is in the clear. And we know Next is going to handle the distance, so who cares if he's 2 wide, 3 wide around there.
Exactly.
Just keep him in the clear. Don't get him stopped. Keep him happy, and the draw puts you right in the position to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the horse is a 7-time winner, likes to win races. And the crazy part about this horse, this is a horse that started in the Wesley Ward barn and now it's turned into a marathoner in the Doug Cowan's barn. It just shows you that there's something for every horse, and you need to check every box. And kudos to Doug it was an off-the-turf event at Delaware. He won by 18.5. They said, okay, you know what, let's go in the race at Keeneland. Let's go back to the dirt going long, and boom, we got our distance horse, and he's 3-5 today. I'm kind of with Gary in here. I think he lets Seafoam go, and if you're Louis Machado, you kind of pretend like Seafoam's not there, and you just got enough horse and just to rate and go by.
Yeah, and he's so relaxed out there on the racetrack right now. Cool as a cucumber. He's not wound up at all. He knows the job that's ahead of him. Look, you never know how they're going to react when you get a speed ball. And when I say Seafoam, a speed ball, he is a speed ball. His early pace, time form U.S. is 118 for distance, and that's really, really fast.
The stalwart Seafoam, a 2-time stakes winner at Saratoga, dating back to the 2018 Albany. 2018 Albany Seafoam, looking for a 3rd stakes win at Saratoga. And then Acacia, the Skipper 2, trying to pull off an upset. What do you think?
Yeah, he'll have his work cut out for him today, Lafitte, that's for sure. I do think it's between the outside horses in particular. But wanted to touch on the fact that we do see the Skipper 2 come up from South Florida, and his jockey comes as well, Amisael Jaramillo, who's been aboard him the last couple of races. And Amisael is a very strong rider, particularly a very strong gate rider based in South Florida. And he's here for the weekend as he'll be riding Dean Delivers in the Vanderbilt on Saturday. I'm sure he's happy to ride this horse, but I'm sure it's also a good test run for him. Obviously a much different type of race, but here getting on horses, riding at Saratoga for a guy, of course, that's ridden here before, but based in South Florida. The Skipper 2 has done very well jumping up as a 4-year-old. Physically, he's matured a lot. I still wonder if he really wants quite this far. He's trending in the right direction, and at least they're keeping his jockey who's gotten to know him so well, Lafitte.
It's a long test drive, mile and 3/4. Ismael Jaramillo, skipper 2, Gary next, and his jockey, Luan Machado. This, in case for our viewers just joining us, and they see where the gate is, and they're thinking, oh, this is another sprint on dirt at Saratoga. They're going to go around twice, mile and 3/4. What's the approach, the mindset? What's the biggest challenge for a jockey in these types of races at this distance?
Well, look, I said earlier, if I'm Machado, I'm feeling like a lucky guy right now to be able to ride a horse like this, this caliber at this distance. Just stay patient, stay relaxed. You've got the fractions running through your mind. You know what this horse is capable. And the main thing is you know how much energy he's expending at what point of the race. And what he wants is that same kind of finish that he had in his last race. You want that same kind of explosive move coming off of the turn. You don't want things to get wound up too early. But he's kept honest pace, but we've got a very fast horse in here with early pace in Seafoam, but just don't let him get engaged with that horse. Stay relaxed with him, and for everybody in this race, that's what you want to do, is get him in that rhythm, the mile and 3/4 rhythm.
Paulie calling for the upset, Dash Attack.
Yeah, I'm just hoping for somebody from off the pace, and I know that Dash Attack needs to improve big time in here.
Lafitte, friends don't let friends cheer at the first wire. If you know someone, do not let them cheer when they come by the stands for the first time. They're going around again.
They go around twice. Next, odds on 3 to 5, all set for the Thursday feature, the Birdstone. Frank Miramati standing by.
All right, Lafitte, reminder to the fans, as Jonathan just mentioned, it's a mile and 3/4. Don't get too excited first time by the stands. Lone Rock comes up in the Flying P colors. Heavily favored next, the odds-on choice, to complete the line for the Birdstone. And they're off in the Birdstone, and Seafoam comes out very quickly. The skipper 2, Lone Rock, next is on the far outside. Dash Attack is next. The skipper 2, who was up close moments ago, is now 5 off the lead. At the back of the field, Treasure Trove and Time for Trouble. Joel Rosario has Seafoam leading the way. The Saratoga Lover has it by a length and a half. Next, we'll track intently from second. It's another 2 back to Dash Attack, who's racing a joint third inside of Lone Rock. Another couple of lengths back to the skipper 2. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. At the back of the field, behind the skipper 2, are both Treasure Trove, and behind him, Time for Trouble. They have a little more than a lap to go, and Seafoam is allowed to set the pace by himself. He's leading in front by 2. Next, in hand, second, Lone Rock, covering up Dash Attack. They're 3rd and 4th, respectively. The skipper 2, Treasure Trove, and Time for Trouble has 7 lengths to make up through this half that went in 49 and 4/5 seconds. Seafoam left alone up top. Has it by almost 3 lengths now. Dash Attack inching up inside of Nest. Next just holds that second spot. And then comes Lone Rock in 4th, 4 lengths off the lead, traveling comfortably enough at this stage. Treasure Trove and the skipper 2 are together. And another 2 back to Time for Trouble. There hasn't been any movement in the running order. Seafoam, 1:15 and 3 for 6 furlongs. Down the back stretch, a length and a half in front. Next, now getting closer willingly without being asked to do so. Dash Attack has lost some ground. Lone Rock alongside him. The skipper 2, Green Cap, Treasure Trove, Time for Trouble. They're heading to the half mile, and it is Seafoam in front, 3/4 of a length. They're starting to sprint into the far turn. Next, traveling nicely. Next, now putting the heat on, and right on even terms with Seafoam, rounding the far turn. Next is the new leader. Seafoam now a neck back second. Lone Rock fully extended in 3rd. From the back of the field, Time for Trouble is coming alive. 4th on the outside, and then comes Dash Attack. But next has opened up at the top of the stretch. Time for Trouble in the middle of the racetrack alongside Dash Attack with an 1/8 of a mile to go. And next has built up a 6-length lead. Good battle between Dash Attack and Time for Trouble. But this is a lights-out performance from Next. Next widening and sprinting in hand by double digits. Time for Trouble second, Dash Attack third. The Skipper 2 was fourth in the Birdstone.
Absolute mismatch. Doug Cowan said he had his game face on. Next brings his A game and trounces his competition in the Birdstone Stakes.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like one of those runners in the New York Marathon that's able to run 25 miles and then sprint home the last mile. He's absolutely sprinting home the last eighth of a mile. This is fun to watch. This horse is loving this. And Machado, you know what he did? He rode him like our announcer, Frank Maramati, called this race. Just nice and methodical early on, and you wind up into a crescendo, and then you finish with all this zest. That's fun to watch.
Is that right? I know they don't run 1 3/4 a lot here, but on printed form and regular form, the track record's 2:52. Broke the track record by 6 seconds. I know they don't run that many. Is that the right time?
Considering how rare these races are and how easy he made that look, not impossible.
I said it earlier about Lone Rock. There was a point in his career when I said he won't lose a dirt race over 1.5 miles. He did. This horse will not lose a dirt race over 1.5 miles.
So now you're going to put the hex on him.
Because
it worked so well for Lone Rock.
No, well, the Lone Rock ran into a biased racetrack and a stablemate that beat him. But this horse, worked backwards from Santa Anita. Breeders' Cup, they usually have a marathon race on the undercard. It used to be a Breeders' Cup race. Now it's just on the undercard. This horse is 3-5 to win that one.
The Grade 2 Aftercare Alliance you're referencing, and Frank Maramati was right. He did look like he was sprinting in the stretch. When you watch tape of past winners of the Birdstone, they don't look like that. It's whoever can grind at the highest level farthest. They don't look like they're finishing with that kind of authority, Gary.
You know what? Who you remind me of? The great marathon horse. Anybody who watch European racing? Travers. He would run in those 2.5 mile races in Europe and with Frankie Dettori and would sprint home like him. But that was on grass, and he was a horse that was bred specifically for that. And man, I don't know. I haven't seen anything like this here in America.
It says 245.32, awaiting clarification. Brilliant performance. Next, odds on, and understandably so. Michael Foster winning owner. Doug Cowan's winning trainer. Luan Machado, a stakes winning jockey at Saratoga, 7-5-4-2. Next wins the Birdstone Stakes.
Wish is making a big move on the outside, but it's Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Curly, the classic sire.
The NyraBets Travers Bankroll Builder is back. Place a $50 win wager on one horse in any or all of the selected Saratoga Stakes races and receive a $20 bonus, win or lose. Opt in each week to play at NyraBets.com.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, as always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Weren't we expecting a downpour this afternoon? Beautiful Thursday afternoon in upstate New York, and a beautiful performance by Next, who rolls by many in the Birdstone down to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And I'm so pleased to be joined by winning owner Michael Foster as Next rattles off another one. What a big performance today.
Yes, he did. I tell you what, well, we take every race serious and nervous, but we thought he could handle the distance for sure.
I was just talking to you about your relationship with trainer Doug Cowens, and you said you've been with him for 17 years, and what a claim this has turned out to be.
We've claimed a lot of horses and had a lot of success. It's not our first stakes horse that we claimed, but this guy's a claim of the century. I'm telling you what, Doug figured him out early, and, you know, we ran him for 50,000 back, and we're amazed we got away with it. So he's just a dream come true. I tell you, we have more fun with this horse than we ever dreamed of.
How does that feel as an owner, having the thrills like this horse has given you on the racetrack?
You know, we've won listed stake races, so that's still a thrill. But when you get at the graded 2 level, and you can't even explain it. You know, we're just a bunch of regular guys having a good time.
And how about a win at Saratoga? How do you put that in words?
Oh, that's big. I mean, we were shooting for it. We take every race one at a time, but we wanted Saratoga so bad just to be able to race up here. So we're very, very happy, excited.
As you should be. Enjoy it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The claim of a lifetime, indeed, Lafitte.
Amazing claim. What a marathoner. Imagine how bright the future would be for Next if JK hadn't just put the Lone Rock curse on him. Thanks a lot, man.
Lone Rock did win the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance race, so his career worked out just fine.
Did you get a verification on that time?
I'm currently timing it as we speak.
Where are we?
We're almost in mid-stretch right now, so we'll know the time here pretty soon. And I think the timer was off.
I think the timer was off.
Yes.
The timer was off?
Yeah.
Fast, but not that fast?
I think.
Yeah.
7 seconds is a long time.
But
again,
Gary, you don't, even the end of the Belmont Stakes, or when we've watched previous Birdstones, winners don't look like that when they're finishing up after a mile and 3/4.
No, and that's my amazement, is the sprint home that he had. I mean, you could see him lower his head, runs with his head low anyway, but he dropped his head and literally sprinted the last furlong and a half, which you don't see in these long distance races.
You could see that coming, Paul, because Machado, it just has a hold on him, and the other jockeys are going to work, encouraging their horses to try and keep up.
Well, Gary made a good point, because on the first time around, the horse kind of dropped his head. I made a comment to Gary. I said, he got a low head carriage. He said, so does Lone Rock. That must be something, I'm going to ask you, that must be something that's a trait of a long-distance runner, because he just dropped his head, and when he got comfortable, you could just tell he was loaded the whole way around the racetrack.
And the one thing I like about this horse as well is that his style, like we saw, we've seen with like horses like In Italian. Obviously, she was beat last time, but she's never going to get beat because of a trip. Like, he's going to always make his own trip. He's never going to need pace to run at. He's always going to be forward, and he'll sit off a horse. He doesn't need the lead. He'll take the lead, but he doesn't need it. His tactical style is going to help him out quite a bit as well.
Could not have been more relaxed, sitting off of a sea foam in the early stages, and you saw what he did when he really turned it off. And next in the Birdstone, the Thursday feature at Saratoga, and when we return, more live racing to left, plus Thoroughbred Aftercare. Racing for home, Acacia and her mom, Sherry. Incredible program. Big event on the horizon. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga. So I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33, 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spicedown was a super fast horse. Certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss, Wayne Lucas, always said, you can't coach speed.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched City Man and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming Thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day.
We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation.
I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They've become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats, and that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe.
I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing.
Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once, and he came back to Racing for Home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
Terrific program, such an important cause. Racing for Home. Acacia is with us. Acacia, first, thank you for everything you and your mother have done for Thoroughbred Aftercare. And as we understand, a big event coming up very, very shortly, yes?
Yes, Lafitte, we're very excited. Racing for Home has teamed up with old friends Cabin Creek, which is based here in the Saratoga area, and we'll be doing a joint fundraiser together on Monday, July 31st, this coming Monday at Nove. So you'll have great food included. It's from 6 to 9 p.m. You can check out our website, eventcreate.com/e/for-the-horses, and you can get tickets on there. If you can't make the event, you're welcome to donate on the website as well, and all of the funds will go to support both organizations that, as my mom kind of touched on in that piece, every aftercare organization fills a different niche as far as providing for racehorses when they're done with their careers on the racetrack. And it's what I'm the most proud of as far as all of my accomplishments and the things that we're still working on. As you could tell, my mom is an absolute angel, and anybody that has met her knows that that is true. And again, I'm so thankful for the opportunity to do what we do, and very thankful to have such a great team that supports our initiatives as well. So hope everybody can join us on Monday if you're in town. Should be a wonderful event. Celebrity guest MC, Richard Migliori, as well.
Worth the price of admission alone. Tireless effort, Acacia. Thanks so much. Best of luck with the event Monday night. Racing for home. For more information on the event, again, it's eventcreate.com. Eventcreate.com. Ninth race. You see the field and updated odds for this allowance optional claiming event. Another long one. The race, 1 3/8 on the inner turf course. Current favorite at 2-1. Pioneering Spirit faced tougher company and has the right people in his corner. Jose Ortiz and Linda Rice. Shug McGahee also with a contender trying for his first win of the meet. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Get your picnic baskets and blankets ready, JK. Saratoga Summer Concert Series is back. It's free, family-friendly concert. Sundays in July, Tuesdays in August. Begins at 7 in Congress Park, featuring local artists. Last Sunday, Skippy and the Pistons. Gotta love Skippy and the Pistons. Upcoming Sunday features Proudest Monkey Band. Not just a racing town, Saratoga. Lots to do. And here at Saratoga, we still have 2 races left for the 9th. Horses in the paddock, as you can see, with this allowance optional claimer, 1 3/8 on the inner turf course. Acacia is standing by. Acacia, Pioneering Spirit, 9-5 favorite in what looks like a much more competitive race than we just watched.
It really does look to be that way, Lafitte. And Pioneering Spirit will look to make it 4 in a row. And I think we're starting to see Linda Rice have an effect on the tote board with taking a lot of attention because the barn has been pretty unstoppable since we started up here in Saratoga. This horse has won his last 4 races, swept by Always Going Best last time out. But going from the first level allowance company to this level of competition is a big jump. And he's pretty warm here in the paddock. He's a horse that showed he could handle distance going 1.25 miles last time, but I wonder if he can keep going and as he runs through those conditions so quickly. I'm interested in the number 9, High Tide. We saw him have a voided claim 2 back. This was last year at Saratoga. It was a 14-way shake for him that afternoon, and that was followed by a layoff. I was very dubious of him coming back last time. Didn't like him going shorter, but it was clearly a stepping stone for him. He's far more fit, far more defined, and while he's always a high energy type of horse and is accompanied by the pony, I love him getting some more distance. We'll see if he can handle this far, but I think he's an intriguing prospect. Now, second time off the layoff, as he was also protected last time for Carlos Martin.
6-1, High Tide. Junior Alvarado, there he is. What'd you think, JK? What'd you come up with here?
I like the 6. I picked the 6 in here.
19-1.
Yeah. You know, last time this horse was closing into a slow pace, going 9 furlongs for Grand Motion, and you get Florent Giroux. You know, I just think when horses on the front end are able to go slow, they're going to have a lot of energy when they turn for home. And I think that horses that are trying to close into that are trying to run those horses down, they run significantly better than it looks on paper. So while this horse ran second and got a nice figure that day, I think that figure is too low based on the actual running that horse did with those internal fractions of the race. And so at a huge price, I've got no problem using the 6.
The race was solid. Absolutely solid. I'm surprised that he's up there at 19-1. I thought he would come down from the 15-1 morning line.
Yeah, you know, this is one of those situations where people, you know, West Point, they're going to always bet their horses. You get a Shug McGahee runner in here. You get the red-hot Linda Rice in here. You get a Christophe Clement in here. And those horses are going to always take money, especially in long-distance turf races.
Call to post for this 9th race. Meet the field. And a 9-5 favorite here in Pioneering Spirit. Again, facing much tougher company on this afternoon. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice looking for a first win on the afternoon. Post-parade, starting with a space launch. Joel Rosario aboard with Christophe Clement, always formidable.
Yeah, Joel should be able to work out a nice trip from the inside, at least early in the race. We saw sometimes it can get a little dicey late when you're trying to get out of those inside positions.
Number 3, One Night Standards. Louis Saez subbing for Johnny V.
And first time gelding, the son of Arch, and does have 3 wins on the turf course from Mark Cassie.
Pioneering Spirit, sharp, reborn on grass of late.
Absolutely, won 3 races in a row, but the waters have gotten deeper every time. Now this is the deepest that this one will jump into.
And number 5, Good Skate, who sputtered in his turf debut.
Yeah, Irad Ortiz and Mike Maker got taken down a little bit earlier in their card. They'll try to win this one with a little higher price this time.
Serafos, the Wertheimer brothers, JK's top selection at a big price.
Yeah, hoping that the added distance helps this one a little bit. I love the race last time, though, going the 9 furlongs.
Dripping Gold, Shug McGahee looking for a first win of the meet.
This is a horse that kind of is a lunch pail type of horse and likes to make it close. Won by a nose, lost by a nose, usually shows up.
Tyler Gaffley looking for a 4th on the afternoon. No need to worry would be a shock.
Yeah, no need to worry unless you bet on this horse. This horse is not run on the turf yet, and this is a tough race to try it for the first time.
High Tide, yeah, stretching out from 7/8 to 1 mile and 3/8.
Yeah, I like this horse too. I know Keisha likes this horse. I think on the stretch out, the issue is this horse needs to get out of the gate a little bit better.
Royne, distance will not be unfamiliar.
Absolutely not going to be a problem at all. And that outside draw might need some extra stamina if they get hooked wide.
Merlin, Florida bred, Florida shipper.
Yeah, horse that's coming off a gate-to-wire synthetic wins. That's 2 gate-to-wire synthetic wins. So maybe this horse will be your speed from the outside at a big price.
That's the field. 9th race at Saratoga. Post time, 4 minutes. 3 turns, 1 mile and 3/8. And this combination, Pioneering Spirit, JK, Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, piling up wins here at the Spa in the first couple of weeks. But it's not just been here at Saratoga. This has been going on for a while.
Oh, absolutely, and they're a dangerous duo. It's also important to note that Jose is married to Linda's niece, so it's a family affair as well. But she was riding Jose prior to that. She's always ridden Jose, and they've just been lights out together. And that happens when a trainer gets really, really hot. Usually their go-to rider gets to get hot with them because they're on a lot of those horses.
And again, we were talking about this yesterday, Gary and I too. You know, American Pharoah, another American Pharoah that has taken to the turf. This one's won 3 in a row since she's put this horse on the turf, Gary. And here's the thing. This horse was 0 for 12. They put this horse on the turf, and then boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I mean, the American Pharaohs are like in another Triple Crown winner. Justify is getting turf runners as well.
A couple of stars overseas.
Absolutely.
From last to first. Last at the top of the lane, Gary, Pioneering Spirit.
So what I'm seeing is I always talk about the acceleration factor, turf versus dirt. And that's what I was so excited about with Next in that last race on the dirt. He showed acceleration on the dirt of what you see a turf horse do. Horses can't quicken naturally the same way as they can on dirt or on turf. And that, since this horse has been moved to the turf, he's able to get a better grip. He enjoys it. I don't know whether it's his action, what it is about it, but American Pharoah, he had beautiful action. He didn't waste any energy whatsoever. This horse, same type of thing. He's got that action, and they're able to accelerate coming off of that turn and really, and listen, when you're sitting on their back, you can feel that acceleration sitting on their back. It feels like they're re-braking out of the starting gate.
And then High Tide at 6-1. Take a look at his most recent, Paul. This is early June, Belmont. This is a sprint, 7/8 of a mile, and look how far back he is and all the real estate he makes up late.
Yeah, listen, I'm in agreement with Acacia that this was kind of a setup race. He got a good setup in this race. They went really fast early, and he came with his patented run. And that's what he does most of the time when he goes shorter. He hasn't really sprinted in a while. This is the first time he sprinted in a long while, and I thought he ran well. But if you look at his other races around 2 turns, one was at Aqueduct, he won. He's 2 for 3 here at Saratoga. I just think he's spotted well here, and you're getting a decent price.
Sharp, and he's won 3 of his last 5. Junior Alvarado in the saddle. High Tide currently 6-1. 2-1 on the favorite, JK, in Pioneering Spirit with Jose Ortiz.
This is a perfect example of going through your conditions, right? This horse started this turf run running for maiden claiming 40, won, then was eligible for the starter allowance, won, then went to the first level allowance, won, now shows up here in the second level allowance. So although this horse is on a 3-race win streak, these are the deepest waters. This is not like a stakes situation where a horse has won 3 races in a row, stakes races. This horse has been taking the time, working its way up. This is the deepest waters Pioneering Spirit has been in.
We're looking at the long shot, no need to worry. What are you seeing, Gary? What's going on?
Getting a saddle adjustment. Looks like either moving the saddle, looks like they moved the saddle back a little bit. I talk about where the saddle is sit. And listen, different jockeys with different styles like their saddle in a different place. It's like climbing into somebody else's car. A trainer will think, well, this is where a saddle belongs. And you get on the horse and say, well, you might like the seat of your car here, but you've got legs that are 6 inches longer than mine, and I can't reach the pedals. You got to feel comfortable when you're on their back. Just a small minor adjustment there. And you see this often in races. And look, if you're on a horse that's pulling, that they're too aggressive, that saddle's too high up on their withers to where you don't feel comfortable, and you know if they start if he starts pulling, that saddle's liable to slip up on their withers. All of a sudden, it's like driving a car with no steering and no brakes. You don't have any control to keep him off the hill. So he's just getting the saddle adjustment. No big deal there.
Unless there's a rocket in that saddle, I don't see it. It has been a struggle. No need to worry.
Yeah, the jockey, if you haven't heard from him, Gabriel Ramos, he rides here and there at parks. He's 10% for the year, but yeah, 66-1. It would be a big shocker.
And Gary, you went with number 7, Dripping Gold. Would be a first of the meet for Shug McGahee. Tyler Gaffney looking for a 4th in the afternoon.
Looking for 4th, and Shug's due. This horse, he went through that first condition, 3 races back, moved up to the second condition in his last 2. He's been competitive, beaten 3 lengths in his last race and 3/4 of a length. time before that.
Friends don't let friends cheer at the first wire.
The 3-turn disclaimer. Mile in 3/8. JK going with number 6. The long shot, Serafos at a price, and Paul and Acacia with High Tide. All set. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post-time race 9, Saratoga.
Merlin is the last one to load. Backs away. Others standing well. All set. And they're off. And Space Launch is sent right out of there. Serafos is up close in the early going. So is One Night Standards, Dripping Gold in the mix. Serafos now drops off that front running battle. And behind, or in front of him rather, is Merlin. Merlin moves up to take the 4th spot. It's another 3 lengths back to No Need to Worry. High Tide on the outside. Pioneering Spirit at the back of the field. Royne is together with Good Skate. They're covered by 8 lengths into the stretch for the first time. And it's Space Launch with a relatively easy lead of 1.5 lengths, but not for long. High Tide has come up to take over. And so High Tide in front with a lap to go. Dripping Gold, a joint second, racing on the outside of Space Launch, and then it's One Night Standards, about 6 lengths off the leaders. He's followed by Merlin. It's 1.5 lengths back to Serafos. Pioneering Spirit is next. No Need to Worry is toward the back of the field. Behind him comes Good Skate, and outside of Good Skate is Royne. 47-4 for the half mile. And it's High Tide, cruising along with a 3-length advantage. Down on the inside, Space Launch is trying to get a little bit closer and doing so. And outside of him comes Dripping Gold in 3rd. They're followed by One Night Standards, 4th at this point, as High Tide has been passed by both Dripping Gold. And Dripping Gold in front, Space Launch takes 2nd, High Tide not being persevered with, bowing out of it. They're followed by One Night Standards and Merlin together 3rd and 4th. Pioneering Spirit has gotten underway, 5th with 4 lengths to make up. Serafos is next. Good Skate, turquoise colors, 7 lengths off the leader, and that leader is Dripping Gold. They went the mile in 1:37.3. Dripping Gold has a 2.5 length lead. Pioneering Spirit continues to advance. He's 3 wide on the outside, closing the gap. Space Launch is just inside of him. Pioneering Spirit, sustained bid. Dripping Gold, short lead, not for long. Pioneering Spirit goes on by from the back of the field. Good Skate and Serafos have both surfaced. Pioneering Spirit completely outclassing the competition. Could not have won any easier than this. Pioneering Spirit by 4 on the money. Good Skate finished 2nd, Dripping Gold 3rd, Serafos 4th.
Padding those stats, Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, another win, and Pioneering Spirit, 4 straight victories on grass.
4 straight takes that hike up in class. And listen, I was saying High Tide with that early move coming into the stretch the first time, was running off of Junior Alvarado. His reins were soaking wet. Changed the whole race. Well, it didn't change the whole race. It might have changed 2 horses' races, the 7 and the 2, but nobody was going to beat Pioneering Spirit here today.
No, they were. That's 4. I think it's 4 in 4 days with Linda and Jose now.
It is.
JK, it's just, you're getting to the point now, like, you can't throw her out. She won the last race yesterday. She won this race. And now this horse, 4 for 4 on. It's really amazing that a horse that was 0 for 12 at one point has now won his next 4 races. It's crazy.
And the difference today was, as you mentioned, JK, the waters were supposed to get deeper. This is much better company than he's been handling. And he handles these rivals with ease.
Absolutely. He went through his progression. You know, he started with the maiden 40s, went to the starter allowance. The next step, I would think, is see if Linda can find a 3rd level allowance, but I think the next step is probably going to be a stake after that performance.
Taylor Rice, there she is, wife of Jose Ortiz, niece of Linda Rice, and spending a lot of time in the winner's circle lately. Lots to smile about. Linda Rice, Taylor Rice, Jose Ortiz on his way back with Pioneering Spirit 4, 5, 7, 6. Their son, Nico. He's spending a lot of time in the winner's circle. High Tide, as you saw, who was eased about midway through the race, a non-factor. Pioneering Spirit, he's been a serious factor in his last 4 straight victories. Results, reaction when we come back. You're watching Saratoga Live.
continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Curly, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
9 down, 1 left. Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale. Adelapa. Yeah, looked like a competitive race on paper. Pioneering Spirit had other ideas. Gary, a 4th straight. Take another look here, top of the stretch. Pioneering Spirit. Jose Ortiz gives him his cue, and Pioneering Spirit responds and puts this field away.
Must be nice. Have a couple cracked ribs, come off the bench, Gary, and go, you know what, I'll just win 4 or 5 in these 2 days.
Bruised ribs.
Bruised, that's right, they're just bruised. Just take, like Nolan Ryan said.
They're not hurting right now.
Just take a couple aspirins and I'll be okay, right?
They're not hurting right now.
The difference is the winning between the crack.
Yeah, the best medicine is adrenaline and winning, right, Gary?
So happy he wasn't injured worse with the
that was scary.
With that accident last week. Got lucky, got back in the saddle immediately. He's worked hard all week, and he looks great doing it, too.
Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, Pioneering Spirit, what we've seen thus far. Caldwell Loves Gold, the first-time starter, 13:20. Land Biscuit by disqualification, the favorite taken down, 12:20. Next, all chalk. Pioneering Spirit, 670 for the victory. Winning pilot, Jose Ortiz for the Acacia and the winner's circle.
I'm pleased to be joined by Jose Ortiz and Nico, who's been doing a lot of visits to the winner's circle. Jose, first of all, how special is it to always have your family here?
Yeah, it's always great to have him around.
He's not about an interview today, though.
No. Nico is the one that come more. Leilani and Derek are a little bit older, so they stay with grandma. But Nico loves it so far, so we're happy to have him here. And my wife always big supporter of my career, so I'm happy when they are around.
It's all about the village, right? And you and Linda, quite a team as well. Pioneering Spirit, since he switched to the turf, that seems to have made such a big difference for this horse.
Yeah, it looked like he got 4 in a row now. He improved every time he step up a little bit and he delivers. So we are very happy with him. He's a very classy horse, easy going. He lets you do whatever you want with him in the mornings, and everybody love him at the barn. So the barn is gonna be happy tomorrow.
He's a horse that you can see when he travels over the turf, so he moves beautifully over it. What does that feel like, the difference in stride sometimes between horses that prefer turf?
Yeah, when the horse like the turf, they move, you know, like a fish in the water, you know, they just happy there. He was on a winning position every step of the way, and I felt like I have him under control. He was very relaxed, but on the bridle at the same time, and I was just ready when he was just waiting for me to make my move.
Congratulations.
Thank you, I appreciate it, Cassie.
All about the family affair here in the winner's circle, Lafitte.
Jose and Nico and Taylor.
Yeah, that's such a huge part about it, Lafitte. Gary and I were just talking about it. You know, Taylor was a rider, so she gets his routine that he has to go through and taking care of the kids and being part of this too, that's giant. It really is to have somebody in your corner, and when you're succeeding too, kind of knock you down a little bit, because she's ridden before as well, and I think it's really cool. She's around him a lot. She brings the kids around, and Jose's just such a humble kid too.
And Gary, very different for the family of horsemen in this particular game. NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, like there is an off season where you can like plan vacations. Not the case in thoroughbred racing, the life of horsemen, trainers, jockeys.
No, and hours, getting up early, working these horses. I mean, start working horses about 5:30 in the morning. That means you're up at 4 and you're waking up young kids, trying to be quiet, not waking them up. Taylor's been through that. She knows the game. She was raised in it the same as he was. I was raised in that same game. Then you're traveling all the time, and you're playing hurt. There's always something hurting on. We don't have a season, so when you're off, you're hurt pretty seriously if you miss a major amount of time, and that's really your only downtime, vacation time, and it's not vacation because you're working hard to make a comeback, to get back. So it's not the easiest life in the world to be the wife of or the husband of anyone in the sport, whether it be trainer, in any aspect of the game. It's a 24/7 our year-round job.
Yeah, how it must have been for Taylor to watch her husband fall, but fortunately, okay, back in action and riding winners at Saratoga. Jose Ortiz for Linda Rice in the 9th of 10 at Saratoga. One left, and when we return, how about the flamethrowers at Saratoga? Fast sprinters this weekend. Drew's Gold favored in the Amsterdam tomorrow, and on Saturday, we welcome back the champ, Elite Power, odds-on favorite in the prestigious, celebrated Grade 1 Alfred G. Vanderbilt.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. making sure everything is nice and
listen to me,
level.
That's what I had to do at home plate when I was in high school and in junior college. You got to man your position, make sure it's in nice form there, Lafitte.
Same exact thing. Same exact thing. Polly, what about this filly? Echo Zulu, her first start at Saratoga since capturing the spin away as a 2-year-old filly. Sensational yesterday in the honorable miss.
There's just no words. I know the two guys that are sitting right next to me are going to say the same thing. She took a ton of heat from Frank's Rocket, who's a nice horse, and she won this race in sub 109 with her ears pricked at the wire. I mean, the sky's the limit right now. She's just improved immensely.
Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint winner.
Unless she decides to take on the boys, unless Steve Asmussen decides to take on the boys in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, which he kind of alluded to yesterday might be a possibility.
I don't know. I think he's got things pretty well covered in the male division. We're going to see a little bit of that here in a second.
This is different.
This is different class filly than last year. Florent Giroux said, look, she goes a faster speed than the rest of them. She said some rapid fractions in the honorable miss, and he said she does it within herself. She just does it within herself and then kicks home, and that's what she did. 108 and change, had a huge buyer figure off of that. She's improved from 3-year-old to her 4-year-old year, most definitely.
JK, 112 buyer speed figure. How fast is that?
Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint winner. I mean, I love Goodnight Olive, but Goodnight Olive's never run that fast. And maybe it's 7 furlongs with some pressure, but you know, she ran well in the Kentucky Oaks. Echo Zulu did. She won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies going 2 turns on the dirt a mile and 16. So the 7 furlongs is not a problem for me with this horse. I mean, the fast is fast, and she's fast.
She is so good. And while we're talking Breeders' Cup, we'll have a chance to see her take on the champ, we believe, in the Grade 1 Ballerina on the undercard of the Travers on August 26. What a weekend for sprinters. Tomorrow, love this, on a Friday, the Amsterdam, 6 deep. And for trainer Steve Asmussen, yeah, he's got a good one here as well, by the name of Rivet. Looking for a 4th straight in the Amsterdam is Asmussen. And Gary, here's Rivet and what he was able to do in the Maxfield on a wet track at Ellis.
Yeah, and that was going 7 furlongs here. He's getting an extra half a furlong shorter, but this horse is fast. He went a sub 22 first quarter at Ellis Park, going 7/8 of a mile, 44 and 3, excuse me, and just widens as he comes into this final 16th of a mile here. I think this could be another special one for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, I got to see this horse at Oaklawn, and it's actually a special horse for Steve because he was able to put his son Keith aboard this horse for 3 of the wins. They put the blinkers on, completely changed the horse, and you know what? The horse has gotten faster and faster. The first 3 times the horse had the blinkers kind of came from off the pace. Now it's getting sharper and sharper early, JK.
Yeah, look, I mean, this horse is very, very impressive, right? I mean, the way that when you're looking at these horses that are trying to get better at these shorter distances, and when they do what they do here, it's very important. Very impressive.
And he's the 3rd choice because of the presence of these two, JK, Drew's Gold, Gilmore finishing 2nd and 3rd. In Grade 1, Woody Stevens chasing the likes of Arabian Lion.
Arabian Lion's a real racehorse, and Drew's Gold is also a real racehorse. If Drew's Gold was drawn outside in this Amsterdam, I would be very excited about kind of singling him in multi-race bets. The rail is no bargain, though. I mean, he's tactical enough, but he's still going to have to work out some sort of a trip.
You have to pick Rivet. You know that, right? Bill and Corrine Heilig-Brown. UT. Big UT fans. They watch, you go elsewhere. You've got problems.
By the way, the outside Colt's undefeated on 3 different surfaces.
That's a good addition. Really good addition.
New York Thunder is not a joke either.
Yeah, so that's the 3-year-olds in the Vanderbilt. Then you have the older horses in the Grade 1 Vanderbilt. The Amsterdam tomorrow, the Vanderbilt on Saturday. Grade 1, 7 deep here, and the odds-on favorite has been untouchable. Elite Power, 4-5. Winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint. North America's champion sprinter. Gary, what are you expecting tomorrow? Here's his latest in the True North at Belmont. Saturday.
He shows up every single time that they lead him over there, Billy Mott and his crew. He's fast. He's traveled overseas. And look, he's just a win machine. He's going to be tough. He's going to be facing a different Gunite than he did last year as a 4-year-old.
Look, I think Elite Power is the reason why we won't see Echo Zulu running against the boys because she'll have to deal with him, and he's tough.
or how good Steve Asmussen feels about Gunite once we get there this fall. First things first, Saturday's Vanderbilt. And Paul, this win in the Aristides at Churchill from Gunite
was impressive. And I remember talking to Steve after, and he goes, wow, look what my horse finished in. They finished in 12 and change, and I was dead last. The horse did not break well and just circled the field. Now, he beat Bango. Tejano Twist is a horse that comes from way out of it and usually runs second or third. Now, Elite Power did get the best of them overseas. I don't know if they're too far apart. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But Elite Power, and it seems like Gunite's getting better too.
Well, Lafitte, they talk about that Dubai bounce, the Middle East bounce going to those races. This horse came back and ran huge.
Yeah, Bill Mott's been doing this a long time with horses going to the Mideast, going back to the inaugural running of the Dubai World Cup with Cigar back in the mid-90s. And you had a chance to spend some time with Bill Mott, right? Cart talk. Were you able to read between the lines, get a sense of how he was feeling about Elite Power?
It was fun. It was fun to hang out with Bill a little bit. But, I mean, he likes Elite Power. And then with Cody's Wish, you know, he talked about the stretching out. He was a little bit tricky there. We'll see.
I give you credit, man. You asked him, what do you say when people ask if you won the Kentucky Derby? He's like, yeah, I said, so what do you say?
Well, you know, it's either a yes or a, well, like, yes, but.
Like JK went there. He went there. Bill Mott with Elite Power, loaded stable. Cody's Wish a week from Saturday in the Whitney with horses in the paddock and Awesome Native acting up in the paddock. Perfect segue to Acacia standing by.
Yes, I decided to do him last in my post-parade, Lafitte, so I can keep my eye on him and see if they're able to get the tack on, as he's been quite tricky. So starting things off with the number 5, McKillop, who will make his first start now for Ian Wilkes. I was intrigued by him coming back for a couple of different reasons. I love him getting back on the turf. I've always felt that he's more of a turf horse, and I'm interested to see him sprinting. He tried once sprinting on the dirt. He's not a dirt horse. He doesn't look like a dirt horse. He looks much more like a turf horse. And also in that dirt race in which he faced a very salty field back at Aqueduct in the Belmont at the Big A meet in September, he broke slowly from the rail, and he's much more of a turf kind of physical in that he's very angular behind. He doesn't have as much push from his hindquarters, and I've often found that horses have an easier time on the turf because of that. Now, he's grown coming back as a 4-year-old. I do think that he could still strengthen up a little bit, but I'm very intrigued by him coming back in this spot, and we'll see what he has to offer. The number 7, Super Quest, is a new face as well, as he broke his maiden very impressively down on the turf at Gulfstream. That was back in December, and we haven't seen him since then, and he was very green in that race. You could see him kind of swapping leads in the stretch. He was lugging in a little bit, but he was much the best against a decent field. Where has he been since that race? But he does come back here looking incredibly fit. And while he only has the 1 start under his belt, he stacks up physically with these. He is a very good-looking son of Munnings and a homebred for Live Oak. And he's sharp, he's strong, and I'm very intrigued to see what he will do in this spot. Now, the number 3, Awesome Native. They are still trying to get the tack on him, as you can see. They brought him into the saddling stalls, and he kind of jumped up and lurched forward. And so they brought him outside to finish him on the walk. They've brought the pony over as well. And trainer Jorge Abreu definitely is getting his arm workout with this one. But when you have horses that are so tricky like this, keeping them moving so they don't have a chance to stop and try and rear up or strike out or jump as he's been doing is the best method. So he's making his way around the paddock right now as they are finishing up, putting the overgirth on, and it looks like they finally got the tack on. Now, he is your favorite, I think, off of the dirt races. Interested to see what he does getting onto the turf for the first time, but there is plenty of turf pedigree on the bottom side, and I don't mind the practical jokes. He has a bit of a turf horse, turf hoof, excuse me. I just hope mentally he can keep things together, Lafitte.
Better not act up and break anything near our set, man. Awesome Native showing the team who's boss, and the current favorite at 5-2, 10th. And final from Saratoga next. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
The
momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Fox Saratoga Saturday continues. This Saturday, the Jim Dandy is on Fox. 3-year-olds, a champion, Forte, favored, final Travers prep. The Jim Dandy this Saturday on Fox. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. First things first is 10th and final. Right back at it tomorrow afternoon. Full Friday program highlighted by the Amsterdam 3-year-old sprinters. And then the Jim Dandy and Grade 1 Vanderbilt on Saturday. Live coverage on Fox. Again, coverage begins at 3 Eastern. JK, who'd you come up with in this 10th and final?
You know, I believe I almost picked a 2, almost. But I picked a 9, if I'm not mistaken, Charging, a horse that was in a supersonic pace on a soft turf course. I think this horse is going to run extremely well here.
Charging 9-2. Paul, top selection?
That's my top selection, too, Charging as well for Brad Cox. I just think that horse might be the outside speed.
Hey, no fun when you guys agree. This is not fun. So Sue, that's the 3-horse here. Awesome Native, who was really giving everybody just a lot of trouble in the paddock.
Yeah, when you have a lot of these other runners are all they've won 1 race. This horse won 3 races on the dirt.
So Sue Summer, speaking of elite power for Bill Mott.
A horse that's checked in more times second and third than first, and is the lowest payout in your pick 5.
Richie, just plain old Richie.
Richie Migliori ran extremely fast 4 times ago.
14-1 outsider here. Then a 29-1 shot in the form of 3-0 Dylan Davis aboard.
Yeah, another one who has some early speed, just doesn't seem fast enough late for this group.
Macalop, Julian Leperoux, Ian Wilkes teaming up.
Reportedly been working well in the morning. I think that's why this horse is taking money on the board.
Son of a Birch out, Super Quest in. It's been a while and really inexperienced in that debut.
Yeah, and then gets Lasix now in his second start, but he's undefeated for Live Oak Plantation.
Famous Gent, a threat. Look out.
This horse ran extremely well down in Gulfstream back in March, but did get a pretty big setup that day.
Polly and JK's top selection, Charging, Florent Giroux in the saddle.
Yeah, I think the other part of this horse has been off since May, and didn't run without Lasix last time in the Paradise Creek. And I have a feeling the horse might have bled a little bit. And now back on Lasix for Florent Giroux and Brad Cox, who already got a winner on the day.
A first-time starter, New York-bred 2-year-old filly. Earlier on the program, Florent Giroux winning that honorable miss yesterday. The Wednesday feature, and Ty-V on the outside. Jose Ortiz looking to sweep the late double.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to tell you a bunch of things I don't like about this horse, but you see Jose Ortiz is sitting on that horse's back. And you see that Linda Rice trains the horse.
Pretty much negates whatever case you're about to build against him, but he is 10-1.
Exactly. I mean, look, he's trying turf for the first time. Didn't stand out to me against this group, but Like I said, Linda, Jose, Saratoga.
It's like Mahomes and Kelsey. Same thing.
You know it's coming and you can't stop it.
Yeah, kind of.
You just can't stop it. Looking to go back-to-back here. There's Richie, number 3, an awesome native. And Gary and Tyler Gaffleone trying for a 4th win and doing everything he can to get awesome native settled down. And he looks much better behaved than he did a few moments ago.
Yeah, boys will be boys. And he was being the boy in the paddock. And I like what I'm seeing now. I didn't like what I was seeing out on the racetrack, but high energy. He's my pick in here. After I've seen what he was doing in the paddock, I said, man, I wish I would have picked the 9 horse. But I'm back on the 3 now.
You still have time.
I'm good with things.
No. You know, JK was talking about the turf works yesterday. You know, we get them from Mike Welsh, and we had a first-time U.S. horse yesterday for Christophe Clement that did not ran okay, but had C+ works. Now, the 3 Awesome Native did get a work over the turf course, and it was rated very well by Mike Welsh. So I can understand why this horse is being bet as a favorite.
The last time that he ran and won at Belmont, that was an off-the-turf race that day. So Jorge Abreu had thoughts already of running this horse on the turf. And yeah, his workout on the turf here, on the Saratoga Training Track turf course, was a very good workout. And we heard Acacia say that he had a turf foot on him. So I'm going to take a shot. I love Practical Joke. He's a very, very good young sire. He's getting a lot of runners out there. The secret's out on him.
Mike Welsh, highly respected clocker, journalist with a daily racing form. Another look at a 10-to-1 shot here. And Macalop, little confused. Paul, wait, did you go charging or Tivy, 9 or 10? I thought you said charging, and I
went
saw
9.
Okay, I saw
my
Tivy on the
confusion
screen.
is listen, I understand the 1 is your lowest payout, but you're betting a horse that's 1 for 16. The 1 win was here, I get it. But there's a lot of seconds and thirds there, JK, no?
Yeah, and look, if you're going to draw the rail in a turf sprint, I'd like for you to be very, very quick away from there. You know, getting kind of stuck in no man's land is not ideal.
Acacia, what are you seeing from charging?
Well, he will be quick away from there, that's for sure. He has that speed, and I agree with Jonathan. He was in a no-win situation last time, and he's also a horse that has a little bit of size to him. Typically, these types of builds do not favor a turf course with some give in it, so I think he'll love getting back onto firm turf today. And I think the slight cutback from the 7 furlongs to the 5.5 today, it's a different type of animal, and I think this is the right spot for him. He'll try to take them every step, but we'll see if Super Quest makes that a little bit tricky for him, Lafitte.
The 2 to look out for, Gary, right from the start. Super Quest and Charging. Giroux and Brad Cox looking for 2 wins on the day.
Yeah, I think that Charging will set the pace. Awesome Native's not going to be far away. Seuss is going to set pretty much the same trip that he set in his last race, where he was crying out for room coming into the stretch, set down on the fence. He's not going to be far away either.
And look out for Famous Gent to make a late run at him. Another look at the number 9, Charging. One final time on this Thursday afternoon. Frank Mirmati standing by with the call. Post time for the 10th from the Spa.
Okay, Lafitte, here we go, 3-0. One more. They're in the gate. And they're off. A bobble out of the gate for Famous Gent, who's at the back. Super Quest wins the start. Richie has early speed. Charging is up and on the pace. Tivigan Ford 3 lengths off the leader. Then comes Sosa Summer on the inside, followed by 3-0. It's another 2, back to Macalop. Slow starting Famous Gent after that rough beginning is second to last, and Awesome Native would have to pass them all. It's Super Quest through a quarter in 21 1/5 seconds. Charging is now asked to go after the front runner in second. 3 more to Richie in third. Then Sosua Summer in the pink splitting rivals. Tivy is next, followed by 3-0. They're at the top of the stretch. And Super Quest with a 2.5 length lead, trying to hold off the rest of the competition. On the outside, Sosua Summer is finishing with a bit of interest, followed at the rail by Richie, past the 16th pole. Super Quest, here comes Sosua Summer. Sosua Summer with the momentum and the victory. Another for Joel Rosario. Super Quest finished second. Then it was Richie, and then the minor awards between Macalop and Famous Gent.
Yeah, but this one, Frank, Joel Rosario crosses the wire in front. His first victory via DQ, this time Sosua Summer for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Joel Rosario, Gary, going to work late.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the replay of his last race, but he was trapped down on the fence, was crying for room, and it didn't really quicken up. His entry mate got through on the fence that day, came and won. But you see, he lengthened a little bit there and got the job done today. He looks like a horse that he maybe wants a little more ground than the 5.5 furlongs, but deserves to win today.
Good call by Acacia. She put the 9. She was right about the 7, putting the 9 to bed early. Who we like, JK, just didn't have anything in the tank. And credit to the one. I didn't like this horse at all. I thought it might hang, but went by today.
Absolutely. You know, this horse is 2 for 2 now at Saratoga. I'm not sure if it's necessarily Saratoga that this horse likes. I think it might be the 5.5. You talk about hanging going a little bit long, or maybe that cutback going to that 5.5 is what he actually likes the most.
Bill Mott in that loaded stable we touched on, and a chance to see Elite Power, the champion sprinter, and the Amsterdam on Saturday. Cody's Wish in the Whitney. This place is going to be electric. Yeah. Like that story, that horse, that race, a week from Saturday, the Whitney.
No, it's going to be a lot of fun. I just think the whole, at least horse racing fans, you and I especially, JK, that watch the sport, look for the superstars. We both want Cody's Wish to win by a lot. You know what I mean?
Oh, it makes the rest of the year a lot more interesting. You know, it makes, I think if he wins the Whitney, going a 1 1/8, then he's in the conversation for the 1 1/4 Classic. And that's our biggest race basically of the year. And we want to have all of our stars in there. And that's what we need for Cody's Wish to be in there.
Even by his standards, Bill Mott, who's been competing at the highest level for decades, youngest trainer ever inducted in the National Museum of Racing, in the Hall of Fame, campaign cigar. I don't, like, has he, it is an embarrassment of riches, even by his standards, as good as his stable in terms of star power has ever been.
The only thing that could make his stable better was if he still had, I don't know if my mic is working right now, so I'm out.
I know what you're going to say, Gary. You're going to say that
cigar was still in the barn.
Hey, you know what? Bill Mott's never won the Whitney.
He's never won. Yeah, that was his first Met Mile with Cody's Wish. Now trying for a first Whitney on Saturday. A week from Saturday, Bill Mott just got to win in the 10th and final. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We get started same time, same channel, 1 Eastern, for another great afternoon of thoroughbred racing. You'll have a chance to see some fast 3-year-olds, Drews, Gold, Gilmore, Rivet. Steve Asmussen, what a week for Asmussen and the sprinters. Echo Zulu in the honorable miss, trying for a 4th straight Amsterdam tomorrow at Saratoga. Have a great night, everyone.